I think I can put it down just a little more. Hey, Mom.
Hey, baby. You keeping that hair together, I see, huh? Sexy girl.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just
I
trying
see it
to.
ain't sweated out.
Yeah, there we go. Just trying to get the board right.
It look
How you
good for
doing
me.
tonight? Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Soft honey.
I'm talking about your prompt.
Oh yeah, it was too big. I had to adjust it. So
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, did you fix your hair like that? Because it was live, right? I was already on your video, and then it popped up live.
oh yeah, we ain't starting at 8. I was just
I
doing this
know.
so I can so I
Yeah,
can
well, you,
fix the
uh-huh.
prompt. I tried to do
Oh,
it. Yeah, I was live. I was trying to do it when I had my scarf on.
right. Oh, that
Yeah,
was a scar.
I'm gonna do rag
I,
like.
yeah, I thought you had it in a ponytail to the side.
Mm-mm.
I can't see.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully we can have a good debate tonight.
Well, you know what? Don't even say that no more.
I know I be
Hello,
nervous every time I
Just
say
leave that
hello.
alone. It
What
yeah,
gonna be
what?
what it is gonna be.
right.
Let me talk. What happened here? I'm
Wait a
from.
minute, hold on. Don't just come in and say let me talk. How you doing?
Yeah, who he talking
I'm
to? This
good. I'm
grown
good.
folks.
How are you?
We doing good.
I am from Ethiopia. What happened here?
What you mean what happened?
Like like Black American.
He talking about the prompt.
Oh yeah, we talking about tonight's debate is gonna be about the 14th Amendment.
You know me is and black people originally where I come from. All the people know we come from Africa, but which country are originally from? Black American. I know that. I like something cook like history. You know.
You said where Black Americans originally from?
Yeah, originally
Come
come from
from.
Nigeria, Gonko, like West African. You know me? Like it's like same face. Sometime you know.
Well, we from America.
Originally, where are you come from? Your grandfather.
My grandfather, I mean, since the 1700s, I can go back. My grandparents are from America.
1800 before your grandfather is from Africa.
You mean you talking about back in 1200 or something?
Yeah.
I mean, the world was from Africa, right?
Yeah, but do you have something like DNA testing? You know me, like you are DNA testing. You are making DNA testing like you are from.
White people got a little Africa in them too. They DNA test. Thank you, LaSherry.
I
They're
think I
all
think
people. But let
you
me
are.
ask you something, Jigar.
Yeah.
Hispanics, do y'all, where is Hispanics? Where are they from?
Ispan? What? I'm from Ethiopia.
No. I'm talking about the Hispanics, the Latinos. The Dominicans and all them. They got some African in them too, right?
I don't know, but people say Dominican, Latina, on East African is like same, like hair, face, like same. I don't know where I come from. I
Yeah,
think I'm not.
they got African in them too. That'd
Nah,
be a
me,
good question for them, don't you think so?
I think for me are not African. I think these are Caucasian. You know me, Caucasian.
Oh wait, I thought you said you was Ethiopian.
Yeah, Ethiopian is Caucasian, like it's Mexican.
Oh, so y'all white.
I'm not white, but I'm not white so Mexi, but I have not negro nose, negro hair. I have like same like yeah.
Oh, that's
For
interesting.
example, East African people like Ethiopia, Eritrea, Somalia, West African and Black American not same, like different, you know, like face, like culture, history, you know.
So where you think I come from? Where you think I'm from? Nigeria or something? You think my people around 1200s, you say, was from
I think for me, I think you are from Senegal.
you think I'm Senegalese? I look
Yeah,
like them?
because like Senegal people on you are like same, you like face. I think, but I don't know. I want to say like you are 100 come from Senegal, but I say like I'm not sure.
You know I got some white ancestors too, right?
For example, you are going in like and question like white people and like in European people or European people, American people like question like say Ethiopian or Black American are same. People say are not same. Ethiopian are different. Ethiopian are Caucasian, but you are African American. You know me. People say,
I'm Black American.
yeah, a Black American are Ethiopian not same. You know, you are African.
I'm African. Hey,
Yeah,
Ma.
yeah.
Yeah.
Ma, did you call yourself African?
Because
No,
because
Wait a minute,
family
Jakar. Wait a minute, Jakar. Ma, did you call yourself African?
no, black.
Did your mother call herself African?
Black.
Did your grandmother call herself African?
Black.
Did your great grandmother call herself African?
Black in the cotton field.
I'm a black.
Oh,
What's that mean? All the people black. Also African is black. On come here and say I'm black. I'm Black American. What's the difference?
This the only
Nigeria.
place I ever been. My family only been to America. We ain't been to Africa.
But look. You are look like Nigerian because you have
you don't
negro
even
nose.
see her face. How you gonna tell my mother she look Nigerian?
Because you, I think his mom is like two different. Negro or Bantu, it's like two. Because of all the people American have negro nose on hair,
Nigga
hairs
nose.
and mirrors. Yeah, negro, big nose on like hair is like so African. That's
Hey,
why.
FBA, bruh. FBA.
Yeah, I'm here.
What you think about what Jagar saying? What is FBA run? He got the nigger nose too.
For example, you are married, you are Black American, or you are married white man, and then come baby, or baby.
I'm not married to a white man.
Nine.
She has the white woman's hair.
I got the white woman's hair, David.
For
This-
example,
Yes,
all
it's
the
lovely.
people
Thank
Black
you.
American have big nose. I don't know why.
Right. He left out. I couldn't ask him. Right. Who made
Somebody
that
said it's
standard?
ugly.
Somebody said my hair ugly. Oh.
Nah, I don't say your hair is ugly.
Somebody said it was ugly.
Your
They
hair,
drop back down.
your hair is fake or original.
My hair is out my scalp. It's original.
You know me, the most beautiful woman, the most beautiful hair in the world, it's Ethiopia and Somalia. The most beautiful hair is women in the world. You know me, that's East African hair.
Oh. You so interesting. I hope you can hang out on the panel with us.
I have question for you, okay?
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of people here to answer your questions, and they probably will have some questions as well for you. Is there anyone out in the audience, hi chat, that would like to ask Jagar some questions? Jagar?
Yeah, and my question is, what do you think you are from original? Which country is Africa you are from? I think it's West African. About which West African country are you from?
I would have to
Why you
read.
keep saying
Okay.
Africa?
Right.
Next situation. For example, one people come Ethiopia.
The
For
planet
example,
comes from
one
Africa,
man.
right? Don't if you believe in the out of Africa theory, then wouldn't you say all human life comes from Africa?
No. For example, one man right now come from in Nigeria on coming is like America. What is the difference? Black American and Nigerian. What's the difference, you people? What's the
What's the
difference?
difference?
Face
It's a
same,
big difference. I
face
don't
same, color same, neck, nose same, hair same. All the people same.
thanks, Franco. I don't know nothing about Nigerians really at all. I have no idea. Black Americans are just not mixed. You know, we are whole. We got a lot of things going on. We are not just mixed with African. We have European DNA. We have Native DNA. We are amalgamation of a lot of things. So you can't just pin us down to Africa.
Oh my God! But you have big nose hairs African. You know me. What's talking about? You know me. What's talking about? For example, Ethiopia are Mexican people are so
He gonna
beautiful.
make
Have
sure he keeps
gray
saying the
hair.
big nose.
Yeah, why? Big nose hair is African. Bits and like look like
Hey,
same African.
Kingston.
Hello, I have a question.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Greetings.
I heard you say that you guys have DNA everywhere, including
Well,
the
it's not
Americans.
just Africa. That's what I said. Most Black Americans, they're mixed with quite a few things, you know, because of the transatlantic slave trade.
Of
So,
course.
you know, we just don't have African DNA. Most of us don't. I can't speak for everybody, but most of us have other things as well.
Yes. But like how long ago was that?
Oh,
Like
that's what I'm saying. It's been so long ago. My lineage goes back. I got up to the late 1700s. So you know what I mean. It's you know what I mean. And I don't have any Africans in my family, pure Africans. So I don't know. I don't know anything about Africans. I'm
But you
learning.
but you have colored your face, your hair African. That's
My hair
interesting.
African. Oh, okay.
Yeah. For example, I'm Ethiopian. I'm not black. You know me, Taz? I'm Habasha. I'm not black. You know me, Taz? You heard this? I'm not black.
Okay. So what was your question, Kingston?
just like I thought you were saying cuz I thought you were trying to claim indigenous like ties type of thing. Like
Oh,
I'd like to
you don't think Black Americans have indigenous ties?
No, there are some that definitely do
Mm-hmm.
have indigenous ties, but just not all of them.
What percentage would you say?
What percentage? I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. Native Americans only make up like 2% of the states down there in the USA. So I don't know.
So let me ask you this question, Kingston. Do you believe Black Americans got here because of slavery only, or do you believe there was some Black
Yeah,
Americans
I
already
feel
here?
like my dog's barking. Hold on. I feel like Black Americans got to North America because of the Atlantic slave trade. Yeah,
How many slaves you think were brought to America?
probably thousands, I would say.
And you know it's
Thousands.
almost 50. It's between probably 45 to 52 million Black Americans. So how many slaves you think created that?
Quite a bit, I would say.
I hope y'all stick around for the debate. This will be very interesting. If y'all don't know, this is a live debate panel, and people are welcome to come up now. We can start the debate as soon as the panel is full. Let me share out the live. I hope y'all don't go anywhere. I hope y'all up for a debate if y'all have time, and maybe some of the questions that you all have will get answered.
Okay.
This person in the comments said natives are Asian.
Okay, hold on, you guys.
Okay, my question. Go ahead, man.
He said, hold on.
Yes, mute your mic for a minute.
Okay.
Hold on a minute.
Okay,
Share the
Mama.
live and tap the screen.
Tap that screen. Double tap that screen, guys. Come on. Like it up. Share the live, guys.
How y'all doing today, chat? We're gonna have a good show tonight. I hope they don't get wild tonight. It's gonna be all right. I was talking to the chat. You on mute.
Okay, Mom.
Lofis,
Let me mute you, Mama. Because you got
Go
some,
ahead.
you
let me
got finances or something going on tonight.
let me talk.
All in the microphone.
I wanna say, Black American have culture or no have culture. All the people have culture, history.
You say we don't have culture?
No, he's saying you do.
IT, you
What's
have
up?
culture. Black American have culture.
Mm-hmm.
What's the your culture? Do you have your culture?
Oh, I think it's a question.
Our culture is ass kicking.
I feel
Okay,
like
do you
your
have
culture is
language? All the
different,
people have history, culture, language, land, like country. All the when I'm baby right now, born,
Hello,
I'm
madam.
know
How you doing?
black
Hey,
American is
Ghost.
come from Africa. All the people know.
Mama,
Self come from
Yes.
beaches, East
ain't that our
Africa.
culture?
Oh my God.
Girl,
Hey,
it's gonna be
Truly.
trouble. I see trouble
Cook,
already.
look.
Well, I have a question for him.
Haram,
What is
Go
for
ahead.
Ethiopian
example,
culture?
Go
all
ahead,
the
Ghost.
people say
J-
black American, like
What is
African
Ethiopian
American.
culture?
yeah, Jagar, I'm going to let you and Ghost have a back and forth. Go ahead.
Yeah,
All the
Jagar.
people say,
What
all
is
the people.
Ethiopian culture?
What's that? I have big
Can you
culture.
explain to me what is
I have
culture?
never colonied in African country. My country have never colonied, man. You have self, man. You have self.
I'm sorry, I
Self
didn't understand a word
America.
you just said. Can you say that one more time?
Allahu Akbar, man.
You say God is great.
Okay, my guy. What is Ethiopian culture?
My culture.
Yeah, what
I
is
have
it?
a very big culture. Have name. I don't know so big culture, but I don't know what's that mean English. Say,
So you don't understand what is your culture? Is
I
that what you're
understand,
telling
but
us?
I don't know what's that English. Do you know my language? Say, do you understand my language? I say my culture.
Yeah, you ask what is
Okay,
Black American
Aniga,
culture, and I'm asking you what is Ethiopian culture.
Ethiopian is culture. Is culture. You are searching. You Google. I have culture.
How is you to tell us what is our culture and our culture is nothing when you can't tell
I
us
have,
what is your
for
culture?
example, I don't have big negros. You know me. I have
What,
curly hair, man. Then
what does that have to do with your question?
you are black American. You have nothing history. You are safe. You are monkey, man. You are not. I'm not black. You
Whoa.
know, we are like different. We are
Oh, so you
different,
can't tell
man.
us you can't
You are
tell us what your
different,
culture
man.
is.
Wait,
You talking about?
Jagar, we're going to start the show in a minute, y'all. After I'm going to let y'all have a couple of more minutes. But did you say we monkeys?
Yes, he did.
I don't say.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Karam, he say African, black American.
Okay, I'm
have
going to finish letting y'all have a back and forth, and we're going to start the show soon so we all can be on this panel.
No, I just wanted him to tell us what is his ideal of culture. If he don't know what if he think that he don't Black America don't have culture, what do
Allah,
you
bro,
think
I
culture
have
is?
country. But American
So you
people is
think
white
country
people.
is
You are
culture?
not American. You are come from Africa. Believe you are Nigerian. You are big nose. You
Oh,
are hair
so
African.
when I call you
Believe
an African,
you
you
are
gonna get
Negro.
mad.
Believe you are Negro. I think you are
Oh,
Negro or Bantho. I don't know. What's
so
the
you
you?
African, right?
I'm not African. I'm not black. First of all, I'm
Okay, where's
Habasha.
Ethiopia at?
Which to be East African.
So it's in Africa. So you African.
Nine, but continent is Africa, but like different, not same people in here. So Black American is African.
Nah, he's
But
lying.
me,
He's not
I'm
from
not
Ethiopia,
African.
man. He's lying.
Could you guys not tell by the accent? I don't think
I'm
that's an
Ethiopian, and he's definitely not Ethiopian, man. He's like Moroccan or something.
Well, he's
Nah,
still an
man, I'm not
African.
This
Moroccan.
guy's
Still an
West
African,
African.
like. All I'm saying is my
Bruce,
man can't give us a
how you know
definition of
he's
But
from
wait, okay,
Morocco,
okay.
not
Okay, big
Algeria?
question. Morocco or Algerian is black people or
I don't know.
I
Yo,
don't know.
Jigar,
Bro,
which
you have
which
nothing to do. Bro,
you
see you
said
later again,
you're
man.
Oromo?
Negro.
Oh, he's gone. Where'd he go?
Yeah, he fled.
Yeah, he's gone.
Um, okay. So I guess this would be a good time to start the show. How everybody doing tonight? Happy Friday.
What's
Happy
going
Friday.
on? Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and
Happy
drop.
Friday, sister.
I
You
only
gonna
only came
drop
up
too?
because I only
Oh,
came up because of him. He was on some other shit. So
oh,
appreciate y'all.
okay. Thank you. Whoever,
Maybe.
they Kingston. Okay, y'all. So tonight's debate is on the 14th Amendment. Was the 14th Amendment meant for the babies of slaves or for everyone? So we'll start off with Kingston. How you doing tonight, Kingston?
Hello. I only came up just because I thought you were making the assumption that all Black Americans are from North America. No,
Oh,
type of thing. That's the only reason why I came up, and then that guy kind of piqued my interest.
okay. Well, wait a minute. Anybody want to respond to the Native American Black thing question he has about Black people and Native Americans?
All right,
Nobody?
I could throw something into this.
Okay.
Well, Kingston, where there's a belief that Black America is a new ethnic group, and our genome derived from three ethnic groups, which is Native American, African, and European. That's what makes majority of Black America. To say that we're one of that group and deny the other two ethnic groups is just wrong. So I ask you, do you think that we should claim one lineage and not the other?
I don't know. It's not really that simple. I would say. I don't know. Like, what do you mean by oh wait, hold on. Could you rephrase it again? I was kind of distracted on something else. I was distracted on my dog. She had something in her mouth. My bad.
I'm saying that Black America over the course of 400 to 500 years have morphed into a new ethnic group. We're not just African. We're not just one ethnic group. We derive from three ethnic groups, which is European, Native American, and African. All I'm saying is that, yeah, there is a percentage of Black America that could claim to be indigenous. Like my people, my great grandmother is Blackfoot Indian. Yes, ma'am. I thought my great grandma is Blackfoot Indian, and I can trace that down my lineage. But I do not claim that Native American lineage because I'm not fully blooded Native American. That's just my belief.
Yeah.
So, but I am one of other people. I am one of many other people that have a large percentage of Native American, like Snoop Dogg. He got like damn near 40% Native American in him.
Does he? I did not know that.
And there's a large percentage of Black America that can actually say that they are Native American, and can trace their lineage specifically to a tribe that was either wiped out by the federal government or was classified as Black. You just got to do your homework, my man.
I feel like it kind of just goes off of how much of that are you and how far was that long ago type of thing. You could you
gotta understand that this happened in a course of 400 years. This didn't happen in one generation or two generations. This happened over 10 generations. My people, Black America, we've been over here for 14 plus generations. Not a lot of not too many people here in America can actually say that.
All right. I mean, I was gonna say, it kind of goes back, if you're saying 10 generations back, you're indigenous.
Yeah.
I
believe that Black America, most people like myself, that can go back for 10 to 14 generations here in this country, we can say that we are indigenous to the entity of the United States. Some of us can actually say that. Actually, most of us can
No,
actually
sir,
say
you're
that.
not indigenous in the United
I was
States.
gonna say the same.
Oh God, this.
I mean,
People in
because
South
like
Africa who are white tea can also go back 5, 10, whatever generations. Doesn't make them not indigenous to, the Netherlands where they came on that boat a few hundred years ago. Doesn't matter they've been
that's so
here
fucking
500
cool.
years.
I
They're
love
not
that.
indigenous to South Africa.
Thank you.
Try to tell them that. And then they have this same conversation that we having.
I've never seen a white tea South African claim that they're
I
indigenous
guarantee
to
you,
South
if you go
Africa
to
ever in my life.
a heritage of
What?
white American here in the United States, that like from the Appalachians, or from the Deep South, or someone the families that been here for 400 plus years, and you try to tell them that they European and not American, I can guarantee you they probably cuss you out and probably
No.
shoot.
If
But
you
it's
ask
true.
them,
They
are
are
you
European.
And that is
ancestry
a
from
fact.
Europe? Nobody who's white tea ever denies that. I've never seen a white tea person say, well, I'm indigenous here.
Well, you obviously haven't been that far into deep America that much.
The only person I saw ever say that who was white tea is one right-wing politician from Australia who's a crazy lady who goes around saying
August.
Aboriginal, she's indigenous to South
August.
Australia.
August. You
I'm
never.
saved by God.
August. Oh, this you saved by God? Y'all the
Yeah,
same
this is my
people?
other account.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey,
Hey,
Saved.
nice to see you again. Yeah.
Nice to see you. So you mean to tell me you never heard a white person claim that they're part of a tribe or native?
Oh no, that's different. That's different. So if they're like part of a tribe, then I can understand. If they're like, but a white tea person who does not claim affiliation with a tribe, saying that they're indigenous, I've not seen yet, except maybe one example.
All right, I think it'd be a good time to start the show. Hi, mister.
Hey, love. Hey,
Hi,
Nisi. Hey,
mister.
everybody.
Hey.
How y'all feeling today?
Tonight, today I'm feeling good. You
Hey,
want to
love,
do a
I'm gonna drop
moderate?
down. I gotta go. My daughter's in the background
All
crying
right,
for me.
thank you, Ghost.
All right,
See you later.
thank you.
Thanks for stopping by. You want to?
We can go ahead and do a mod break here. So I'm looking at the numbers here. We almost got 70 folks up in here. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and get a head start and an early start on those likes. Thank y'all for the ones who already tapped in, for y'all who already came in, clocked in, and got to work. Thanks y'all, appreciate y'all for doing y'all work. I need y'all to go ahead and put y'all foot up the other folks' rungs and get them to go ahead and tap it up, okay? Let's go ahead and get that 10K before we even start the show. We need a 10K up in here, okay? 10K all day. Good day, good evening, and good night to y'all. Go ahead and share this out, okay? We got 4 shares so far, but I know we got more friends, more associates. We got more lovers and more HTers. We need everybody up in here, y'all. Okay, so go ahead and share this out and let them know what time it is, okay? It's time for us to figure out what it is that we got in between. Okay, we got a new topic here today, so let them know we ain't doing the same old, okay? We moving this right along. Thank y'all to the folks. I see y'all out there in the chat. I'm seeing y'all. I appreciate y'all engaging. And of course, help her out with her challenge. Follow if you haven't already done so. Get that heart me if you ain't already done so. And let's go ahead and get your favorite panelists, okay? If you agree, come on up. But especially if you disagree, y'all really need to come on up, okay, y'all? Don't be afraid. We ain't gonna bite. We ain't gonna jump you. Love ain't gonna have it, okay, y'all? So let's go ahead and get it going. I appreciate y'all.
And shout out to the greatest mod ever, and my mama as always for being here to support. Y'all, we can start the show now. So tonight's debate, you guys, and we might have a special guest. I don't know yet. Hopefully, thank you. We might have a special guest, so hopefully they show up, and when they do, y'all will know. So let's pray we can have our special guest tonight for y'all. Okay, so tonight's debate will be on the 14th Amendment. I hope I posted it a few hours early, and when I do that, it's for y'all to get a chance to maybe get some information if you don't already know. You know what I mean? So it will be on, was the 14th Amendment meant for the babies of slaves or for everyone, you guys? In chat, we got some great questions for y'all tonight as well. So shall we begin, mister? What you think? I think so.
See,
Proceed. Okay. Hi, I am. How you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for coming tonight.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. You want to address the prompt?
Yeah, sure. Was the 14th Amendment meant for the babies of the enslaved or everyone? I would say originally when it was created or written down, it was specifically meant to address the children of the enslaved and the current people who were enslaved. But then with more cases that were given to the Supreme Court, it was then extended to other people, mainly because it being questioned that like if it doesn't extend to other people with it saying all persons born or naturalized in the United States, that statement would then be weakened if the Supreme Court doesn't actually uphold the full meaning of it.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have a rebuttal for I am? No rebuttals? Okay, well, you ready for your question?
Yes.
Okay, your question is an intent question. So was the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution written specifically to protect, wait a minute, hold on. Let me get a sip of water. I'm sorry, y'all. It's the first question of the night, so bear with me. Okay. Was the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution written specifically to protect the children of formerly enslaved people after the American Civil War, or was it meant to grant citizenship to anyone born in the United States?
But can you ask it one more time? I'm so sorry.
Yes. Was the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution written specifically to protect the children of formerly enslaved people after the American Civil War, or was it meant to grant citizenship to anyone born in the United States?
Looking at it historically, I would say, like with historical context, that it was specifically written with intent to fix the issue of slavery within America. But looking outside of it and just looking at like legal doctrine and what the justices had said, like for example, Justice Harlan and who was the other one, Justice Woods, who descended in like actual cases, like for example cases with Native Americans, they all argue that it was written with intent to include everybody who was born within the United States to then strengthen the actual power of the amendment.
Okay, I just got one last question. So this amendment was made in 1868, I believe, right?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So do you think they intended, when they wrote this, they intended like people who come for tourism or people who cross the border illegally? Do you think they had them in mind when they made this 14th Amendment?
I don't believe, like in two parts, like just looking at the historical context of what was happening at the time, I don't believe that they were considering them or even considering anyone outside of like Black Americans specifically. But when they brought it into the court and as it developed to other cases like Elk versus Wilkins, they started to realize that they failed to actually fully uphold the statement of all persons, that they had to go back and revise it and making sure that it actually is upheld.
Okay, thank you so much. I am Truly Taylor. How you doing tonight?
Hey, Miss Lady. Look, I had to get some water too.
You want to answer the prompt for me?
Yeah, I think I'm going to take a different look at it. Just coming from a military family,
Okay,
background.
you're gonna answer the question though, and then go into your spiel, right?
No, I'm about to answer it right now.
Oh,
Don't
okay,
do
okay,
that. Don't do that, Miss Love.
okay. Thank you.
Let me see. I'm saying like the 14th Amendment, because if you understand what was going on before, the North and the South was beefing. So the South was trying to become this own country. The North was also doing trade. So basically, it was a Hail Mary. So they just did that to make sure that the South wouldn't become its own country. The South got tired of fighting for cities. So that's the main reason they did it. And it's basically just using like a baby as for like child support. It's just like they didn't want the South to get stronger. They didn't want to show weakness to the South. South said, "I'm going to do this anyway, regardless. We gonna have this." They were still doing trade overseas with the Moors. They couldn't, like some of them was coming over here and getting locked up, even though they was free. You couldn't do that because you messing up business worldwide. So they was like, I'm gonna teach you something. So that's what the 14th Amendment to me, what I was taught was mainly about. Then the black codes came, and the South was still was trying to. They had the law where if the black man didn't have a job or was in the union every year, they would become slaves by debt. So they still had slavery, but it was just sneaky under debt. And then the Jim Crow laws came after that. So they still had little things to keep us in there, but it was just to break their spirit. And even though the 11 states left, the government was like, "We gonna be united. So if you're not gonna be united, you're not gonna have what you want. You're not gonna be able to threaten us no more. And if we got to do this fight, we gonna do this fight. So we gonna let them go. So if you don't have slaves no more, what do you have? What is your leverage? It was none. So that's where I got from that. The 14th Amendment then was basically made to give all of the women or a lot of people that didn't have rights in the 70s, the Equal Protection Clause, part of the 14th Amendment. That's what gave illegitimate kids the rights to child support. You was able to divorce without fault. They gave you the, what is it?
Wait, what?
Affirmative action. So it's like that. No, let me just land my plane. No,
Wait a
What
minute,
the hell
hold
are you
on.
talking
Wait a
about?
minute, hold on, AES, hold on. And when he finishes submission, he about to land, and then I'm gonna ask everybody if they have any rebuttals, and then whoever have a rebuttal, it'll be their turn, and we'll be starting the timer. I'm sorry, I didn't start the timer, but I give you 20 seconds, truly.
my bad. So let me just sum it up. It was basically for them to it was just they were just trying to shit on the South. The South had 11 states, and they were trying to form. You already know they formed their own Confederate state, and then they were trying to become their own country. They wasn't trying to do that. So, do I think the 14th Amendment was made for us, just exclusively for slaves? No, it was for everybody. It was for everybody. So I'll land on that.
Okay, thank you for your submission. Does anyone have a rebuttal for truly?
I do.
Okay, mister. AES, you didn't have a rebuttal?
Yes.
No, it seems like he got his own issue. I'm gonna let him do it.
Okay, all right, go ahead, mister.
Yeah. I would disagree that it was for everybody, because during that time, there are already immigrants coming in during slavery. We already had, the Irish coming in, the Germans were coming in, and there were other groups. You had Italians coming in, and they were not considered to be white tea at the time they came, and they were considered to be immigrants. This was before slavery, and Italians, I think, came a little bit after slavery, but they did not need or invoke the 14th Amendment when they came. So yeah, when we're talking about, for everybody, there was no everybody at the time. It was only for Black Americans. That's who it was intended for. That's the only group of people who were ever referenced. They didn't reference Asians, Hispanics. They didn't reference any of those other people when they was writing this amendment and everything. So I don't see how they could have intended for the whole world, like
Oh
everyone
no,
coming
no, I
across the
understand what you're
globe.
saying now.
Wait a minute,
I
wait a minute.
understand.
Hold on,
True.
Truly. Hold on. He land, and then you get the final
Right.
say, and you can make any corrections then. I give you 10 extra seconds, mister.
Thank you. I don't see how they would intend for all of these other groups to come through. I mean, you even had some Asians here doing slavery and everything, but I mean, for them to, after they just got finished fighting a WAR, you know, and you know, you don't know who's enemy and who's friend and all this stuff, and the president just got assassinated, and you're talking about, all right, let's open up the door for everybody. At the time, no, they only was intended for the people who they knew and who they trusted, and that who they were familiar with, and that was foundational Black Americans in our land.
Final say, Truly, before I get to your question.
Yeah. Yeah. I was saying for all. I don't want to. I don't know even know what word to use, but I'm going to use BLK. I'm talking about us because it was still free Black people coming here, or that people that had copper colored skin coming here that were free. They didn't care, so they had to identify all the copper colored people. So when they came over here, they didn't have to get or stay in the jail or whatever, even though they was free. So when they was doing trade after the Civil War, or during that time, or after they did that, they was like, okay, anybody brown, they can't distinguish who is slaves or who not. They just see brown. So anybody like this, since you said the Scottish, the Italians, all of them didn't really need that because they were over here. We seen the Kings of New York, so I know what you're talking about. So I understand that. I'm just talking about all us copper colored people, because a lot of them were still Moors. A lot of these people were still free, and when they was coming over here, they were still getting put in jails. So I was just talking about that. I'm not talking about Asians or nothing like that. So just to clarify.
Okay, Taylor. You ready for your question? Go ahead,
Real
mister.
quick, y'all. Some people are putting in the chat. They're asking, "Hey, I'd like to respond and stuff." You need to come off your mic and actually verbalize it. So if you're asked, "Would you like to rebuttal?" then that's your time to speak up. Come off your mute and say, "Yes, I'd like to rebuttal." Okay, or else we're gonna miss it and we won't be able to recognize it. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't know if I could respond directly to the rebuttal.
Oh, no, like when I ask for, if it's a rebuttal, then that's your time to say so.
Yeah, I was asking if I could respond to Mr. who made the rebuttal to
Oh,
Truly.
yeah, no, when Mr. give his submission, you can't you can't rebut people who rebut other people on their
Oh,
time.
okay.
You get it.
Hmm?
You get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I wanted to say something, but that makes sense now. No
Yeah,
problem.
because when it's their turn, they probably have the same ideals, and then you'll get another turn to rebut them. Then you know what I mean?
But he could say anything crazy. We can't correct that.
You talking about Truly or Mister?
Mister say some. He said some stuff, some wild stuff, but we wanted to correct that.
Right. So when it's his turn, I'm sure he'll have the same wild stuff that you call wild stuff, and then that'll be your chance to give him his rebuttal. But right now, we taking up Truly time, because just think, if it's your turn and somebody rebut you, everybody want to rebut the person who rebutted you. Then that means
I got you.
you know what I mean? Then that means all these people after Truly, they gonna have to wait till everybody rebutting everybody's rebuttal. It's just a circle, So we're gonna keep some decorum and just move in order. And I'm sure these same people, if you had a problem with what he just said, he probably gonna say something similar, right? That's my experience holding these panels. Okay, Truly, you ready for your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your question is on the subject to jurisdiction debate. Okay, the amendment says, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Does that phrase exclude the children of people who enter the country illegally?
He said, does it? It said, well, it says all people born in the United States, all born of nationalized in the United States is a citizen. This made sure citizenship could not be denied based on race. So if it's illegal, then I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. Hey, August, how you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Welcome back. You want to address the prompt?
Yeah. Is there a timer or should I just start talking? Okay. First, I want to say that while everyone else was talking, I was listening and also doing some quick research on this amendment. The writer of the amendment was John Bigham of Ohio, and whenever he was talking about the amendment, he always said citizens of African descent. Right, African descent. He never said black people. He never said indigenous people. So I think this sort of complicates a lot of, talking points from some elements of FBA who say they're not African, right? They think, the 14th Amendment is for them, but if they're not citizens of African descent, they might get their own stuff taken away, right? Also, the 14th Amendment was in response to Dred Scott v. Stanford, which is a Supreme Court case. This was an African-American man from Minnesota who was denied his citizenship rights for being African, right? And I have to say also in America, there's something called originalism, which means that you have to read the text literally. The text literally in the 14th Amendment says all persons born or naturalized in the United States are protected by the 14th Amendment. It never says black people or formerly enslaved persons only. It says all people. And in 1886, there was a Supreme Court case where it was Yik Wu versus Hopkins, where in 1886, a super racist time, the Supreme Court said that even Chinese immigrants are protected by the 14th Amendment. So this idea that the 14th Amendment belongs only to specific people and not all people is historically ill-informed, not supported by the evidence and the text. And if you're not of African descent anyway, you might be, putting yourself at jeopardy. And I land there.
Thank you for that submission, August. Would anyone like to rebut August?
I do.
The Black and Mister?
Yes.
Okay, the Black can go first. You want to go first or last, Mister?
Go last.
All right. Hey, the Black. Welcome back.
How you doing, love? How's everybody else doing on the panel? I do want to say, if we're gonna take things literal from the time period, that we have to understand that there wasn't that many groups here in America to broadly brush this type of amendment towards everyone, and also you have to understand that when you look at the actual papers when they was debating this in the Senate, that they was talking about these other groups that come to America and why it shouldn't apply to them and it should only apply to Black Americans. So it's a nuanced conversation, but at the end of the day, the whole conversation was mostly focused on Black Americans during the time period. Freemen, slaves, whatever you consider a Black American today that can trace their heritage or their ancestry towards that time period when they was writing these amendments.
Okay, is that it?
Just short and sweet. That's
Okay, thank you, the Black. You had the final say, August.
Yeah, I mean, he keeps saying black people, but he's running away from what the people who wrote the amendment actually said. Citizens of African descent. So unless you identify as an African from Africa, then even in your own theory where it only applies to you, unless you're African, it does not apply to you. So all the FBA people who are saying that, oh, it's only for FBA, but at the same time deny being African, are actually going to get ice sent on them if what they want actually becomes true. It's a big contradiction in their own theory. Where does it say African? It was by John Bingham. Someone in the chat posted his name, John Bingham of Ohio, who's the principal author of the 14th Amendment. In his speeches to Congress, was talking about the citizens of African descent.
20
So everybody
seconds,
look him up.
August. Oh,
Like I said, African is a blanket term.
Okay. Wait a minute, the black mister, your rebuttal.
Yeah. This whole thing about citizens of African descent, it doesn't really matter. Because I mean, hold on 1 second. Give me the earpiece. Thank you. That part doesn't really even matter. I don't know why he's Can you check your text? I'm sorry, my son is over here talking. Can you text him, please? No. Anyway, my fault, y'all. That part doesn't really matter. Okay, tell me of people who don't have African descent. Okay, and for some reason, I don't know why we're on that part, but he also said something about how it's interpreted. He was talking about you got to do realism. No, there's like 10 different ways the courts can judge something, and realism is just one way of doing it. Okay, so yeah, it people skipping over that jurisdiction part. Yeah, don't skip over that jurisdiction. It's that all people born, you got to be under the United States jurisdiction when that happens. If you're not under the jurisdiction, well, yeah, that doesn't apply. And it's not or under the jurisdiction, it's and under the jurisdiction. So you have to have both in order for you to qualify that. Okay, so let's not skip over that jurisdiction part. As far as once again, African descent, I don't know why that's being mentioned, but yeah, that part we're not worried about that part. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. August. You have the final word.
Mr. Thank you for that response. You know exactly why I'm mentioning the African descent part, because, I go on a lot of panels, not with all FBAs, but some, and everybody's denying being of African descent, right? So that's exactly why I'm mentioning it. And this same people are talking about how the 14th Amendment is for them. So I'm just pulling the rug up from them. You mentioned that jurisdiction. Yeah, it is for everyone who is under the jurisdiction, all people under the jurisdiction. That's why in 1982, the Supreme Court upheld that even the children of undocumented people, if they are born in the United States, meaning that they are under the laws of the United States, are citizens of the United States. So basically, hundreds of years of settled law from the 1800s to now have consistently upheld that the 14th Amendment is for all people.
Okay, thank you, August. You ready for your question? Your question is a historical context. Should we interpret the amendment based on what lawmakers intended in 1868 or based on how society has evolved today?
That is such a great question, because a lot of people believe in a living constitution where society as it is today should be the way we interpret it. Other people think about, how it should have been interpreted back then. The thing is, the conservatives on the Supreme Court said it's not about what's going on today. It's about how it was first. So that's how it should be interpreted. My personal view is it should be interpreted how things are today, but that's the liberal view. The conservatives say, no, it was, how it was then.
Okay, thank you for that submission, August. Hey, Tristan, how you doing today? Tristan, is that your name? Yeah, Tristan. Hello? Hi, how you doing today, Tristan?
Doing good.
Would you like to address the prompt today?
I think everything is pretty much covered. I really haven't heard anything I disagree with. The first young lady who spoke, I think, said it well. The original intent of the amendment was for African Americans, Black people, but through court processes and Supreme Court cases, it has been confirmed that it is intended to cover everybody who is actually born in the United States or naturalized here. So, pretty much agree with most of what's been said from the panel today.
Is that all you would like to add?
Yeah, at this point, yeah, that's all I'd like to add.
So your submission is, yes, so your submission is that it was meant for everybody, basically, right?
Well, the original intent was specifically for Black people, but over time it has become recognized to be applied to everyone.
So what changed from the original intent to today? Did anything, like, did another amendment come into play or something?
Supreme Court cases that the first young lady was talking about, you have examples of Chinese citizens or
Oh yeah,
Native
the Wong
Americans.
Kim. You talking about Wong Kim case?
Correct. And so those things affirm that this amendment extends to more than just the original people it was intended for, which was freed slaves.
Okay, thank you, Tristan. Do anyone have any rebuttals for Tristan?
I have a quick rebuttal for him.
Yes.
Okay, well, since it's nobody else in the queue, we'll take. Are you up for 3 rebuttals tonight, Tristan?
Yes.
Okay, the Black was first, Augustine, Mister. Go ahead, the Black.
While I do agree the original intent was for Black Americans or free slaves and freemen and immigrants who was forced to migrate throughout the Americas.
Hey, I'm sorry, love. Can you hear? Because I cannot hear nobody else but you.
Oh yeah, I can hear. You want to drop and come back?
Yeah, I'm gonna drop and come back.
Okay, yeah, I can hear him. All right, Mister.
Yeah, I do believe that it's been misused and abused, because if we're gonna go away from the original intent, then that means it has to be over time amended and upgraded, but it never has. It's just been used for malicious intent for both sides of the political aisle when it comes down to race relations and immigration. So every person who comes to America, they're supposed to go through the nationalization process. So that's the main reason why the 14th Amendment shouldn't apply to everyone broadly, but just the original intent for only Black Americans.
Tristan, you have the final say.
I'm not sure where to begin, but I would say this. Any country or every country should have a sensible immigration policy. And I don't understand or see how we could have sensible immigration policy without the 14th Amendment that gives a foundation for people who are born in this country to become citizens, and a process for people who are immigrating to this country to become citizens. So that's my response.
Thank you for your response. August, your rebuttal.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say we're not mind readers, right? So we how do we know their intent? We just know what they wrote, and they wrote all, right? So if they wrote all, how are you gonna say their intent was only for freedmen? If they wanted freedmen, they would have written freedmen into it. They wrote all. These are lawyers. Lawyers are super specific in contract writing, right? They're taught how to be specific, detail oriented. Yet they used universal language. So you can't say it was only for, one group when the language is literally universal. You can't say that, especially since we have dozens of Supreme Court cases stretching from the 1800s affirming time and time again it was for everyone.
Thank you. Tristan, final word.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with that. Basically, to clarify, I would say it was the amendment was created in response to the freeing of slaves in 1865. But as he said, the intention was to cover everybody. So while the response was a direct response to freedmen and slavery, it was written in a way to encompass all people, which is why it's been upheld through several Supreme Court cases. So just of a clarification on the wording. But yeah, I guess it is more accurate to say that it wasn't intended specifically for black people. It was just a response to slavery or the ending of slavery. And the result was an amendment that covered everyone, including free slaves.
Okay, quick question while we still got a little time. Tristan, so do you believe illegal people who cross the border illegally, it was meant for them to have babies here when they came illegally? Do you believe that as well? It was meant for anybody, you know, who say, hey, let's go to America and I'm going to have this baby. You know, it was meant for them too?
I would lean towards yes. The idea being that if you're born in America, then you're an American citizen, regardless of how your parents got here, because you can't control the actions of your parents. So if your parents come here illegally and you're born here, then that shouldn't put you in an undocumented status. You are an American citizen, and I think that makes sense from a legal perspective and a moral perspective.
Okay, thanks, Tristan. Mister, your rebuttal?
Yeah, so I disagree that they expanded it. I think that was a misinterpretation, and I even suspect it was a deliberate misinterpretation. And the reason why I say that is because this was a direct response to Dred Scott. Okay, this wasn't a response to an immigrant. Okay, it wasn't. The intent was very clear. We're talking about people who were enslaved or formerly enslaved, right? Right after the civil WAR ended, people were trying to get black folks back into slavery, so they wrote the 13th Amendment, and then they challenged the 13th Amendment, and then they wrote the 14th Amendment to further bolster the 13th Amendment. So that didn't have anything to do with anybody else. All they did was misinterpret the 14th Amendment, but I don't think they expanded it.
Thank you, Mr. Tristan. Final word, then we'll get to your question. And chat, your question is coming up too. Tristan?
Well, I agree. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I agree once again that the amendment was written in response to the freeing of slaves, but I do think it was written in such a way to encompass everyone, and that would include people who were born here, regardless of the circumstances of their birth. It's right there in the amendment. All people born are American citizens.
Okay. Chat, thank you for that, Tristan. Chat, your question, your first question of the night. Who should the 14th Amendment protect first? Descendants of slaves or everyone born in the United States? Tristan, your question of the night is an immigration question. If birthright citizenship applies to everyone born here, does that create incentives for illegal immigration?
Yes, it absolutely creates incentives for illegal immigration. America is a foundational beacon for a lot of people in countries where they don't have the same rights, they don't have the same economic opportunities, and so it's very attractive to come over here and know that if you have a child, that child will have the protections and rights of an American citizen, even if you don't. So I absolutely think it's an incentive for people to come to this country. But I think your question is more along the lines of, is it correct or is it right for people to do that? And that's a whole nother discussion, but I'll land my plane there.
Yeah, nope. The question was exactly what it was. I have my own personal views, but they're not necessary to talk about on this show. But yeah, my question was exactly that. Truly, we're going to drop you down so we can rotate the stage. You can come back up. Thanks for adding to the panel tonight. Thank you. Okay. AES.
Yes, ma'am.
How
Hello.
you
How you
doing?
doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing fantastic. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Thanks for joining the debate tonight.
Oh, it's a debate.
Yeah, it's a debate. It's always a debate here. That's the only lives I do. You want to address the prompt for me?
Oh, okay. I mean, I didn't know it was a debate. I would have sourced up, but
Oh, I mean, we're not really doing sources. Nobody really asking for them, but if you got them, they're more than welcome. You can read them. You had 2 minutes to do your submission. So
right.
you want to?
I mean, predominantly, everyone has addressed the prompt. I mean, to its specifics. Just like the gentleman that went earlier was
Wait a
stating.
minute. Yes. So the prompt question of the night is: was the 14th Amendment meant for the babies of slaves or everyone? I need your submission on it. I want to know how you feel about it.
Right. Yeah. Let me give you a direct answer. Yes, the 14th Amendment um, the 14th Amendment was about
Who was
the
it meant for? The question is, who was it meant for? The babies of slaves or everyone?
yeah, it's for the babies of slaves and for all.
Okay, well, I'll give you 2 minutes so you can, tell us more about your thoughts.
I mean, well, it's very simple. I don't need 2 minutes. It's the 14th Amendment was created for all. It wasn't specifically for just enslaved, for just the babies of enslaved
Well,
for
is it a reason you feel that way, or you just saying it's for all?
No, I mean, if you read the 14th Amendment, that's what it states.
Okay.
It grants citizenship for national born people. So that's very simple. That's not for just only black people or
Okay.
enslaved people babies. It's just very simple. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, you no need to be sorry, sir. Anybody got any rebuttals for AES?
Can I rebut him real quick?
Yeah, August and the Black. All three of y'all.
So
Okay, go ahead,
AES
August. You first, then Black, then Mitchell.
AES, I'm also learning about this amendment real time because I never really thought about it before. But I just learned after some, Google searching that it did not actually apply to all because in apparently 1884, in the case ELK versus Wilkins, the Supreme Court says the 14th Amendment does not apply to Native Americans or American Indians. So you just sat up here saying that it applied to everyone because it said all, yet the Supreme Court itself at the time said it did not apply to everyone. And he went on TCOM. But yeah. So why did it not apply to American Indians if it applied to all?
Well, I didn't read that part, but it does say it grants citizenship to all.
I mean,
It does say that. It says to all. It didn't say specifically all excluding,
But it
citizenship
literally says it did not apply to American Indians. The Supreme Court said
Give
that
him
in
his
1884.
chance to
We're not the
rebuttal,
subject of the matter.
August.
Okay,
Go ahead,
hold on.
AES.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead with your final thought. You can respond to August AES.
Yeah, I mean, my final thought of that is, I didn't read that when I was reading about the 14th Amendment. So I'm not saying he's incorrect about that, but it does say that it grants citizenship to all. I guess you have to read more in depth to find that information he stated. I'm not saying that he's wrong or he's right, but I'm not going to be able to challenge it because I didn't read it to that depth. So
Okay.
That's it.
Well, all right. Were you ready for your next rebuttal? The black?
Sure, let's go to black. Let's go.
Yeah. Again, the first section say all person born or naturalized in the United States is subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That means you have to be a subject of the state or the federal government. Just like August just said, it didn't apply to Native Americans because that's like a nation talking to another nation. They wasn't recognized as subjects under the jurisdiction of state or the federal government. So then everybody acknowledged that the original intent was applied to Black Americans, but somehow it just magically started changing because it was misinterpreted. That's the main reason why it started applying broadly to other people because it was misinterpreted to actually challenge uh, Chinese Americans, Chinese people to come in here and the people that was already here. That's the main reason why it was that Wong Kim art was picked up as a case.
Final say AES?
Okay, I mean, well, have you landed or?
Yep, he landed.
Am I able to respond?
To his rebuttal? No, ma'am. Go ahead, AES.
Okay, well, again, my response to August, again, like I was saying earlier, I
No,
didn't.
it's the black. You responding to the black.
Yes. My response is going to be the same thing also to the black. I've read the 14th Amendment, but I didn't read it to its full depth. You guys, however, have read it to its full depth, and you're educating me. This means I have to go and research and read it to its full length and then understand what you're talking about. However, I can't sit here and challenge your point of reference. So,
Okay, hold on. Mister, do you still even want to rebut him? Because he says he got a...
Well, yeah. I'll just save it, and yeah, I'll just save it.
Okay. Yeah, ATP TV. Who did you even want to rebut?
I mean, first I want to say hello.
Hey.
How are you doing, world?
Hey,
and
sis.
shout out to, I guess, the descendants in the room and to the spectators. I believe those who are new and who are looking for avenues to identify themselves as beneficiaries. You have a
ATPV, what are we doing?
long way to go. I just wanted to give my submission, but I was rebutting AES.
Okay, yeah, it's pointless because we're gonna circulate the stage because ATS AES he want to do more research, so he really don't know. You know what I mean? We just finding out. He said multiple times he want to do more research. So we're gonna actually thank you, AES. I'm gonna just rotate the stage. Thank you for coming up. Yeah, because he don't know.
So I guess I have a question, but I want to answer the topic of the room.
Oh, okay. You want it's I'll get to you as soon as it's your turn. Is that okay?
Sure is.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, who was next? It's the black receipt.
Yeah, it was me.
It ain't gonna take long, ATP.
Yeah, I ain't gonna be too long.
No, I ain't rushing you. It's a couple of other people, but go ahead, the black. You want to address the prompt?
Yes, was the 14th Amendment meant for the babies of slaves or for everyone? It was for the babies of slaves. I don't know how it became broadly brushed for everyone, but that's how people kind of look at it now. But if we're going to go with the original intent, yes, it was for Black Americans, which are the descendants of freemen, slaves, and Indians that was taxed, that was under the jurisdiction of the government or whichever state they reside in. So, yeah, I do believe it was originally intended for Black Americans, descendants of slaves.
Thank you. Anyone have a rebuttal for the black? Was you finished with the black? Because you still got time. You was finished.
Yeah, I will finish. You know, my answer is gonna be kind of short and sweet unless it need more detail to be.
Okay, I have a rebuttal.
All right, thank you. Anybody else have a rebuttal for the black except August? Nobody going once, twice? Okay, go ahead, August.
So, the black, you said it was originally intended for the descendants of black people and black slaves, but the question is, why should Americans today, why should we be bound by the expectations of people who lived when women could not vote, when
Not the
people were
question. You can't
enslaved,
re-ask the
when life
question.
is
Wait a
Just
one
minute,
sec.
answer.
ATP.
That's a
Hey,
rebuttal. That's
hey,
a rebuttal.
TP,
Listen,
don't
y'all,
come off the
tonight,
mute.
tonight we're
You
going to be dropping people.
AI. Right.
Yeah, because this is, you know what I mean? Now I got to give him more time, and that's holding everybody else up. Now I got to give him his time back.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead, August. I'll start your
Okay.
timer over.
Okay, thank you. The black, you said it was originally intended for, black people and the descendants of slaves, but Americans don't feel like we need to be bound by the expectations of people who lived when women could not vote, when, slavery was still constitutional or just recently abolished, when life expectancy was only 40 years old. Right. Thomas Jefferson, one of the founders of the country, wrote, "The earth belongs to the living." Right. The earth belongs to the living. We are the living people now. And what some, DE unalive people wrote, hundreds of years ago, why are you like tethering us onto that? Isn't that a problem? And I land there.
Final say.
In reality, I believe the only people who have an issue with it are first and second generation immigrants and those who coming in today. The original people who came together and built this country, good and bad, YT and black, and those in between that are mixed or multi-racial. They believe that it should stay the same somewhat, and that's been the same way for generations. No, I mean, no matter how you feel, that's just the American way. We like the way we have things. And at the end of the day, like we can't disrupt the ecosystem when every country doesn't do this around the world. It's not fair for us to be required to do things that everyone else is not required to. It's only 3 or 4 countries that have somewhat of open immigration policy, and we have the most loose immigration policy. So yeah, I feel like actual Americans should have the choice how their country should be ran.
Thank you, the black. You ready? Wait, chat. I got a question for y'all. If a tourist has a baby in the United States, should that child automatically become a citizen? Yes or no? The black, you ready for your question?
Yes, ma'am.
They labeled this a trap question.
Okay.
Okay. If the amendment was written right after slavery, why would lawmakers be thinking about future illegal immigrants?
Personally, I don't think they had somewhat that in mind, because when you, like I said earlier, when you look at the debates over the 14th Amendment, they mentioned gypsies and other groups of immigrants that may come over here, the Chinese, and they were specific, like they didn't want this to apply to them. And they were trying to find ways to make sure it only applied to Black Americans. One reason why they made the Freedmen's Bureau and other things like that. But after Reconstruction, immigration became a tool of classism and somewhat a tool of white supremacy as we know it today. So at the end of the day, I feel like the progressive era is what kind of changed everything and start pushing us towards a one world government, which most countries has always been opposed to. That's why you have nationalism, which was later on interpreted by political talking heads as fascism or that other stuff, the Watsies.
Okay, thank you. Are you landed the black? Okay. So next we have ATP. Oh, who was Mr. Was Black American up here before ATP?
It was ATP Deborah.
No, he's last. And also, did I am Sabra go already?
Yeah, she went
Okay.
earlier.
All right.
Did you
And
want to
I
respond
like,
to the prompt too?
yeah, after the last person here, Black American, I'll respond.
Okay. All right. ATP. Hey. Hey, bro.
Hey. So, the prompt was the 14th Amendment meant for the babies of slaves and everyone. The 14th Amendment was meant for the descendants, the formerly enslaved and their descendants, and free persons. I think other people are tearing or tagging on to the all persons because they believe the all persons means citizen, and it doesn't. So the Constitution specifically recognizes the terminology all persons, and it also recognizes the term citizen separately. And the fact that immigrants today believe they are the beneficiaries of the Constitution as a citizen is the problem. They, however, are beneficiaries of people who are due liberty and protections because the United States believed that anyone in its jurisdiction, state, nations, or federal, should have a right to due process. Does not mean that you have the legal rights of a citizen under due process. It means that you have a right to due process. Now, what happens to you, that is up to where you are captured or jailed or taken into custody under whichever state's jurisdiction in their constitution, because states have their own constitutions, laws, and codes that are supposed to mirror the highest law in the land. And the Constitution only recognizes three bodies of law in this land. And I'll land there.
Thank you so much, ATP. Anybody got a rebuttal for ATP?
I can rebut if nobody else wants to.
Okay, go ahead.
Go right after him.
Okay, I am in August. August, you first. Go ahead.
So, from what I understand about how it was passed, the 14th Amendment, it was, sort of through political bargaining. A lot of legislatures, Congress people who had, different and sometimes contradictory intentions, right? So they didn't even agree with themselves about what the intent was. All we know is that they agreed on this universal language. But you're here making definitive claims that no, this specific thing is what they all meant. How do you know? Were you there? Did you mind read the intentions of all those different political bargainers? And I land there.
Well, so this is the beauty of interpretation. The interpretation is left up to the person who is reading. And unfortunately, no, we were not there when they were creating and also deliberating against creating the Reconstruction laws, but most certainly the Reconstruction laws were for those who were here in the United States, not the ones who came thereafter. Secondly, the Supreme Court justices themselves had been born of immigrant status themselves. So to protect and uphold their interpretation of law, they would seem very, very contradictory. However, it does not mean that the interpretation that was given in the Wong Kim Ark case was proper, because as folks have gone back through to that entire case, the justices made a mistake And the way they made a mistake is Won Kim Ark's parents never solidified their citizenship because they went back to China. That means under Secretary terms, 1662, the status of the child follows the mother. So that means that his status should have followed the mother, who was still an immigrant, because she never filed for what? Naturalization. Neither did his father. Yet and still, because he was born here, he was almost, how do you say it? Retroactively given citizenship. Why? Because it would have challenged the Supreme Court justices' position, as they also were children of immigrants. So I don't have to be born yesteryear to interpret what I'm reading today.
So you're accusing justices of being tethers?
I didn't say that. You did.
I am your rebuttal.
I'm not sure if I heard what she said right about like distinguishing between, the persons versus citizens. I just want to say like specifically, like the amendment says that, no state shall deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protections of the law. And this includes citizens, legal immigrants within the United States, and undocumented immigrants. So yes, they are granted that, but they're not granted that as citizens. They're granted that as people under the jurisdiction of the United States.
Okay, so what did I say different?
Wait a minute, AT. I got a quick question. I know, I just got a quick question, AT. Can you tell me the difference between the undocumented immigrant and the illegal immigrant?
Undocumented versus illegal. I feel like it could be used as both, but like I would say undocumented immigrant, like you had like you fully illegally came. Wouldn't it be the same? Like you fully illegally came to the United States and you don't have like a citizenship status or visa or like a work sponsor, but then you would then be an illegal, like let's say you had like a work visa, for example, or a student visa, and it expired, you would then be an illegal immigrant. But prior to that, you had documents to be an immigrant in the United States.
So undocumented and illegal is the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, AT, with your, I'll start your time, AT.
No, I was just asking her, what did I say different?
Sorry, I said I'm not sure if I like misheard what you were saying, but I just want to clear that up.
Oh, okay. Well, I definitely didn't need clarity because I was very clear on what I said. All persons does not mean citizenship. Citizenship is definitely defined by Congress in the states and is enforced by the federal government. All persons do not hold citizenship. However, they are governed by the jurisdiction in which they land their feet in, and they have to go through due process. Does not mean that they will go through due process similar to a citizen.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, AT, you ready for your question?
Sure.
Okay, it's a fairness question. If the amendment was meant to fix the injustice of slavery, is it fair for groups who did not experience that history to benefit from it?
Say it one more time, please.
Yeah. If the amendment was meant to fix the injustice of slavery, is it fair for groups who did not experience that history to benefit from it?
So the 14th Amendment was an amendment that was a part of a group of amendments to adjust for economic depravity that was happening to the enslaved population and the free Negroes who also were having their lands and their economics essentially stolen under white notes and homestead deeds. And what happened to me is that if you use only one amendment, like the 14th Amendment alone, that is not going to fix or intend to fix what had happened in years upon years, even into today. It is the Reconstruction laws together, along with state codes, that were meant to be reinforced. And those who are in office today and post years, they have mismanaged those things.
Okay, Mister, can we do a mod break? I'm sorry, y'all. I was hungry. Can we do a mod break?
Yeah, I'm hungry too. You know what I'm hungry for? I need some likes up in here, y'all. Okay. I'm saying here, I'm walking through the grocery store. I'm looking for some shares. All right. I'm shopping for shares, y'all. Okay. I'm doing some comparison shopping for these follows and these heart me's. Okay. So let's go ahead and get it up there. All right, y'all. Let's get it up there. Let's get it up there, y'all. Go ahead and tap that screen. Go ahead and tap it up. Let's go ahead and get up there to 30K. Okay, y'all. You already know what our goal is. You already know what the standard is. You already know what the bar is. You know what we came here to do. We came here to get that 100 band, that 100K. We trying to get it up there. Okay, y'all. Let's go ahead and get it out the way. Thank y'all to the 100 people plus who are up in here. Thank y'all for getting us this far. Thank you for answering the questions of the chat. Y'all, the MVP. Thank y'all for the people who are coming up here, who are brave enough to come up here and talk about this subject. Okay. Yes. Make sure that you have your material in order. Make sure that you are prepared. Okay. Because we got people coming with that heat. We got people who know what they're talking about. All right, there's people who been going back and forth about this, and you better be ready to stand on it. All right. So if y'all ready for those verbal hands, y'all go ahead and bring it on. Okay. If y'all got them verbal hands and verbal feet, all right. If you ready to catch a fair one, come on up. All right. Go ahead. Don't be shy. Don't just be out there typing in the chat. Okay. If you got something you want to say, this is the place for you. All right. Thank y'all for coming through. Make sure that y'all hit those challenges up there at the top, and definitely make sure that you gift your favorite panelists. All right, y'all. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mister. I'm going to rotate the stage. I'm going to put you down to the comments. You can come back up if you like. Thanks for your petition. You're welcome. Thanks for thank you for being here. Your participation.
Before she goes, I thought we were going to go back to the question, the undocumented and illegal immigrant question.
Do you want me to clear it?
That? No, hold on. I think ATV. You want to have a back and forth real quick?
Yes.
Okay.
I can clear it up first, real quick.
Go ahead. That's
just
okay. You don't have to go nowhere now. He dropped, so that's fine. Go ahead, y'all. I'll give y'all 2 minutes for that.
You're good. I feel like I scrambled in like what I was trying to say, but you asked is there like a difference in definition between an illegal immigrant versus an undocumented immigrant?
Is the time on me?
No.
It's both of y'all. Go ahead.
Oh, good. So no, I didn't. I heard your submission, and
I said I wanted to clear it up. She said yes.
Okay. So I wanted to.
So I'll go ahead and clear it up first, just to make sure it doesn't sound scrambled. So for an undocumented immigrant, like I said earlier, it's just a person who's like in the United States without like actual official immigrant documents or like a legal status. And then with like an illegal immigrant, it just means like you didn't have any like formal legal authorization to be in the United States, and at times it is used interchangeably.
Okay, so a legal immigrant crossing the border without prior notice and documentation, and undocumented person is someone who probably had documentation. It might have expired, like H-1B visas, et cetera, et cetera. And I think also you have people on there are other foreign ways that people use to get into the United States, even people joining our military, and they're waiting to go through the process for documentation. And so to me, illegal immigrant versus an undocumented immigrant, they're still immigrants. They just have different ways of being in the United States, and one is illegal. And I think that if you're here over 20 to 30 years and you haven't applied for citizenship and you came in on a visa, you should be classified as an illegal immigrant because you've now broken the law.
AT, can I ask you a question?
Huh?
So, what should happen to the children? I mean, you know, what, in your opinion, what should
You know
happen to
what?
the?
So I think that the children should be the children, and again, it should go back to the 1662 Act in Virginia. The status of the children should follow the mother. So if the mother does what she's supposed to do and the father do what they're supposed to do, and of course they need to edit that clause and include the father. But if they did what they're supposed to do and go through the process of naturalization, then the status of the parents should lead the children, because again, that was the clause, that was the law of the land. And to change that today, to me, to try for people to fight and say, well, you have all these kids, they're being born here and all that stuff. If you come here on a vacation and you're 8 months pregnant, your child should go back with you, be made to go back with you, because your intentions were not to come here for a vacation. Your intentions were come here to actually misappropriate and abuse the law here. So the children should go back with their parents.
Thank you. And then just to let the room know, we only had a certain amount of time for this discussion. We will be going into another discussion after we're done with these questions. We're going to be hanging out tonight, so hopefully y'all can stay. Okay, Black American High.
Hey, Sister Love, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. Thank you for joining tonight.
Thank you for having
Good
me. Last time
morning.
I was up here, I ran out of time, so I had to leave before it was my turn. So I was like, I got to get back on one of them panels.
Well, thank you. Want to address the prompt for me?
I absolutely do. Was the 14th Amendment meant for the babies of slaves or the formerly enslaved or for everyone? Obviously, it's for the formerly enslaved and their progeny only. And this is a really, really simple concept to understand unless you have an ulterior motive. And just to point out who I believe has an ulterior motive on this panel, so we can have the back and forth if necessary, is August. That's why he came in with the bad faith talking point about citizens of African descent. He centered only one person on the entire amendment, Bingham, who was just one of the authors, but he actually conveniently left out the grassroots efforts of William Nesbitt, who got together with with Bingham's fellow politicians and colleagues, the radical Republicans, Charles Sumner, Thaddeus Stevens, and others, to pass that. They were the champions of the Reconstruction era. That's why the 14th Amendment is one of the Reconstruction Amendments, the 13th, 14th, and 15th. And it is for us only. Now, as far as the language that people are going back and forth on, that is also cut and dry. At that time, when this amendment was passed, there were 3 groups in the country: 2 that were not immigrants, the Native Americans, the formerly enslaved, the Black Americans who were clearly day one citizens, but obviously the Dred Scott situation muddied the waters on that, and then everybody else. The reason why we know it wasn't for everybody is because that other group, everybody else, that includes the settlers and the other immigrants coming over, they all had avenues which to secure their citizenship. It was called naturalization. They could apply for citizenship status. The formerly enslaved, because that was in doubt based on what happened with the Dred Scott decision, that's why the amendment was needed, to codify our citizenship. And just like they did with Roe v. Wade, the liberals took that language and manipulated it for their own benefits. And that's why you have them tethering on people to this amendment that don't belong, because unless you are subject to
20
the
seconds,
jurisdiction
Black
thereof,
American.
thank you, unless you are subject to the jurisdiction thereof, like the formerly enslaved were at the time, then this does not apply to you. That's why Roe v. Wade was sent back
Can
down,
I rebut
and
him?
that's why this will be sent back down, hopefully after the Supreme Court rules on it.
Rebut him.
Yep, thank you for your submission. Hold on, August. So, August, you won. Would anyone else like to rebut Black American?
I would just like to ask him a
Wait a
question.
minute, Peacemaker. Do you have a rebuttal? Hey, welcome back, Peacemaker. You got a rebuttal for him or a question?
Just a question because I don't know your laws in
Okay.
your country,
Okay,
but I'm
well,
aware that in so many countries, in the
hold on,
world,
Peacemaker. Hold on 1 second. I'll let you ask him a question at the end of August rebuttal. I'll give y'all a little time. Go ahead, August.
Okay, the gentleman said I only mentioned one person, John Bigham of Ohio, who was one of the primary sponsors of the 14th Amendment. I'll give you a second person, Senator Jacob Howard from Michigan, who is credited with introducing the amendment to the Senate. He explicitly stated that it applies to every person born within the limits of the United States and subject to their jurisdiction. Then he was asked specifically, does it apply to Chinese immigrants, which was already a contentious issue in 1866, and he confirmed that yes, it also applied to them. The reason it uses universal language is because the Naturalization Act of 1790 limited citizenship to persons, to free white persons. So to get rid of that race idea, it included the all language. We were moving away from race. If it wanted to apply to only Black people, it would say freedmen or Black persons or descendants of slaves. It does not say that. And I will end with this. Anyone who says that, the 14th Amendment only applies to BLK people is trying to introduce a caste system. Caste system is, a hereditary where you basically assign membership by birth and you can't escape it. But basically in our country, we want anyone born on this soil, regardless of parental status, to have citizenship, because otherwise you're going to have people born here, and if their parents are undocumented, they're raised here, they don't know any other country, yet they lack citizenship. So it's going to become basically a new slave class. So that's a big irony of people who are saying it was for slaves, but by the approach that they want to take in bringing it, the different definition, they want to create a new slave class, because any undocumented child born here is going to become a basically stateless, casteless slave that's going to be exploited without citizenship rights. And I land there.
Black American, final say.
Thank you. So again, this is the bad faith argument of someone like August. We can see what his ulterior motive is, right? He is advocating for immigrants, specifically illegal aliens, and that's okay. That's his right. There would not be a caste system, because a caste system means that we are trying to deny you those rights. We're not. We're just saying this is for us. You can now advocate for specific legislation to fight back against what you feel would happen without this amendment applying to you. No one's stopping you from doing that. What you want to do is tether onto the work that we have already done. See, William Nesbitt was fighting specifically for those foundational Black American families that were formerly enslaved and being denied their rights. So that's why this 14th Amendment is for us, because our people bled, sweat, and died for it. Now you can do the same for yours. We're not denying you that, but we're not going to allow you to tether on. And we know that it didn't mean for everybody, because you have to, again, go back to that day. Who was here? If it was for all people, then it would have applied to the white folks. It didn't apply to the white folks. Why? Because they already had their citizenship and they had ways to apply for it. That is why it was only for the group that did not have a way to apply for it, because we were day one citizens, and that was trying to be taken away by the Dred Scott decision. The 14th Amendment just codified it for us. That's it. So if you want to stop a potential caste system, go have that fight. Stay out of our business and everything will be all good. But you don't get to tether onto ours. And we know that it was flawed, because guess what? The 14th Amendment was ratified in 1868. The Wong case comes in 1898. And guess what? Even though it was passed, you already said that the gentleman from Michigan said it does apply to Chinese. If it applied to Chinese, that case would have never made it to the Supreme Court. So we know that's a lie. Here's what we also know, that even though it did pass in 1898, it didn't still apply to everyone like you say it does, because the Native Americans didn't get their citizenship until 1924. Why? Because they weren't subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And that's what you keep forgetting and trying to conveniently leave out. And so someone that is born here with illegal alien parents, they are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And so they get to follow their parents, because we don't believe in child separation. But they do not become automatic. They don't get to become automatic citizens based on the work that my ancestors did. And that's that.
Thank you, Black American. You ready for your question?
Oh, I definitely am.
Okay. It's a Supreme Court question.
Yes.
Should the Supreme Court of the United States revisit how the 14th Amendment is interpreted regarding birthright citizenship?
Oh, that's a layup, 1,000%. And I'm glad that they are doing it. And this is when we're seeing, because people love to talk about how, I was talking to some Democrat politicians here in New York as we were doing some advocacy work out here, and they were trying to tell me that this court is a partisan court. And that is true. But what they failed to say is that every court before this was also a partisan court, right? Because it's going to be based on the makeup. And so what we found is that the party of illegal aliens controlled the narrative of the court for some years. And in those years, that's where you get Roe v. Wade and abortion trying to be codified in the Supreme Court and make it constitutional when it was not in there under the original intent of any of the amendments that they tried to tie abortion to. And hopefully we will see that same thing happen with trying to tie anchor babies or birthright citizenship for illegal aliens to this amendment that was not meant for them. So they are reviewing it now. And if they base it on the original intent, the nature of the law at the time and who it was meant for, then yes, they will revisit that amendment. They will make the right ruling. And that ruling will be that if you come to this country the right way and you are a legal immigrant and you are naturalized and you have a child, then that child is a citizen. If you are an illegal alien, undocumented immigrant, those are the same thing. If you're either one of those things and you try to have a baby here, that will be null and void and everybody gets to go home, return to sender. Another thing, and here's something that most people don't know that's happening. You guys can look this up. There are baby making farms in China where they are sending embryos here, using the sperm of donors here in America, inducing that, or creating that baby, sending it back to China, placing it in a surrogate, and then that child is born with birthright citizenship. If you're gonna tell
This man has lost his mind.
if you're gonna
He said
tell me that
baby
that is
making
what it was
farm.
meant for, then you have lost your mind. And y'all can look that up since August is trying to lie again.
Okay, thank you. Peacemaker had a question for you. I'll give you guys 1 minute. Peacemaker.
I don't really need 1 minute.
Okay.
Since it's just a question, because I don't know your laws. Because all along I was thinking that every person born, in that land, which I believe, even in the air, if an international flight is flying over America, even if it's not intended for to land in America, and a baby is born on that flight in American airspace, that baby is American, just like as it is in other countries. But I don't know. That I wanted to ask that question because up until now, I was thinking that people born in your country or UK or France or other places, they are automatic citizens. And then I will say very quickly, I don't think that, especially Africans, that they want to be citizens of any country. They only want to be citizens of America for access. Only for access. Not to be you or to take anything from you. Because when you have American passports or UK passport or French or German passport, you can access other countries without visas. Some other countries without visas. So I don't I hope that you guys not thinking that somebody, are trying to be citizens, to compete with you or to take anything from you. For Africans, it's just for access. So I mean, you can talk to me about that, about having a child, in American airspace, and if up until now, if a child born in America is American, or Canada, or Japan, or other places, but at
Hold
least you can talk
on.
about America since
Wait a
that's your
minute.
country.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna let Black. I just want to get a clear understanding for myself. Are you were under the impression that the person can be on an airplane flying across the United States of
In the
America
yes,
airspace, and they
airspace,
have a
yes,
baby, and we accepting
yes,
airspace babies too?
yes. Some countries. I thought America was one of them.
Okay, go ahead, Black.
That actually happened. A
Listen,
Chinese lady who
she
gave
said
birth just
black.
in the
August,
airspace of Alaska got citizenship.
August. She said black. She said black.
I don't know why Black is laughing. It's just
No,
a
I'm no.
question.
No, I'm not. No. I'm not laughing at you, my brother. I'm laughing
No,
because
it doesn't matter to me either way. I'm just wondering why is nothing funny about that.
okay, so all right. So let me answer. So I'm laughing because based on the way in which the Democrats and the liberals have been interpreting this law, I wouldn't put anything past them. We might have airspace babies. So I'm not denying what you're saying. I'm saying that is probably true. That definitely needs to change, but that is probably true. So I don't deny that at all. I don't know that for sure, but like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Now to your next point that you made about, oh, we're not, don't worry, or if you're worrying or wondering you're worrying if we're wondering about why Africans want to be here, whether they're trying to compete with us or replace us, they're just here for access. The
Yes,
issue,
what I'm saying is that Africans that seek your citizenship are
Peacemaker,
primarily doing it for access, nothing
I
else.
got you. Let me answer it. So whether it's access or not, right? I don't deny that, but the bottom line is that you want access to what? And this is not a question for you to answer. I'm going to answer it.
Access to other countries, to be able to go to America without worrying about visas, going to embassy and all the hassles. You can go to UK visa free. You can go to Canada, Japan, Germany, and many other host of other countries.
Right,
That's what I mean by access.
I knew what you. I got it. I understand there's a cultural divide here. What I'm saying is, no matter how you want to slice it or how you frame it, you want access to what Black Americans created and provided.
No, it's not Black America. It's America. No, Black America. America is not Black America.
That access. How do you think you get that access?
No, listen to me. People in Germany have the same access.
You're not American, so you got to listen.
Brother, I want you to understand me, please.
No, I already understand you.
No, you don't. From the point you made, you don't understand me. America is not black.
There's two Americas, right? There's two Americas. Black America and white America. White America don't want you having access to shit.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not the point. It's not the point. It's not who wants it or who doesn't want it. I'm talking to you from our angle.
You're not getting it.
No. You didn't create anything. We don't want nothing from you. We don't want nothing from you. We're talking about America as a country, not black, not Hispanic, not Chinese. Hold on, brother. Hold on. You're fighting for nothing.
We built it.
You didn't build nothing. Black Africans built America, not you. Enslaved Africans built America, not you. But listen, please. No, don't get away from the question. Don't get away from the question. The question is.
1 minute. I'll let this. Wait, one at a time. What is your?
One at a time.
I know. Wait a minute, Peacemaker. What is your specific question?
My specific is I talk about Germany, Canada, Russia, and other places. So it's not about what Black America did. Black America did not do anything.
Okay,
if I go to Canada,
what question do you have?
My question is, in Canada, in Germany, in UK, people seek the passport for access, not Black Germans, not because of Black UK people, not because of Black Canadians,
I don't
It's
even know
the
what you're talking about.
the country, not the race.
Okay,
Lord
ask
Jesus.
him
You only 13%.
okay, ask him the question you want him to
The
answer,
question
Peacemaker, so we
is,
can go ahead.
when Africans go overseas and seek citizenships in countries, it's for the same reasons, for access, you know, for access like Canada, Germany, Japan, France, you know.
Can
So,
I
but
ask a question?
when I seek the same thing in America, you say, "Oh, you wanna take that on to what we work for." It's not about you. It's about the country.
Okay.
Okay,
Otherwise,
so
people.
Can
Just let
I
me
ask
know
a
when you're
question,
done,
please?
so I
yeah,
can
wait a
rebut.
minute. Are you done? Are you done, Peacemaker? Because somebody else, Black American, has to respond, and then
I
ATP.
just want him to understand when we seek the same thing we seek in Germany and Russia and France, we're not seeking it because of Black America. It has nothing to do with Black America. It has
Okay,
everything to do with the country. The
okay,
country of
Peacemaker.
America, France, Mexico, and others.
All right, we understand. We get it. So, do you have a response to his question? Because ATP, she wants to ask Peacemaker, right? Do you have a question for him, AT?
Yes, I have a
Oh,
question for
okay, one
Peacemaker.
second. Black American, you want to go ahead and answer his question? I believe his question is about access. That's
Yeah,
all I can get.
yeah, right. I just want to make. I'm gonna just clear some things up because he's highly confused, and I need him to just stay on his mute. That's all.
Okay.
That's all. So just stay on your mute like I did, so you get
Okay.
that out. Okay. Thank you. Please mute up and don't interrupt me. Okay. So here's what you need to understand, because I understood everything that you just said. You guys go around the world like parasites, looking for places you can get opportunities from, and that's okay. I don't even have a problem with that. Here's what I'm trying to get you to understand: how America is different from all the other countries y'all go to and try to take resources from. There are two Americas here. There have always been two Americas: white America and black America. White America don't want to give you or any of your people any resources. The only reason why you are able to come to the United States of America or get access to the United States of America is based on all the blood, sweat, tears, and tireless work that foundational black Americans and our ancestors did to open those doors, because
Ancestors did nothing. Africa did
Okay,
it,
all
not
right,
you.
wrap this up. Okay, we're gonna wrap this up. We get both of y'all. He want the access, and we ain't did nothing. And Black
Right.
American youth
I
basically.
never say nothing about
Right,
resources.
exactly.
No,
I
well,
say
access.
access.
No,
Access
Going
to
to
what?
wait a
Canada
minute.
without visa.
Oh,
Hold
please.
on. I
Okay.
understand. I understand. You want access to go through our country freely, right? That's what
Go
you're
through
saying.
other countries. Yes, nothing
Yes.
about your
Oh,
resources. I don't know why
no,
you're talking about
I'm saying
resources.
what Black American was talking about. Okay, we're gonna move on. AT,
Yeah, please.
you got a question for him. Go ahead.
We're gonna be educated
So
tonight.
my question to Peacemaker is: you want access? Do you have an allegiance to the United States?
I don't even have paperwork. I didn't say I want access.
Hold on.
You
So
asked me a question, right?
I want to ask it again so you can answer it clearly. Do you have an allegiance to the United States?
I said no.
Okay,
I don't even have paperwork.
Okay, so Peacemaker, are you suggesting that possibly this country should give other people with no allegiance to the United States access to go through here to Canada?
That means you guys never understand the question I'm asking. What I ask is, what I was talking about is, when Africans looking for passports in other countries, like in the Western countries, primarily, they're looking for that passport so that when they want to travel to other countries, they don't need to go to Embassy of Japan for visa. They don't need to go to UK, France, or Mexico for visa, because American passport might be just like other passports, like Canada, Mexico too, can go many places without applying for visa, So I'm saying that they're looking for those passport for visa, not for your resources. Has nothing to do with what your ancestors did.
Isn't a visa used for access to resources?
No,
It's not. So
no.
you're telling me the different types of visas, which there are many,
I'm not even
aren't
talking
they
about visa. I don't talk about
You
visa.
said visa.
I didn't say
Sir,
anything
are you
about. I
listening
didn't
to
say anything. I
yourself?
said without visa.
Okay,
They
so
not
that's
so that
enough.
they can
You want to
travel without.
be an invader into other people's land that have rules and regulations,
What is
and you want to.
invader? This is law. This is
That's
the
what it's
law.
called. But that is what it's called.
Canada
That's
said,
what.
no, Canada said, if I have Canadian passport,
Wait
they
a
have
minute.
agreement with UK
Okay.
and
Okay, hold on,
France.
both of y'all. Wait a minute. Peacemaker, Black American, and ATB. Tristan. Tristan, what do you say? Well, how do you feel about this conversation that's just been had? Peacemaker, he wants to be able. I mean, you know what I mean. What do you get from this?
It seems like people are totally misunderstanding each other. I think what Peacemaker is saying is that in other countries, you can have a passport and you don't need a visa, and it allows you to travel to other countries without having to stop at an embassy and get a visa. And he's saying, why can't America be like these other countries, Mexico and Canada, where a passport is all you need? And I think Black American and ATB are hinting at the fact that people come from other countries and they want to become American citizens or work here, and they seem to believe that's something. They're taking resources from America, or they're some kind of a pariah or negative aspect of immigration. And in my opinion, I think immigration is good. I think legal immigration is good. And I think we need to change our immigration laws. But I don't mind people coming to our country for whatever reason, as long as they're coming here to be a positive aspect of it and work. I don't think we need any more enemies in America as black people.
Okay, but Tristan, how do you know that? Wait a minute, AT, hold on, please. Tristan, how do you know their intent?
When they come to America, they have to have some sort of a reason that they're coming to America, which is part of the application process, unless they're just visiting as a tourist. And
people don't lie.
As a tourist, and that's their reason, and that they're coming to visit. But at the end of the day,
people don't lie, Tristan.
Yeah, people lie. Yeah, people abuse the system all the time, but I don't think you build a system around the people who are breaking the law. You build a system around the things that you want to get from that actual system. And so I think the system of immigration should be designed to allow people in the country legally so that we can benefit from the aspects of immigration.
Okay, thank you. We can move on. Mr. Ether, you ready to respond to the prompt?
Yep. All right. Was the 14th Amendment meant for the babies of slaves or for everyone? It was for those who were enslaved. It was Black Americans who pushed for the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, and we didn't mention anything about any outsiders. It doesn't make sense for people to make a rule that anybody is allowed in your house. The law doesn't say all people are allowed in your house. It does not say that, okay? You have to, in order for you to make that argument, you have to ignore the part about under the jurisdiction thereof. You have to make that argument. And yeah, that's just not what it is. Basically, that all that's saying is if you're my family and I know you, all right, if you're part of this house, then yeah, you can come into this house. That's all it's saying. Okay? Black Americans, Dr. Claude Anderson in particular, he told us that America has two constitutions. The 1 through 12 is the white constitution, and 13th, 14th is the black constitution. Like people have pointed out, the Native Americans didn't get citizenship under the 14th Amendment. Right. So why would somebody from another country who dropped off a child get benefits under that as well? It doesn't make any sense. There were immigrants already coming here, and they was getting their citizenship through other means. And if it was intended for everybody, then we wouldn't have needed the Immigration Act of the 1960s, right? So there's plenty of all these avenues that people have taken in order for them to get citizenship. People have just been using it and misinterpreting it so they can get a fast track to citizenship so that they don't have to go through the naturalization process. And the naturalization process has been around for a long time. And I'll land there.
Okay, anyone have any rebuttals for Mr.?
Can I rebut him real quick?
Yes, August. Yeah, Tristan. Okay, go ahead, August.
So two things. First, yeah, Black Americans were responsible for helping push through the 14th Amendment, but so were, other Americans. And the Civil War was fought over discrimination based on ancestry, right? Especially discrimination against people of non-European ancestry. So the whole point of the 14th Amendment was to say racial ancestry does not matter. Everyone is going to be equal regardless of ancestry. That's why it uses the all language. Even Frederick Douglass, I wish I could pull up the quote, when he was celebrating the 14th Amendment, pointed out that it belonged to any person, right? I have to also say that other countries have had the experience of making citizenship only for people born from people of the ancestry of that country. Basically, there's no racist country beyond Germany, and they had something called the Gastarbeiter program, which is guest worker. People would come in from Turkey, usually have kids. The kids would not get citizenship. Those Germans saw it was causing huge problems to have children born in the country who could speak the language, go to the school, yet they could not have citizenship. So Germany, this super racist country that committed the Holocaust, itself changed its law in 2000 to say does not matter. Anyone can become a German citizen, right? So for you to say that we have to now change that, it's weird. And last thing, and I align with this, for 150 years, birthright citizenship was the law of the land. There was no issue, and it was because the immigrants were Europeans. Now that we got more melanated people coming in, suddenly it's an issue. Suddenly people want to get rid of it. Don't you think that's a problem? I land there.
Thank you.
And one thing, host, there are so many ways to gain citizenships in countries, not just
Okay.
America.
Okay, thank you, Peacemaker. Final say, Mr.
Okay. Yeah, my signal was dropping, so I kind of missed some of the stuff he said. But really, a lot of the things that he said were things I didn't even say. So I'll just put it like this, man. It wasn't meant for anybody else. Okay. Yeah. So what if there were other people fighting for it? It was Black Americans who were the main people pushing for it. We would not have it if it were not for Black Americans. That's just the bottom line. And no, it doesn't mention anything about race, but neither does the Constitution. And yet it was racially enforced. It was enforced along racial lines. So yeah, it doesn't have to mention black or white or anything like that. It's about the intent of it. Okay. So yes, my statement still stands. As far as like this stuff that was happening over there in Germany, I mean, like that doesn't really even matter. Okay. We don't need to follow the laws that they create. Okay. It didn't have to expand, and it never truly did expand. It was just interpreted. And people have to really look at that term under the jurisdiction thereof. If you're not under the jurisdiction, okay, if you cannot be taxed, if you cannot be summoned to jury duty, if you cannot be drafted, if we ever break out in a WAR and things like that, if you're not obligated to follow the laws of the United States, then you're not under the jurisdiction. That's just it. If you're an illegal, you're not a citizen if you have a child here or a national, and that's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tristan.
But they are under the jurisdiction.
Okay.
If you're illegal and you unalive someone, you get arrested, right? Because the law says That's not allowed.
Okay,
Is Tristan?
That's not
Christian,
jurisdiction.
Christian, your rebuttal.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between the
Can y'all hear
intent
Tristan?
of law.
Can you hear
Can you hear
him?
me?
Can you hear him? Yeah, I can
Okay,
hear
here.
him.
Let me
Hello?
drop. Let me drop. Well, you know what? Hey, I think he's fine. Go ahead, Tristan.
So the actual text of the law is saying for all people. I agree that it was a response to slavery, and this is why the law was initially created. But when it was actually written, it was written in such a way to encompass all people, because regardless of if that law was written expressly for Black people, at some point the same problem would arise. You would have immigrants, legal or not, that have children here, and that question would have to be answered: are these people going to be guaranteed citizenship or not? And the law was written in such everybody born in America is a citizen. Even if you're born in international waters or in airspace, you're a citizen. Now, you might disagree with that. You might not like it. You might feel otherwise about it. But the law actually says if you were born here, you're an American. And when it comes to Native Americans, they weren't under the jurisdiction of America, because there's something like 500 Native American nations borders right now. So that question had to be answered in case law in 1924, and at that point in time, it was decided that yes, even Native Americans who were born in America, even if they're on a reservation, are still granted American citizenship. They have dual citizenship. Jurisdiction means the land of America. So if you're in this country, even if you're illegal, like August was saying, you're still under the jurisdiction of America. You break a law, you get treated like anyone else. And so I think what we have here is people disagree with the nature of the law. People feel like shit just as born here. To a law says that is the text of the law. You're a citizen born in America. Whether you like it or not is another discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, host, I have to drop. It was good talking to the panel and debating. I have to drop now.
All
See you
right, bye.
tomorrow.
Thank you all. Good to see you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
So,
I was able to catch what he said, and after this, I'm gonna have to drop down and come back up because my thing is malfunctioning. But to that, the Indians, the Native Americans, they need a congressional act. They need a completely different act in law for them to gain citizenship, and it wasn't the 14th Amendment. And also to the all thing. People keep talking about all. That term, y'all keep missing the under the jurisdiction of. That means that they're not leaving the door open for any old person to come along. You're leaving the door open for your enemies if you are ignoring that very fact. It's the jurisdiction of, okay? You're not going to sit up here and say they're going to leave the door open for El Chapo to come on in, okay? You're not talking about any old foreign national to come on in, because now you're talking about spying, espionage. You're talking about, treason and threats like, 9/11 and things like that, okay? That part, under the jurisdiction thereof, is supposed to safeguard us from foreign attacks, okay? It's not meant for everybody. I don't know why people are not getting this, okay? All
You're not getting
people
it. You know I'm
under
not
the
getting it.
juris. And by the way, Peacemaker got deported, by the way, and that's why he's upset. But here's my
Yes.
thing, okay, man? Listen. It is not for all, period, okay, y'all? It is for all those you had to have gone through, if you're a foreign national, gone through the naturalization process. You have to go through an immigration process here to then become under the jurisdiction of this United States government, okay? If foreign nationals visit over here and they're on a student visa and they have children and then a WAR breaks out, they are not going to be able to draft them or their children. They cannot say, hey, you got to show up for jury duty. They are not of this nation, okay? So that's just what it is. Sorry, people are misinterpreting it, but you can't misinterpret it. You got to follow the letter of the law. Not land there.
The
How you
law
doing, bro?
says,
Yeah,
the
I
law
would like
says,
to reply.
wait,
Oh, sorry.
Wait, no rebuttals. Hold on, because we're gonna move on. Because we only got 4 more questions. Then this was basically a warm up for the show. Then we will be going into another topic of debate. It will be another debate. Mister, you ready for your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If citizenship is automatic for everyone, wait, let me start over. If citizenship is automatic for everyone born here, why does the Constitution include the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof?
That's a good question. That it's not meant for everyone born here. That's just what it is. Okay. Some people might float over here on a raft and nobody ever figures it out. You know, you get some Chinese people, right? And they come over here, like I said, if they come over here on a student visa, or if they're a prime minister or it's something, if they're coming over here for work visas or something like that to do a job and leave, then it doesn't matter if they have a child here or not. That child is not a citizen. That child is a citizen of the country that their parents came from. The country that they came from is going to claim that child as one of theirs, okay? And you cannot sit up here and say that you're going to have dual allegiances to places. Okay, you have to say either this is my country or that is my country, which is why they require you to give up all claims of any other countries. Okay, you have to give that up.
That's
You
a
cannot
lie.
come over
That is a
here.
lie.
You
You can
cannot come over
you can
here
have dual
and say
citizenship.
that you can't.
Peacemaker,
Sorry,
can you
he got
please stay on
deported,
your
y'all.
mic?
He's just upset.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you're about to get deported again, peace. Okay, calm down. All right. Listen, man, you cannot say that, well, I'm still loyal to China, okay, but I want to be a citizen here. No, okay, you cannot do that. And that's not what it was meant to be. But they decided to misinterpret that anyways, because you got someone pointing this out. You got a bunch of immigrants who are also in the courts judging these things, a bunch of people who are un-American themselves, okay? Some of them might have been on the side of the Confederacy, hint, hint, okay, who are judging these things, and they decide to ignore the law because remember, we are dealing with white tea supremacy, and anything that they write is able to be corrupted. And I land there.
Host, please let's ask a question. Does America allow dual citizenship? As we speak today.
Yes.
So
Yes.
what nonsense is he talking about? These people, they just come up here with
I
their
just
black
talked
with their
about
black
deliberate
emotion, with their
misinterpretation.
black
Did I
American emotion,
already mention that?
misinterpretation by the courts. The
Okay.
courts say, American
Did I
courts
just
say
Oh, hold on,
did I
y'all.
that you can
mention
have
about
dual
the differences?
citizenship. He says misinterpretation.
Hold
These are
on.
black American
Wait a
emotion. That's all
minute.
it is.
Peacemaker. I'm going to have to drop
I
you
can
down
go.
for
Yeah, I
what
can
you
go.
wait. I just need to bring my special guest up. So just hang on, because you will probably be a good panelist for the next topic up. So can you? I mean, if you got to go, I understand, but I would like you to stay. I just need a box, and you really don't know that much about our laws, so that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna drop you down for, okay, and I'm gonna bring you right back up when he leave. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Thank you, Peacemaker.
Can I rebuttal what he just said?
What Mr. said, no, that time is over. I
Oh,
asked you if
okay.
anybody had, yeah. Just
Oh,
let me know. That's okay.
I did.
All
Okay.
right. Thank you.
Nigger, 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 nigger.
Let's see. Hopefully. Hi, Arthur.
How you doing?
I'm fine. I'm so happy you can take a little time out and join us. Everyone, this is Mr. Arthur Walkins from the American Freedmen Legal Fund. And he just wanted to stop by and, tell us about what he have going on and also give us his opinion on the 14th Amendment debate. Go ahead, Arthur.
Well, as many of you know, that the Freedom Reparations Fund Trust is an institution. We're a little bit set up a little bit different as far as the structure of our trust, which has two arms. One is the American Freedmen Legal Fund, is one part of the arm, and the other is the Freeman Nation PMA, which all three of them function as one entity. We actually are building a population to put everybody under one institution. So then it actually increases our jurisdiction, how we actually work with the U.S. government, state governments, and local governments as far as protecting our people. I know for a long time that our people always talked about that they needed a hate bill, which we actually function on enforcing when people throw hate at us, including people losing jobs because we engaging with their companies. Because the companies look at us different. Because we do use the American Freedmen Legal Fund as the enforcement structure of the trust. So we have gotten people fired. We actually have people. The company actually clubs take down MLK. His visuals from flyers. We have taken down Incobra's websites. We are and continue to work on other websites. We actually had the African Union, the sixth region, to change their verbiage on their website as well, because there was, intruding on our, on our rights here in the United States, taking authority over our population, which we have our own authority over our own population. So that is pretty much what we do. We do a lot of enforcement. We have declarations that backs the trust. Most of those declarations really spells out how we actually do the enforcement, who we are as a population, which we're considered. We do a lot of status work. We don't do lineage work. We do lineage work as far as verifying your lineage, but we primarily work on status work. This is how we want the U.S. government to see our population, is based on our status. You can continue to call yourself Negro, FBA, all the identifying terms, because they all belong to our population. But our goal is just status. I know that we hear a lot of people saying we're on lineage reparations. We see lineage a little bit different. Lineage is more about tracing your ancestry. And when you're done with your ancestry, then we actually verify that ancestry to give you the status under an institution. We are backed by, acknowledged by the U.S. Treasury on verification and reparations. So, and we got this done under the Trump administration. So that right there was surprising. They gave us that acknowledgement. Most of the time, they just ignore you or tell you that that's something that they can't do. But all our records are filed with the U.S. Treasury, that we actually have the verification authority. So as far as the 14th Amendment, those are Reconstruction amendments with the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment. They belong to our population. I think most of the time when you have politics involved, the Freedmen's Bureau was supposed to be in our agency, but knowing that it was controlled by the U.S. government, the U.S. government wasn't going to allow us to actually have something that's supposed to be our own governing body, which would have been the Freedmen's Bureau. I was hoping that, everybody wished that the Freedmen's Bureau was actually run by our own people, but they had to continue to have that connection to our people for labor. And they didn't want us to actually be in a position of authority of our own people unless we was actually, of course, we had for a while we did with segregation, but that right there was just oppression in many ways. So when I look at it like this, the 14th Amendment does belong to our populations. People shouldn't be able to be born into it if they came here from another country, because they don't tell these people that they have to give up their rights in the other country to have specific rights here. And I think it's a reason why they do that, especially if you have a lot of immigrants coming to the U.S. and they wind up into our government. They're going to actually vouch for those other immigrants that's coming to the United States to take advantage of our systems and continue to actually put us behind push us way behind the bus, I want to say, because they feel that they have a little bit more authority over our people versus us having authority over them. And I really believe that we should have authority over them when they come to the United States. They shouldn't be pushed above us, given all these programs, and then they come here and say we worked really hard. We came here with $1 or so, and we done better than you. Came here with $1, but the U.S. government gave you more dollars to actually be to give it ahead of us, and put in a position of taking a lot of our properties, gentrifying everything that we're supposed to be for our own selves. And you can actually see that there's still property that belongs to our own people, and they're just stealing our properties. They're actually, I've seen people get kicked out of their houses by them stealing their deeds. They're coming here and doing all of these things, and the U.S. government is not actually putting them in jail. They should be, but this 14th Amendment has caused a lot of this stuff that's going on right now that's causing us harm to our own people.
Thank you, Arthur. Can you tell the people how they can find you? That is, if y'all can click on that and follow him, please, too. And can you just give the people some information on how they can reach out, support, follow you, find you, however?
Yeah, they can go to freemanation.org. That's where you start your verification. If you already pulled together all your family ancestry through Family Search or Ancestry.com, all you're doing is taking pictures of your census record and then also your family tree. We look at that information and verify that that family belongs to you. And then once that is confirmed through genealogy verification, they give you, you get the status, and then you also get the certificate of the status. And then also with that, if you decide that you want to actually be acknowledged as Sulan, there's an acknowledgement that you have to sign within the trust that you agree to be identified as Sulan. That's available there as well. And then also we allow you to actually send in death records to see if there's any reclassifications for American Aborigine. So you also can get that fixed through the trust as well. So you actually get a repair certificate that you actually are descendants of the American Aborigine. So then you can also do that there. And also you can actually send in information if you're having trouble with, it could be a court, it could be house situations, it could be it could actually be a foreclosure. We could help you all with that as well. Or it could be that someone's actually causing you harm on your job. We work with the employers to get that resolved. So we do a lot of different things for our people because we know that reparations is primary. But while we wait for reparations, we know that you need to be repaired now with all these people trying to take advantage of you. So you just go to freemanation.org, and that's where you start your verification.
Okay, thank you. Can you take 1 or 2 questions before you go?
Sure.
You say yes, Arthur?
Yes.
Does anyone have any questions?
I do.
Black American and one other person? No, just Black American. Okay, go ahead, Black American.
Yes, I do.
How you doing?
I'll make them quick. First question is, you stated that the U.S. Treasury has verified your verification process. Can you tell me what that consists of? And the second question is, your American Freedmen Legal Fund, is it for all Black Americans as a whole, or just the Black Americans that join your group and trust?
Well, we actually have a declarations that is for unverified and verified. So yes, that right there could be for both, but the more detailed work that we do are with our verified population, because we have to have them sign an engagement agreement on what we'll be doing, and also we also have to provide a case strategy on how we're actually going to take care of the issue. So yes, you get more detail when you become verified. When you're unverified, we only can do limited work for you because you're not verified. It's harder to actually say that this person is part of our population and we have jurisdiction to do the work for that person. So we'd rather for you to be verified, so then we have a stronger position on how we actually take care of people. And then on
Okay.
the
Okay,
and
I
then
have a
on
question for him.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead, finish your thought, Arthur.
And then on the U.S. Treasury, yes, we submitted all our information in for the acknowledgement. We do have that on file. We also have it on our website as well of the acknowledgement from the U.S. Treasury. It's more positioning us to show that we actually are acknowledged by the U.S. government. We're just not just actually a institution who's just loose and goose out there working with the public and trying to resolve a lot of our issues.
Okay, thank you. You have one last question, Ray Jr. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my question is, do Europeans that live in America, do they have something like this, or is just the Black Americans trying to do something to separate themselves from Black Africans?
Well, for one, if you're actually a descendants of American slaves, there is a separation between that population and that population that's coming from another country. Y'all already have so many systems here to protect y'all. You actually have immigration systems that we can't take advantage of. You actually have beneficiary systems, which gives you different credits, home credits. You have all of that available for y'all, but the freedmen here in the United States don't have that. Y'all come here and get a leg up before anything.
No.
So
So I'm from Ghana. I moved here 10 years ago. There's nothing like that for us. I don't know whether you're talking about refugees
Okay,
or
but
what,
hold on. Let him
but
finish.
I've never ever seen anything like that, like a
Okay.
program for Africans. This is exactly what my neighbor asked me the other day. He's a Black American.
Hold on. Let him finish. He's a guest speaker. So, okay, you got to look more into the benefits that immigrants might, have
Yeah,
available.
I don't think they get any benefit. It's a lie.
Okay.
Unless maybe they are refugees, which I'm not, so I don't know.
Okay.
But
Okay. Well, maybe.
those that
okay,
Well,
come here with
okay. Well, we're
visa,
gonna we're gonna
they
let the
don't.
guest speaker
well,
finish. Thank you, Ray
I
Jr.
want
Go
I
ahead,
want I
Arthur.
want to answer that
Okay. Go ahead.
because you think about it, when our kids are born here in the United States and everything, and they go out the war and they start to get their credit, and then their credits get ruined and all that. Some of y'all come here already adults and come here already with good credit to get these SBA loans. That's easy to get. Our kids sit back and they can't get.
That's a lie. That's a
Uh,
lie. That's a big
uh,
lie. Nobody.
uh, excuse me, but it is true. Y'all get a fresh start when you get to the United States. Our kids sometimes are attached to our own parents that may have run their credits when they was young. They wasn't aware of. But y'all come here with good. Yeah, plus, if you committed a crime in another country, y'all come here with a clean slate. So there's many reasons why our population needs support more than just the immigrants that come to the United States. So our focus is our people, and we can't go as long as we have for this long, for almost 100 some years, 150 years, without any agency to support our population. Because when y'all get here, y'all seem to be very angry at us. For one, we're not running around trying to actually be in conflict with y'all, but y'all always show up in our spaces with conflict. Go to our HBCUs in conflict. We're just trying to take care of our own population, and we should be able to do that because, for one, in the First Amendment, allow us to actually build communities for our own people, and that's what we're doing. We're focusing on our own economics, taking care of our own people. We're building up infrastructures and institutions to take care of our own people. That's what we're focused on. Y'all eventually gonna benefit from that anyways. You're going to benefit from our economics. As long as we're stronger in the United States, y'all going to be stronger when you get here because people are going to automatically look at y'all and say they look like them. But you're going to automatically benefit just being around us. But we need to build our own institutions and take care of our own people.
I
Okay.
need
Thank you.
I need to
Okay.
answer
No,
this.
no, sir. No, no, sir. No, sir. Um, Mr. Watkins, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you stopping by my live and educating the people who don't already know about you. So thank you so much for your time. I know your time is, you ain't got much time. You got a lot of work to do. You've been working for us. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. You have a great night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Everyone follow Mr. Watkins here, y'all.
Okay, back to the show. So Miss Brooke is next. How you doing, Brooke?
Yes, Brooke is next.
I'm good. How are you?
I
I'm
think the host
fine,
is
thank
being
you.
biased. You're
Do
being
me a
biased to
favor, Ray.
Africans. As the host, you're being
Wait a
biased to
minute. Hold
Africans.
on,
That's not
Mister.
right.
Hold on,
Ray
Mister.
Jr., if you cannot stay on your mute, I'm gonna drop you, okay?
Well, wait
Next
a
time you
minute.
come off your mute,
Let
go
me.
ahead, love.
Yeah, thank you, and I feel the same way. But Ray, hold on. Come off your mic. Come off your mic, Ray. Ray.
Yes, yes.
I'm being biased
Yeah.
because
Mm-hmm.
hold on, let me ask you the question. I'm being biased because I wanted to offer Black Americans the opportunity that don't already know Arthur Watkins, a chance to get to know him and what he's doing for my people in my country. I'm being biased. How so?
I mean, you're right. You gave him the platform, but he spewed a lot of lies. This is what is dividing Africans.
That is true. Yes, that is true.
Yeah, he spewed a lot of lies, and you let him get away
What
with it.
lies? What lies did he
Lies
spew?
like we come here and we already have good credit. No, you have to build it from scratch.
No,
You have
y'all
to
get
build
a
it
new
from
line of
scratch.
credit.
Listen,
That's
you
what he
don't you
said.
don't you don't enter here as an African and then have a good credit from day one.
You have
That's a
no
Yes,
lie.
you
credit.
do.
No
No, you
credit
have
can
to build it.
sometimes be
You
looked
have to
at
build
as
it.
good credit.
No,
Sometimes.
sir.
Black
We have
America
to.
is
You
very
get a
naive.
new
Very
line. Hold
naive.
on, y'all get a new line of credit when y'all come here.
But
Okay,
I'm trying to
you get a
understand how
brand new
is it
social security number.
I don't
Okay,
understand how
and
you're upset. I don't understand how you it seemed like you was upset as soon as you found out when you asked the question, was this for only freedmen or Black Americans? It seemed like you got upset from that point.
Yeah, you heard what he just told you. He told you why he's upset, and you want to turn it into something else. That's the
Listen.
bias that he
yeah,
complains
y'all
about.
feel like y'all
He
are
told you
entitled
what he's
to
upset about.
America.
Come
And
on.
Well,
the thing is, y'all have
I'll
this.
think about that later, Peacemaker. I'll keep
Come
that in
on.
front of
Come
my.
on. Be
I'll take a look
straightforward.
at that. I'll take a look at
Y'all
that.
have
Thank
this
you.
narrative.
Thank
That
y'all.
Black American emotion is not gonna work anywhere.
Sir, y'all
Except
have
I'll
this
take a look at
narrative that
that.
when y'all come over, y'all not handed anything and y'all not helped at all, but you are, okay?
Okay.
force it down our throat.
So real quick, Peacemaker, stay on your mute. All right,
Go
Ray, stay
ahead,
on your mute.
Kristen.
Hey, love,
Yeah.
I'ma drop down and come right back up, okay?
Okay. Did you have something to say, Tristan, before I get to Miss Brooke?
Yeah, I just want to jump in and say that I understand both perspectives. On one hand, I believe in reparations for the descendants of Black Americans. I totally do. But I also do not think that there are immigrants, Black or Africans, that come over here specifically looking to, sabotage that progress or take advantage of that. Now, there may be some, but I don't think that's en masse. And I think what the two African gentlemen on here are upset about is that there is a perception that immigrants in this country have all those cultural benefits that are available to them that are not available to anyone else. And that's just not the case. There are situations where you can have special status like refugee status or special work status, and they don't hold on. There's a perception that they come over here and they get like $10,000 of free credit, they get vehicles and things like that. I've heard all sorts of stories, and that is just not true. There are some programs that are available to them, but in mass, those same programs are available to Americans. There's not a special system that they get to take advantage of that puts them above or better than anyone else. In general,
misinformed.
That's not true.
I can tell you that.
There's this thing called refugee cash assistance. They get refugee home subsidies. They get protective services like TPS. as well.
Yes,
Okay, they
those are
get
special statuses I was
protections.
speaking to.
Black Americans
What does
don't
T
have any
what
But
does
that is for
protected
TPS mean?
refugees. It's
statuses.
not specific to
I
African
don't
immigrants.
listen. Black Americans have no protective statuses. We don't get any type of assistance that's specifically for us and our group. When immigrants come over here, they not only get everything that Black Americans are able to get access to, which is what everybody gets, but they
Right.
get a bunch of things that Black Americans don't have access to.
Like
Okay, anything that is an immigration benefit or a refugee benefit, Black Americans do not get.
you want immigration
Yeah, but we're
benefit too?
trying to figure out what is the specific immigrant benefit that you're talking about. That's not
No
refugee.
worries about that. No worries about that, Mr. or I am or Peacemaker. Brooke, you ready? Brooke?
Hey, Brooke. Hey, Brooke, even.
Yes.
Hey, how you doing? You want to address the prompt now, Brooke? Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, that was a lot. Yes, the 14th Amendment was meant for the babies of slaves. It was not meant for everyone, and right now it is being bastardized. Even if it was, which it is not, because Black American Proverb already went into details about the law and the intent of the law, so I don't have to go into that again. But right now, the 14th Amendment is being abused. Now, he mentioned, I want to go specifically into it, and if you want proof of what I'm saying, because people said that he didn't have proof, please read the book called the Internal Coup, right? Where it goes into details about how Chinese nationals, Panda people nationals are going and they're mailing their swimmers here to the United States, and the women are mailing their eggs here using American surrogates to birth the babies and then shipping the babies back to China, to the Panda land. Okay? So these are documented facts. And so now you have a baby that has American citizenship, but has been raised under the laws and the culture of the People's Republic of Panda people. Okay? And so now that same child can now come back to the United States, serve in the military, serve in the government,
What's wrong with that?
serve as we are
Hey, come off your mute again. I'm dropping you.
Man, go to fucking hell. Drop me then.
First they said it wasn't true. Now he's saying what's wrong with that. I just want you to peep that, right? They said what Black American Proverb said wasn't true. So now that I'm coming with facts, now he wants to say what's wrong with that. So when you have an adversarial nation being able to do things like that, it is a national security problem. We have already seen that the People's Republic of Panda people have had their own secret Panda people police here that we've had to deal with. So, hold on a second. I'm sorry. I'm kind of at work at the same time. Yes. So we've seen that they have their own Panda people police here, where they force their nationals to create to be spies against the country. Look up Google Panda people spies and see how many names pop up, see how many court cases pop up, see how many people have been convicted of crimes, not just in court, but convicted of crimes for spying on the U.S. government. Then we have someone said something about when illegals commit murder, they get arrested. The problem is after they get arrested, they are released back into the community. Why are they released? Because they are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And very many judges who are friendly to that fact will sit there and give them a pass and release them. When we have citizens like Kalief Browder, who was in
prison or who was in jail for 3 years for a book bag that he did not steal because a foreign person said that he stole this book bag. And they couldn't find him to be able to for him to testify in court. Another thing that they've been using birthright citizenship for is people will come here, have their baby, and in order for the parent to get citizenship, they will then claim that the child that only has citizenship due to birthright abused them, so that they can now get citizenship based on the abuse that they received from an American citizen. Do you all understand? These are the loopholes and the problems with birthright citizenship. And
20
this is
seconds,
why. Pardon?
20 seconds and see if you got any rebuttals.
This is why that the initial intent, there's no way that the founding fathers or, the founding white tea people would be able to conceive the type of corruption that is happening under birthright citizenship in our land there. And please send those emails. And we are not affiliated with the Freedmen Legal Fund whatsoever, just to let you know.
Okay, do anybody have any rebuttals for Ms. Brooke?
Yeah, I would like to comment.
I am. Do you have a rebuttal?
Yes.
And you too, Tristan?
Yes.
Okay, first I am. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to rebuttal the point you made about undocumented or illegal immigrants who have committed murder in the U.S. and them not being convicted or released.
No, you have to say unalive.
Unalive.
I love TikTok Shop. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. So that's factually not true because undocumented or illegal immigrants who commit murder, unalive within the United States are still
I
fully.
love TikTok Shop. Please, please
Sorry.
don't say it.
Are still fully under the U.S. criminal justice jurisdiction. So that's not true. So anybody within the U.S., whether you have legal status or not, if you are caught, you are then arrested, prosecuted in the state courts, and punished under the same criminal laws that applies to anybody within the states.
Am I ready? Is it time for me to rebut now?
Did you land?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So in San Francisco, there was a illegal person who committed vehicular homicide, and Kamala Harris let him out. Like I said, it is up to the person who is prosecuting the case and the judge to decide if they want to fully prosecute that case. And they let him go. Not only did they let him go, but he was also then allowed to take part in immigration services that gave him money and a work program. So look that up. So once again, I didn't say all. I said that some judges are releasing them based on that law. Some judges are interpreting that law in that way. I did not say all. But, I'm accustomed to people being disingenuous and trying to misrepresent my words. Please send those emails so we can delineate from people like that. The link to the emails is bit.ly/BREUCK call to action so we can delineate from these people. Thank you so much.
And what was the court case, if you remember, or the name?
It was in San Francisco. It was vehicular homicide, and he hit a young woman. I don't remember the exact names of everybody in the case, but it was definitely under the Kamala Harris administration. It won't be hard for you to find, right? You know how to use Google, right?
I think everyone does.
Okay, so there you go. You can find it. Don't worry. I speak facts. Send those emails.
Muted, love. Muted, love.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank y'all. Somebody post the link again. I just saw it. Make sure y'all grab that link, send those emails. Tristan, your rebuttal?
Well, basically, I'm not sure what her name is. I am Libra.
It's Brooke. Oh, I am above you. I am. That's all I call her. I am.
Well, yeah, I am basically made the point I was making that yeah, if you commit a crime in the United States, it doesn't matter where you're from, you're still going to get held accountable by the laws of that
I
state.
debunked that already.
And the same thing, if you went to another country, you commit a crime, you don't just get to say, I'm an American, they'll let you go. I don't believe you debunked it. At the end of the day, there was a court
I did.
process.
I showed a court case. I did. I brought up a court case where that was proven to not be
Oh,
true.
but give us the name, like the case, like what is the name of the case?
Anything.
Yeah.
All right, so hold on, y'all. So
The point
I
I'm
told you
making
the
is
I
city.
got y'all.
I told you the
Don't
state.
worry.
I told you the
1 second,
prosecutor.
Brooke.
I told
Hey,
you the.
He's gonna find
1
it.
second.
Wait.
Hello. 1 second. So, Brooke, they gotta get their time. So when their time is up, you get the final word, no matter what. Okay. Absolutely. So go ahead, Tristan.
Yeah, so the point I was making was that, at the end of the day, maybe that person was released, maybe that person got let go, but that was a decision that was made in a court of law. It was still, that person was still held under the jurisdictions of the United States. It wasn't like they got to say, hey, I'm from, Afghanistan, so I don't get any consequences for my actions. Everybody in the United States is held accountable to the same laws. Now, how the courts proceed and how they decide, that's a whole other discussion, but you're still going to be subject to the laws if you commit a crime, no matter your legal status in America. And I think that's pretty much a universal fact. And so the last thing I'll say is that at the end of the day, I don't think immigrants are enemies. At the end of the day, the oppression comes from the same group of people, and that oppression applies to everyone. And I don't think we need more enemies in this country. We got enough enemies as Black people. I think we need allies, and it makes sense for us to align with the people who are also oppressed, as opposed to dividing ourselves up into smaller groups and fighting the same oppression they fight.
Wait a minute, Brooke. Tristan, it was like last week or a week and a half ago or something like that. I held an immigration panel, and it was a Latino lady. She was against.
Certain judges are interpreting the law in a specific way that they do not interpret the law for us. Again, and the second of all, when you're talking about we need to align with them, we aligned with them when we fought for equal protections for them to come in, for immigration laws. But when they got here, they have not aligned with us. They have already shown us, they gave us their behind to kiss. They have already shown us with their anti-Black ways, their anti-Black rhetoric, with their anti-Black politics, because we have people like the Hispanics that are in California talking about, oh, she's working with the Blacks. We have Hispanics that are joining white tea supremacist gangs. So we have all of these different groups of immigrants that have come here and that are being anti-Black towards us. So this is not us calling them enemies. This is us recognizing that they have already decided to be enemies towards us. In fact, these people are enemies to the heavily melanated people in their own countries. Everywhere I named, any Hispanic country, in any Caribbean country, in any Middle Eastern country, they are all racist towards the dark, heavily melanated people
20
where they
seconds.
are from, and they bring those same anti-Black sentiments here to the U.S. And so they are no friends of ours. They come here as our enemies, and we are just now recognizing who they really are. Please send those emails.
All right, are you ready for your question, Brooke?
Sure.
Okay. If the amendment protects everyone equally, why was it written specifically during Reconstruction?
If the amendment with the 14th Amendment, I'm sorry, I'm confused. If the 14th
Yes,
protects,
the 14th Amendment.
why
You want me
was
to
it?
reread it?
Say that one more time. Yeah, please. If the
Okay.
amendment,
If the 14th Amendment protects everyone equally, why was it written specifically during Reconstruction?
because it does not. And that is why it was written specifically during Reconstruction, because it was meant for the babies of slaves, because there were already Black people here who I'm sure found Black American proverb already said this, but there were already Black people that already had citizenship because they were not slaves. But this amendment is not, it wasn't even for all Black people. It was for the babies of slaves. So that is why that law was created during Reconstruction, because it was not meant for everybody. Because if it was meant for everybody, the law would have been closer to the beginning when people started immigrating here, but that's not the case.
Okay, thank you so much for your submission, Brooke. I'm going to drop you down to the comments so I can rotate the stage. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for.
You're welcome. Okay, you guys, this will be the last question for this debate. And next debate, we're going to go back to the beginning because I think we need it. It's going to be FBA versus immigrants. Can we find unity or is division unavoidable? So this will be the last debate question for the 14th Amendment for anybody who wants to drop, but we will be finishing off the night with that debate I just spoke about. So the last person was, I think Chris was up here last, right? Chris, yeah. Hi, Chris. How you doing tonight?
Hey, love, world, how you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing good. You want to address
Glad
the
to hear
prompt for me?
it. Yes, ma'am. Was the 14th Amendment meant for the babies of slaves or everyone? It was meant for the babies of slaves. I think everyone already knows this. We can just move to the next question because they know this already, love. They just in here playing games. You know what I'm saying? This is
What you
basic
mean, next
American history.
question? You want, so
No,
you don't have a submission or you want me to not ask you this question? You want to wait to the next topic?
yes, ma'am, because I think that we already covered it so much already that it don't need to be covered no more.
Thank you. Well, I do want to end it. I do want to finish my last question.
Okay.
Black Vanguard.
Love world, let me know when I could address the 14th Amendment, please.
Okay. Well, Black, let's see if Black wants to address it. Black, you want to address the
Yeah,
14th
yes, I
Amendment?
do.
Okay, go ahead. Hi,
So
Black.
how
Hi.
you doing?
Fine.
So was the 14th Amendment meant for babies of slaves? Yes, it was meant for foundational Black American people that was enslaved in this country. It wasn't meant for Caribbeans and Africans because they done went through the systematic harms that our people went to this country. Caribbeans and Africans weren't in this country when the Civil War was taking place, though. Our ancestors fought blood, sweat, and tears to get the 13, 14, 15 million. That was grassroots initiative that our ancestors did. And also, the Supreme Court will hear this and will decide on this hopefully by April the 1st. And the Supreme Court is going to overwhelmingly rule in Foundation Black Americans' favor because they took that birthright censorship, and also you got these anchor babies. They got a thing called birthright tourism. You got people from Jamaica, Haiti, Nigeria, China that come over here and drop half anchor babies. These people be like a few months pregnant, then they still pay hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is the rich people over there in Jamaica, Nigeria, Haiti that's afforded. They pay these 20, 30, $40,000, sometimes $100,000 to get birthright tourism here in America. Then they fly back to China or Nigeria, Jamaica, wherever they come from. Then once they turn 18, they can actually can vote in our politics and become mayors and governors in our politics. That's actually more dangerous right there. So 14-minute birthright citizenship definitely comes to an end. I hope they retroactivate it until 1964. They need to go back all the way to 1964 because it only 10 for them. Just like these terrorists trying to benefit off DI, even though DI, they benefit Foundation Black Americans on less than 3% of our people benefit from the programs, and that's not dissecting between the Caribbeans and Africans. So I would say less than 1% of Foundation Black Americans benefit from these programs. So yes, birthright citizenship was meant for Foundation Black Americans. Descendant slavery was meant for people that come from Jamaica, Haiti, or anywhere else around the world. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, do anyone have a rebuttal for the Black Vanguard?
Oh, I definitely got a rebuttal, definitely.
That's it. This is the last time to say you want a rebuttal. No other time. Okay, go ahead, Revenue.
Yeah, so the 14th, nowhere in the 14th Amendment in section 1, 2, or 3 does it say anything about foundational Black American or anything like that. The Wong Kim Ark case, which is the landmark case that defined the 14th Amendment, he's from China. He's not American. He's not Black. The landmark decision on the 14th Amendment comes from a Chinese man. It does not come from a Black person. the 14th Amendment, it extends to everybody uh, that was here in America that wasn't a citizen. And as far as you said, Caribbeans wasn't here in America. Well, Robert Brown Elliott was the first general attorney general of South Carolina. He's from Jamaica. This came right after Reconstruction. You had people like William Alexander, who founded San Francisco in the late 1830s. He's from the Caribbean. He's from St. Croix. You also had people like Jeremiah G. Hamilton, who was one of the first black millionaires in New York City. He's from the Caribbean. So to say that nobody was here prior to the 14th Amendment is it's a lie. And I don't know where you're getting that lie from. And if you can find anywhere in the 14th Amendment or the Wong Kim Ark case, which is the landmark case which defines the 14th Amendment, where it said anything about foundational Black Americans or black in general, find it. Because as far as I know, the Wong Kim Ark case is the landmark decision that defined the 14th Amendment. Trump can't reinterpret it. Nobody could reinterpret it because that is the law of the land by the Supreme Court on what the 14th Amendment is.
Go ahead, your final say, Black.
So he's actually lying because they actually said descendants of American child slavery are descendants of freemen. That was actually a grassroots initiative. Descendants of freemen is actually a federal legal classification term. Foundation of Black American descendants of freemen is actually, it could be either or. So during the Reconstruction era, they call us freemen though because we actually founded and developed and built this country though. Everyone knows Jamaicans in this country in large, massive numbers though. Yeah, you might have a few of them that went back and forth though, but they got amalgamated to Foundation of Black American Society. They have a whole ethnogenesis where they came from. The majority of Caribbeans didn't get in this country until 1964 after the Immigration Naturalization Act of 1964. Everyone know big, large stuff because they didn't want African or Caribbean immigrants over here during that time. They only wanted white European immigrants from like Italy and Ireland over here during that time. So they wanted no Caribbeans and Africans like that in this country. That's actually a factual lie. Also, you talk about the Wong Kim situation. The reason why that Wong Kim situation was going on in 1868 because Wong Kim's situation, he actually had a child. He actually was illegal, and he was a Chinese citizen, and he had a child here in America. But they about to reinterpret that though, because even Donald Trump say even you have they actually going on the Senate right now, actually arguing with this right now. They about to have a Senate hearing on this, saying that the 14 minutes meant for Foundation of Black Americans, descendants of freemen. Descendants of freemen is actually a legal classification term that's by the federal government, by the Freeman Bureau, Freeman Bank. So they mad because they can't tether on to our lineage, tether on to our historical claim. Just like we can't take ownership of what happened was going over there in Jamaica. So that's actually be a disingenuous argument. Wong Kim didn't have nothing to do with the 1864 civil rights. The 1865 14th Amendment, though. That was the foundation of Black American grassroots initiative, Freeman grassroots initiative. That's all I got to say.
You sure it wasn't 1868?
No, that's the Wong Kim. That's the Wong Kim situation. They ratified the 14th Amendment in 1868 with the Wong Kim situation.
Oh, okay. Are you ready for your chat? I got y'all last question. We're gonna do icebreakers on this more often because chat, y'all had way more questions than the panel, so I didn't even get through a lot of y'all questions. But this is y'all last question, chat, on this debate. Does birthright citizenship help America or hurt it? Black, you ready for your question?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am ready.
Okay, here I come.
You said the reason why birthright citizenship.
That was for the chat. That was for the chat. Okay, here go your question, Black. Why do political parties strongly defend birthright citizenship today? Is it about rights or demographics?
The reason why that these people in the Democratic Party, the reason why they support birthright citizenship, because it's to our detriment. It's not to our benefit because they want us They want to overpopulate our numbers with hostile terrorists, hostile Latinos, so they overpopulate our numbers. But their plan has backfired on them. You saw what's been happening over there with these T attacks going on in Michigan, over there in where's the other place in Michigan and also Texas. You had a Sierra Leone person did a T attack. He was part of the army. The army we call it the Army Reserves over there, and I was in the U.S. military and the Army as well. So they want to vet these people. And when Joe Biden was in office, they want to vet these people in this country. Same thing when Obama was in office. They want to vet these people that was in the military. Then you had that Senator Lee's person that came in under the Biden administration. He was did a T attack against that. So these people thought these people would get migrated to white society, but actually their plan actually backfired on them. But yeah, this actually harmed us though. The Republicans actually said that the 14 minutes meant for a foundation of Black American descendants of freemen. The Democrats want this immigration to keep going though because they want to flood the zone so they can replace the descendants of freemen foundation of Black American population though, because they know that we have a rebellious spirit in this country. They know these terrorists won't buck the system. They know they are basically professional YT ass kissers though, and that's why the YT people started realizing the whole home and foundation of Black America was white. They was basically U.S. citizens the whole entire time. So they actually start realizing it. So that's basically what's really going on. And they started interpreting the Supreme Court or overwhelmingly ruled that Foundation of Black American Descendants of Freemen's favor about the 14th Amendment for Foundation of Black American Descendants of Freemen. So they will overturn that. That's why these terrorists, these Democrats don't seem mad about that because they can't flood the zone while these hostile foreigners over here no more. That's basically what it's about.
Thank you so much, Black, for your submission. I really appreciate you. Revenue, hey, how you doing? Welcome back.
Hey, Love World, how you doing?
I'm doing good. You want to address the prompt?
Yeah. Was the 14th Amendment meant for the babies of slaves or for everyone? It was meant for everyone. Just like the landmark decision, which defined the 14th Amendment. Like I just said before, Wong Kim Ark wasn't a FBA. He wasn't black. And that's the case that defined the 14th Amendment. And this brother previously just lied and said black people were citizens of America. He must not know about the Dred Scott decision and what the judge clearly says. And let me reiterate what the judge said. A free Negro, whether enslaved or free, could not be a citizen under the jurisdiction of America. And no white man should respect black people. So to say that black people were citizens in America is a flat out lie. If black people was a citizen of America, you wouldn't need the 1870 Nationalization Act or the 14th Amendment to be a citizen here in America. You would just be a citizen. But the truth is you was never a citizen. You was either property or free people of a state. So the 14th Amendment was needed to make black people in America of African descent precisely to be citizens here in America. So the 14th Amendment is literally an amendment for immigrants to become citizens, whether you was African American, Caribbean, Asian, or anything else. The 14th Amendment was needed to make anybody a citizen here in America. It's not exclusive to slaves. Nowhere in any of the sections said anything about slaves. So I don't know where people are making this stuff up. And I'll land there.
Thank you. Do anyone have a rebuttal for Revenue tonight?
Yeah.
Of course, you always got to rebut lies.
Black
Okay,
American can go first.
and Mr. and that's it? Anybody else? Okay, go ahead, Black American.
Thank you so much. This is Tether News' favorite pastime. We already had part of this conversation. I debunked them already on Noel's live, so I have no problem doing it here. Let me just read you the facts. Let me read you the numbers of what was going on.
Black American, real quick, I'll give you your time back. Who is Tether New? I heard that name before.
Revenue.
Revenue,
aka Tether New. I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
My bad. So Tether New, in 1870, right? So this is 2 years after the 14th Amendment was ratified. Here is the all that the 14th Amendment was talking about. Here are the racial demographics of the country in 1870, just 2 years after the amendment. The country overall had about 38 million plus people. 33 million of that was white folks. 4 million of that was foundational Black Americans, the formerly enslaved. There were only 25,000 American Indian / Eskimo people. Obviously, we know that the term is kind of a little derogatory. And then the AAPI community was only 63,000 people. Like my brother Black Vanguard said, prior to 1965, the demographics of Afro immigrants in the country was to the right of the decimal point. That's pre-1965. We're talking about closer to 1865. They were not here. And y'all keep leaving out the subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Here's what that means, so we could just stay factual. The jurisdiction thereof means being under the complete legal authority and laws of a governing body, such as the United States, and owing it full allegiance. That are not illegal aliens, so they are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Now to this point of the 14th Amendment and us not being day one citizens. That is just a complete lie. We've already debunked this. We were voting prior to the 15th Amendment and prior to the 14th Amendment. We were day one citizens. The 14th Amendment was put in place not to give us citizenship, but to codify citizenship because of the faulty 1857 ruling of the Dred Scott decision. That didn't take away our citizenship. It was the white supremacists in power saying, you know what? White folks ain't going to respect y'all citizenship, so it's like y'all don't have it. But Justice, he mentioned Justice Justice Rainey is the one that said we didn't have it. Let's talk about Justice Curtis, who was also on that court of the Dred Scott decision, who in his oral dissent proved that foundational Black Americans were day one citizens, and the ruling was so egregious.
Okay, land your plane, Black.
I'm landing right now. His ruling was so egregious that Justice Curtis, he quit the Supreme Court because he knew how bad the ruling was, and the 14th Amendment just confirmed that the Dred Scott decision was faulty. So it was for us, only for us, and everybody else is misinterpreting it for their own benefits, because as you can see, the only people that are saying that is not just for us are those that are pro-immigration, usually the tethers and people that are okay with it, like Tristan. If that's not your deal, then you already understand who it's for and why it's for us only.
Revenue, final word.
Yeah, this man just lied about everything. The Dred Scott decision clearly states that no Black people could be a citizen here in America. That is a Supreme Court decision. You're talking about people voting on a state level, not on a federal level. You was never a citizen of America. You only became a citizen after the 14th Amendment. That is the truth. I don't know why you're trying to lie and make up theories about, oh, this judge said that. Man, they have the transcripts online on archive.org of the Dred Scott decision, and the judges that spoke on it clearly states that no free Negro of the African race could be a citizen under the jurisdiction of the United States of America. That was the decision. That was the Dred Scott decision. You needed the 14th Amendment and the 1870 Nationalization Act to become a citizen of America. The mere fact that you brought up 1870, that should show you that you was not a citizen prior to 1870. So I don't know why you lying. Nowhere in the 14th Amendment said anything about Black people. You can't find anywhere, not Section 1, not Section 2, nor Section 3. Nowhere does it say anything about Black or even slavery in the 14th Amendment. That is a lie. The 14th Amendment was for everybody, including Black people. If that was the case, you wouldn't need Wong Kim Ark to define the 14th Amendment. Somebody from China, they could have just used a regular Black person to define the 14th Amendment. The mere fact that the landmark decision is an Asian, that should tell you that it's for everybody. Yeah, so if you don't know about the Dred Scott decision and know the transcript, then that's on you, brother. The 14th Amendment is very precise on everything, and I'll just land there. He's a liar.
Okay, Mr. Rebuttal.
Yeah, everything Black American said was true. And he said those facts better than I would. Tethernew doesn't know the difference between a decision and a law. A misinterpretation of the law doesn't mean that their law does not exist and does not apply. So yes, people have been exercising their citizenship. It has been the law. We have cases where Black people have been voting, owning land, which makes them citizens. Okay, that misinterpretate. Now, if that decision was all that important, then they wouldn't have had to make an amendment to correct that decision. Also, he said nowhere does it say black. Well, nowhere does it say white neither in the laws. Nowhere does it say in the Constitution white. So that's a moot point. It doesn't have to say that. He doesn't know how to argue the law here. Okay, but yeah, I would just amen what Black Americans said. They wrote this. They pushed for these 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment. Particularly Black people like Frederick Douglass, who never said anything about everyone and immigrants or anything like that. Okay. Under the jurisdiction thereof is very important because Jamaicans, for example, are under the jurisdiction of the King of England. Okay. And we're not going to get into a fight over their citizens. Okay. So people, they passed the 13th Amendment for Black people. They immediately challenged that because they were trying to re-enslave us. So they passed the 14th Amendment, which they began challenging that too. And this misinterpretation of the law was just another challenge. And the 15th Amendment followed as well. And I'll land right there.
Yeah. So the first Naturalization Act of 1790 was literally for white people. It's literally written in the law. The naturalization for free white people. So to say that no law has white people in it, and you said the Dred Scott decision wasn't law, brother. That was in the Supreme Court. That literally was a decision that no Black people could be a citizen under the jurisdiction of America. You needed the 14th Amendment to become a citizen. If they strip away the 14th Amendment right now today, the children born after you would not be citizen. They would be stateless. You need the 14th Amendment to be a citizen. In fact, I need the 14th Amendment to be a citizen here in America. No Black people here in America, whether they're from Africa, African American, or the Caribbean, could be a citizen. Without the 14th Amendment and without the 1870 Nationalization Act for African descendant and their nativity. No law was ever passed where it said this law is specific for black Americans, FBA, or whatever cult name you want to call yourself now. The 14th Amendment was literally the gateways for you to become a citizen here in America. And the Wong Kim Ark case, like I keep reiterating, he was Chinese. He was not Black. If the 14th Amendment was strictly for Black Americans, they would have just used a Black American to define the law. They did not use a Black person for the landmark decisions to define the 14th Amendment. They used somebody from China. So stop lying about the 14th Amendment is for enslaved people. Stop listening to Trump.
Okay, thank you for that submission, Revenue. Are you ready for your question?
Yes, love, bro.
Okay. The question is, if the amendment was written right after slavery, why would lawmakers be thinking about future Let me repeat that. If the amendment was written right after slavery, why would lawmakers be thinking about future illegal immigration?
Yeah, that don't make no sense. If the 14th Amendment was written for Black people, they wouldn't be thinking about future immigration. That don't make no sense. I think people gotta stop, lying to themselves and just making up history. The 14th Amendment was for all immigrants. And at the time when it was written, they looked at black Americans as immigrants and people that was stateless and not citizen of America. Whether they was free, they own a home. You got you got illegal immigrants today that own homes. Does that make them a citizen of America? You got illegal immigrants today that, that own businesses here in America. Does that make them a citizen? No. So I don't understand why people don't take the same thing that we see today, where illegal immigrants own homes and own businesses, but they're not citizens of America. The same apply in 1856 or whenever the Dred Scott decision was written. People own homes, free Negroes own homes, but they was not citizen. That's why Dred Scott literally sued for his freedom. He was a free black man. He was not a slave. He sued the federal government to try to get his citizenship, and he lost. And they told him, because you're a free Negro, you cannot be a free Negro of the African race. You cannot be a citizen here in America. That was the Dred Scott decision. You needed the 14th Amendment, which was the law, to become a citizen here in America. I don't know where people are making up their anecdotal pseudo history from, but it's available to anybody. It's public knowledge. Everybody knows. Black people was not citizen prior to the 14th Amendment. In fact, you had to get naturalized, the 1870 naturalization. You had to get naturalized like every other immigrant. So you was the first immigrant here in America. And the 14th Amendment extends to immigrants. It don't extend to white people. White people was already citizen under the 1790 Naturalization Act, and it's precise when it says for free white people. It didn't say anything about all Americans. It said free white people. Nowhere in the 14th Amendment said for free Negroes, enslaved Negroes, or black people. It's clearly said for all people. And I land there.
Okay, you guys. Mister, do you want to do a mod break before we get into the next debate, or do you want me to just do a showdown so we can have open panel for a little while? I can stretch my legs and stuff.
Yeah, you know what? Do I really even need to do a mob break? Because the chat here has been on their job tonight. Round of applause to y'all, man. Pat yourselves on the back. I mean, just y'all doing it tonight.
They the best.
Do I even need to say anything, man? Y'all, you know what? Y'all took my job away from me. Y'all must be tired of hearing me, okay? But listen, I love y'all anyways, okay? So thank y'all for getting to that 100,000. We almost there, okay? Don't sleep on it just yet. But I mean, sheesh. Y'all have been on it, man. Y'all go ahead and make sure y'all congratulate yourselves, man. Them taps been tapping, man. Them taps been tapping. So we can go ahead and do a little showdown right now. I don't see why not. Let's go ahead and get it on. Let's get it.
Yeah, it's going to be open panel, TikTok friendly language, please. Just everybody just discuss amongst yourself.
Revenue, I got a question. Do they revise amendments? Because you're talking as if the amendments just stay the same forever and they never change, and they never go revise them. They never look to do anything different to them. So do they revise our amendments, or they just stay the same?
I mean, you can revive amendments, but it's hard to revive a landmark decision like Wong Kim Ark.
Dred Scott,
Yeah,
yeah. Because that was revised, by the way.
So you mean to tell me that there was no so-called Black Americans that owned land before the Dred Scott decision? Are you serious?
I just said they did. I said they were not considered citizens. That's what I said.
Yeah, they were citizens,
but they were voting. You sound dumb.
They let non-citizens own land.
Are they illegal? Hold on. Are they illegal immigrants?
Did they say no? No, you're saying they let non-citizens own land during slavery.
I know people right now that own houses and they're not citizens of America.
Now, can you prove that these were non-citizens? Can you prove that?
Yeah, if I could share my screen, I could definitely show you.
No, just prove it. You ain't got to share no
The
screen.
Dred Scott decision. No
No,
free
no,
Negro.
no.
Let me. You
Prove
want me
that
to?
the ones before the Dred Scott
Exactly.
decision
Thank
who
you.
own land and were voting
Right.
were not
There was
citizens.
plenty of
Is
our families.
the federal
Actually, if you go to the
is the
1800s,
federal law the
Black
law of the
Americans
land
owned the
or the
most
state?
land in the country. This
Right.
dude is a
Yeah.
dum dum.
He just
Is the
lying.
federal law the
He's
law of the
just
land or the
lying.
state?
That's
Which
all he know
one?
how to do.
You
You want
only
to tell me
care
who Crispus
about
Attucks is?
what the white tea supremacists say. You don't really
Hey,
care
Mister,
about laws. Okay.
Mister, ask him who Crispus Attucks is.
Of course. He ain't trying to go down that road.
Right.
Yeah.
So people
No,
was citizen. Dred Scott was a free man.
who's
Why he
Crispus
had to sue?
Attucks?
Why he sued the federal
Crispus
government
Attucks?
for his
We
citizenship?
went
Yeah.
through this before, Revenue. Tell me who Crispus
Yeah.
Attucks
The
is.
whole
Who is
the
he?
whole
Look him up.
situation with Dred Scott is, if you read what they were saying, they was
Did
trying
he
to
sue?
try.
Did he
They,
sue
they,
for
they
his
was trying to
citizenship?
they was trying to tell him that he was African descent. That's why they was giving him a hard time with the citizenship stuff, because they were trying to say that he was African descent. But really, when you look at the case, there's no proof that he come from Africa or any of his ancestors.
So
They don't
wait.
have no
So
proof.
wait.
It was
So wait.
all lookership. It was all lookership. It was all pseudo.
So wait.
You know,
What
it
what
is
does
what
the
it is.
1870 Nationalization Act? Who's it nationalizing?
It was talking about the 14th Amendment. The whole thing of the 14th
What
Amendment
does the 1870
was talking about
Nationalization Act? Does it not
those
say African in it? Does it not say African descendant and
no
nativity? It don't?
no, it was talking about
Brother, you're a
those who
liar.
were
You clearly
those
never
who were
read the
so called.
1870
It was talking about
Nationalization
those
Act.
who were so called slaves that are so called black melanated people that were so
What does
called
it
slaves.
say
That's
in the
what it was for.
1870
That's what it
Nationalization
was
Act? What
for.
does it say in it? What does it say? Does it say African in it?
You show us.
Love World, can I share? Would I be able to share my screen?
So it says here, before 1857, many northern states recognized free black men as citizens of the
States.
state.
State, not federal.
Yeah.
State.
Sir, what does state mean?
Does the federal is the
What
federal
does,
government
sir,
the
sir,
federal law the law of the land
sir,
or the state?
what does state mean?
The state is not the law of the land,
Sir,
sir.
do you know the
The state is
definition,
not the law of the
sir?
land.
Sir. Yeah, okay, all
State
right.
law and federal
Sir,
law are two
The
different
state
laws.
so
ain't the
was
law
it
of
just
the
one
land.
state? Are you saying
State
it was
law
one
and federal
state?
It
law are
don't
two
matter,
different
bro. It
laws.
don't
Revenue,
matter
are
what a
you saying
state
it was
say.
one
The
state?
federal
State law
law
and federal
supersede
law are
that.
two
Didn't
different
it say,
laws,
now,
dog.
I'm going to repeat what I just
The
read
federal
here,
law
y'all.
supersede the
Hold on,
state.
I'm going to repeat
No,
what
no,
I
it
just
don't.
read,
No, it
The
okay?
don't. You
federal law
stupid.
don't
It
No, it
supersede.
says,
don't. No, it don't.
it says,
They
it
have
says,
different jurisdictions, you
many
dumbass.
The
Excuse my
federal law don't
language.
states,
They
supersede the
have
hold
state.
on,
different jurisdictions, dum
it
dum.
says many northern states with an S at the end recognize free black men as citizens of the state.
The state,
Many
the
states.
federal law
So
supersede
that
the
means
state.
they were citizens.
State law and federal law are two
They were citizens.
Revenue.
A
Right.
citizen is a
How come?
citizen. I don't care.
I'll give
You
a
can say
prime example.
federal,
I'll give a
whatever.
prime example. I'll give an example. This is show you about state law and federal law. You know, the federal government wants to do certain things with immigration, but they have to sit down with the states to make an agreement in order for the states to even support what they're talking about. The states can refuse to support their laws with immigration and stuff like that. So, you know,
So
it's
let me
obvious that they have different jurisdictions.
let me make something clear here, because you're talking about northern versus southern states. Remember, the southern states and the northern states were fighting each other the entire time. They couldn't come to an agreement on anything since the 3/5 compromise, the Missouri Compromise, and all the other compromises, which led to the secession, which led to them creating their own Confederate States of America, which led to the Civil WAR. So no, there's not going to be anything federal, because they can't come together on anything during that time, sir. But a citizen is still a citizen, sir. I land.
Hey,
Yeah, and
that's
the,
right.
and the, the
R,
number one thing is that foundational Black Americans, we did not become citizens through naturalization.
What?
Our citizenship came through birthright of being a part of the land because
So what was the need
the
for the 1870
1790 and
Nationalization Act?
1870 naturalization acts, because what people have to understand, well, specifically you, is that naturalization is literally for people who are born outside of a country.
You
So
was not a citizen. You was
when
not
we
a citizen
talking,
of America.
God
You had to
damn,
get
dude,
naturalized.
can I just say
What are
what
you
I'm
talking
saying?
about?
Can I say what I'm saying? If I'm lying, you can
You
fact
are
check me,
lying.
but I
That's all
know I'm
y'all
not
FBA
lying.
do is lie.
So, well, I don't have to
You
lie
just
because
mad because you looking
I
dumb
cite
right now.
source
Just
and
shut up,
reference
Taylor.
historical record. So at the end of the day, in order to naturalize a person, they have to be born outside of a country and then seek citizenship in that country,
You was
which is
never
the
considered
purpose
a
of the
citizen
seven.
of America.
God
That's why you
damn,
had to get
dude.
naturalized. It don't
Which is
matter
the
where you was born
purpose
at.
of the
That is not true.
1790.
Africans
God
and
damn,
their
dude.
That is
descendant
not
could
true.
Can
not
I
be a
just finish
citizen. It
my
didn't matter
Citizens
if you
statement?
was
can vote.
born in America.
Can
You
I
was
just
not a
finish my
citizen.
statement, man? So the Europeans that were born in Europe, just like the Chinese that came here, they went through a process of naturalization. The whole point of the Dred Scott decision was the fact that they were saying Dred Scott was of African descent. But this is what Jus Soleil is. This is what Jus Soleil is versus Jus Sanguinis. So people who are born on the land are born in the jurisdiction of the United States of America. By default, historically, foundational Black Americans were denied citizenship based off of race, not based off of immigration status. So we had two different arguments. So what you're talking about is the alien of African, alien, I think it's called alien of African nativity. That's something that's completely different because what that did in 1870 was specifically grant Africans and Caribbean citizenship. Black Americans who are the American descendants of chattel slavery were a part of the land. And one of the arguments that the Supreme Court judges are
So
presented
wait,
in.
wait, wait. So why are you fighting for the 14th Amendment if the Dred Scott decision clearly says no free Negro of the African race? It didn't say of the black American race.
Because the
It
You
said
problem
of
don't know
the
is
the
African
difference
because the
race.
between a
problem
It didn't
is you
say.
don't
decision and a
It didn't
law.
say of
because
the
you don't
FBA race.
You
It
don't know
said
understand
the
you
of the
don't
difference
African
understand
race.
history
between a
because there were
decision
black
and
immigrants
an
from
amendment.
Africa.
It
There were
was
black
black
immigrants
immigrants
from
here from
Africa
Africa.
and
Yeah,
from
the
the
slave. It was
Caribbeans.
slaves.
There
Yeah,
were
we know
black
that.
immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean that
So if
came here as
wait, does that
free.
even make sense?
God damn, dude.
It was
There were
no.
black
Y'all said it
immigrants
was
from
no
Africa
Caribbeans
and
and
the
Africans
Caribbeans
here
that
when they
came here.
passed a
Oh my
nationalization,
God. There were black
act.
immigrants that came from Africa and the Caribbean to the United States of America that were free. That was one of the main factors. So what they did in 1857 was said that anybody that was of African descent could not be citizens of the United States, not because we were immigrants, but because we were Negro. It was based
You
off
was
the premise of
stateless. What are you
race.
talking about? You wasn't a citizen.
Oh my God, bro. You're
The
not.
Dred Scott decision clearly defined
This
that.
dude,
What
this
are you
dude is
talking
an
about?
idiot.
This dude just
The
yapping,
You're
bro.
only
quoting somebody that is
This dude
dedicated
is
to
an
being
idiot.
wrong. Like Revenue is just who he is. He has an agenda.
Revenue is an idiot.
Yeah,
Revenue. Earlier, you
sir,
were saying, right?
he has
You
an
were saying
agenda.
something about the
sir,
federal government. You were saying the federal
there was
government
nobody.
and the states don't have power, right?
I want.
I
So
said
why
this.
are
I said the
Let me
federal
say
so
something
for
real
government
example,
quick.
supersede the
listen,
state.
listen.
Let me
Like
say
for
something
example,
real
right?
quick,
Why
y'all.
is California the state that's delineating this stuff, and why is Brooke on the app
Hold
asking for
on.
them to do it in New York if states don't have power from the federal government, like you're saying?
Let,
Why are
let
they
me let me
asking to
say
do that?
something to what he just said here because he's talking about we were stateless. Black people were not stateless. You're talking about a status. You had people who were free. Their status was free or their status was enslaved. Once the Civil WAR
You
was
could be free
over,
and not be a
their
citizen.
status went from enslaved to free, sir. They were not stateless. We were never
Wait,
I,
let me
stateless.
I, yeah.
let
And
me
So
matter
what's
of
what's
reiterate.
fact,
funny? What's
it is
what's
against the United States' best interest to have a bunch of stateless people running around the country, sir.
what he's forgetting too is that I like I said, my ancestors personally, I had ancestors that was documented as free people of color that owned land around that time. So, some so-called Black Americans were documented as free people of color too. So,
And they was
this dude
not
don't know what he's
citizens.
talking about. He has no idea what he's
What are you
talking
talking
about.
about?
Yeah,
The
but
dress
see,
got.
he's conflating the
Read the
fact that
transcript. Judge
naturalization,
literally
right?
said a free Negro. Who's a free Negro? Who's
Listen,
a free Negro?
He has 10 talking points that he can't move away from. So
yeah,
he's
he
gonna keep on
can't
saying
Because
it
I
because
can't
over and over
debunk
again.
it.
We already debunked you.
You can't debunk anything.
Hold
What are you
on,
talking about?
hold on. So Teddy Pendergrass has been restricted. I don't know what he said, but y'all, we're gonna have to
He
watch
didn't
how.
say nothing.
Well, I don't know why. They just gave him a restriction in 10 minutes.
Did they tell you why?
It happened so quick when they said remove, I just boom, boom.
Dang.
So
Damn. Okay.
we're gonna definitely. So let me make this announcement. The title for this debate is entitled FBA Black Americans and Immigrants. Can we find unity or is division unavoidable? If we have anybody up here, from another country, or they feel like it look like we have a lot of division is unavoidable up here. If we have any people who choose unity, we have an open slot available. And there's no wait time because I got a feeling there's going to be some wait time coming up. So just in case somebody wanted to spot, this spot is only for someone who wants unity. Okay? So y'all ready to start the show?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead, Black American.
Word.
You,
Okay.
you had something to say?
Yeah, I did. Or were you starting the show, or you want me to say something before you start the show?
Oh yeah, no, I just thought you wanted to say something before.
Nah. I'll wait for the show to start.
Oh, okay. All right. You can, Mister, do you want to start us off tonight or?
Yeah, I can start us off. That's cool. FBA immigrants, unity or division, okay? I would like to unify with them, but here's my thing, okay? In order for us to unify, we're going to have to do the same things, okay? I'm not going to compromise what I'm about, okay? I'm about freedom, liberty, justice, the end of white supremacy, rights for women and children, and everybody, and the animals and everything. I'm for those things, okay? Those things are, unfortunately, those are foreign concepts to everybody else, okay? They don't believe women and children should have rights. They, especially over there in Africa, they believe that children are their property and they sell them, and they're essentially their slaves. They use words like dowry and bride price and everything like that and try to make it flowery and everything like that. But they're just selling people. That's all. That's their legacy. And so in order for us to unify, these immigrants are going to have to take accountability for their culture. They got to take accountability for their people. You can't come to us talk about, well, we ain't all like that. You can't do that. Okay. You can't sit up here and we say, well, why are y'all doing that over there? Well, that's only the east side. Oh, well, no, that's them people over there. No, I live on the south side. Don't start delineating from your own group, okay, when it comes to holding people accountable. Y'all need to make sure if we're going to unify, okay, y'all need to get your act together, okay? Stop kissing the white man's ass, all right? Stop worshiping them, okay? And get your self-interest. Feed your kids. Unity starts at home. Learn what unity is because these people don't even know what unity is. If I ask them, okay, and I'm going to land with this. If I ask them, hey, after Black Americans helped you, we fed you, we gave you money, we sent our doctors over there so we can reduce your diseases over there, we saved your lives, we gave you refuge, we gave you culture, inventions, we gave y'all humanity and freedom and everything. Okay, after a group of people have done that for you and fought for you and bled for you and sacrificed for you, what do you do in response to that? to show unity and reciprocity, right? What are you supposed to do with that? And I want to see if anybody who disagrees with me can answer that question, and I'll land.
What, Franco, you can get a mic if you want to come up, Franco. Do anybody have a rebuttal for Mister?
I mean, I want a rebuttal, but he was just babbling. I don't really want to reply to that. That's just babbling.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay.
He can't rebuttal it.
We need some opposition up here, y'all, in the chat. You know, have some courage. Come up here, even if you don't share the same views. I give everybody a mic. Every voice will be heard until it's not, long as it's TikTok.
Matter of fact, I do want to reply.
Okay, so think about coming up here. Have some courage. Go ahead, Revenue.
Yeah, like I said, FBA don't really want delineation. What these people really want, they want black immigrants to beg them to be the authority of them. These people don't want delineation for real. Like I say, the first thing I ask FBA, how can I help with delineation? And they never have an answer. They can't tell you what we can do to help them delineate. I think a vast majority of Africans and Caribbeans are in support of delineation. Like I said, I'm from Queens, New York. I know people around Nicki Minaj. I could relay a message to Nicki Minaj like, hey, listen, you know, we're trying to help with the delineation process. I know you in tune with Donald Trump. This is what, you know, you could do boom, boom, bap and help with delineation. But these people don't want to delineate at all. They just want to get on the internet crying and just complaining and making TikTok spaces every day about immigrants. That's all. They're not interested in delineation. Trust me. We could have been sat at the table and figure out how can we help with delineation. But they don't want to delineate. They just want it's like Stockholm syndrome. You know, because the white man feel like we're the model citizen and they're like the jealous ex-girlfriend that feel like, hey, I fought in all your wars, you know, I wanted to integrate and now you picking these black immigrants over us. That's all it is. That's why they fighting for black. They're fighting for, you know, we're different from the immigrants and all this nasty stuff like that. It's very ungrateful for all the things that black immigrants, especially Afro-Caribbeans, have gave to African. I can't put that on African America because the FBA is just a French cult, but it's very distasteful and dishonest for these people to look over all the things that we did for them. Even today, where, you know, a lot of them are into hip hop, and, you know, we created that so they could feed their family, and now we're getting backlash from that. So it's just jealousy that black immigrants come here and outcompete them by every
I
metric
got you, Black
possible.
American. I
Land
got
your
you.
plane, Revenue. Land your plane. I got this, Black American. Thank you. Land your plane.
My bad.
That's okay. Land your plane, Revenue. You done?
Just jealousy. They're not really interested in delineation. Like I said, if FBA could tell me anything how we can help with delineation, I know people around Nicki Minaj. I could say, hey, yo, tell Nicki to relay this message to Donald Trump or
Land your
Marco.
plane, Revenue.
Yeah, I land there. So tell me anything to help with delineation. I get it off to Nicki Minaj. She could hand it over to Marco Rubio or Donald J. Trump, the man himself.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Revenue. Final say, Mister.
Yeah, we've already delineated, and y'all already helped us by y'all delineating first. So, mission accomplished. You ain't got to do nothing now. Yeah, we're already, you know, being recognized in several different outlets, and so we're good. Also, Jamaicans suck at hip hop, by the way. No one goes to Jamaica, you know, to give hip hop. Y'all don't give anything to anybody, except for the YT people. Y'all give them things. The Jamaicans, during the Windrush era, left Jamaica to go give England some new buildings, but they didn't give anything to the Jamaican children of their islands or any of those Caribbean islands. Okay. The only thing y'all gave them were some barrels, while y'all left them parentless. and left them with their neighbors to raise them. Okay, so y'all need to first off talk about giving things back to your own people over there. Maybe give them some beaches. I don't know. But yeah, we've already delineated. We don't really need your help for anything at this point. As a matter of fact, y'all were the ones trying to get us to not delineate from y'all after all this time. And I don't really even think y'all know what delineation is. But yeah, everyone's already delineating, okay? All of these attacks that are happening, all these crimes that are happening, they're being very specific about the homelands that these people are coming from. Nobody's calling these people black anymore, okay? Nobody is just saying, hey, y'all, look at this black man. No, they're saying, look at this Haitian. Look at these Caribbeans. Look at these Africans. Is that a Muslim? Is he from Senegal? Is he from Sierra Leone? Yeah, this dude from Kenya tried to unalive a bunch of people. Yeah, we've already done the work now. Now y'all get to hold your own crimes now, okay? And our crimes are at the lowest that they've ever been. And we get to delineate the data on this welfare, and y'all welfare is being exposed, and we ain't nowhere near the top or even on the list of the amount of welfare and the amount of crimes that y'all commit. And I land there.
Thank you so much for that, mister. You ready for your question? No, first let's get the chat question. Let's get the chat question. 1 second. I'm sorry I wasn't prepared. Chat, yes or no? Should ICE funding increase? Yes or no? Okay, mister, you ready for your question?
I am.
Okay. Is the conflict between Black Americans / FBAs and immigrants real or amplified online?
The conflict is real and has been amplified online at the same time. It's real because we weren't really tripping on these people. We weren't really paying attention. We didn't care that they was coming over here and getting the loans and getting the handouts that they've been getting this whole time. We didn't care that they was getting preferential treatment. They were getting their own days and everything like that. We didn't care. We was actually popping our collar to him. It's like, hey man, get what you can get, you know? But then the trouble came in when we started trying to fix our own problems, okay? And started addressing our government and the avenues that we're supposed to be going through full with a bunch of immigrants. Okay, why is the Congressional Black Caucus full of a bunch of Caribbeans? Why do we have Jamaicans like Sheila Jackson Lee and Yvette Clarke and all these people getting in our way of our tangibles over here? And not only are they just saying no and blocking what Black Americans are supposed to get, but they're giving all of our money to a bunch of immigrants. Okay, they're addressing them. Why is that? And then come to find out whenever we voice about it, here we go online and we see some more immigrants talking about y'all don't need nothing. Oh, slavery was a long time ago. No, y'all weren't enslaved. And then at the same time, you'll have a bunch of immigrants laughing, ha ha, y'all were enslaved, and we're happy our ancestors enslaved you. So yeah, they'll amplify this online. They'll share disgusting pictures of our ancestors being unalive to mock us. And this has gone across the board to all of them. They will sit up here and share pictures of George Floyd being unalived. Okay, they'll sit up here and just tell absolute disgusting lies on us every single day. And yeah, it had been both. They are amplified online and it's happening in real life. They smile in our faces though. I haven't had a single immigrant say what they've been saying to me online to my face, but that's just how cowardly these people are. And I'll land.
Thank you for your submission, mister. Hi, Black American. You ready for the second segment?
I sure am.
Okay, FBA and immigrants, can we find unity or is division unavoidable?
I want to say division is unavoidable. I just really want to make it plain. Division was always the plan. Like there's never been a time where they have come here for unity that is mutually beneficial. Even when you think about going back to the times of of Marcus Garvey, right? He came over here and was befriending the KKK white supremacists while talking ish about foundational Black Americans and us being lazy and us not having any stake in claiming the country, much like fellow Jamaican Reverend Tethanu is saying on this live right now. And so we understand that he's just following in the footsteps of all the tellers that came before him and going along with the same lies and the same narratives that only benefit him. And I want to just go back to what he said during the last segment, because he's emblematic of the relationship between the Afro immigrants and the foundational Black Americans. See, he keeps saying that Wong case defined the 14th Amendment. No, that's not true. That Wong case redefined the 14th Amendment. See, because anybody could, if it was for everybody and they wanted to challenge anybody's citizenship, they could have used any foundational Black American to challenge that case. But they used the Wong because they knew at the time it wasn't meant for him, but then they redefined it for him. He also lied about that quote unquote West Indian or from St. Croix that was the first quote unquote Black business person or richest business person in America and helped found San Francisco. But when you look up that person's name is William Ladisdorff. That is the son of a white Danish man that moved to St. Croix and had him with a Indo-Caribbean woman. And so, see, these are just the lies that they tell. And that's why we can't have unity. Because whatever lie they have to tell in order to get their narrative out there and to push something that's going to be beneficial to them, they will do it. And as you can see, even with the hip hop reference and all the stuff that he does, when he is debunked, he goes to trolling to try to get a rise because that's all they have. If they can't whine and complain, they know they don't have the power to stop this train that's happening right now, because social media, like my brother Mr. just said, social media has just highlighted their anti-Black ideals and bigotry. It just let it be more exposed on a grand scale. And I land there.
Thank you. Do anybody have a rebuttal for Black American?
Yeah, I definitely do.
Anyone else?
I don't.
Okay, Mari. Okay, first your Revenue. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this man just lied. William Alexander mother was an enslaved African in St. Croix. He is the first Black man in American history to reach millionaire status. And he's also one of the founders of San Francisco. He is recognized by the California government as being one of the founders of San Francisco. The man started in Louisiana and brought a bunch of Black people to California, and he was a part of Black organization in Louisiana. So for you to get up here and lie on William Alexander is crazy. Also, the Wong Kim arc is the defining case that defined the 14th Amendment. You're saying it redefined it. Nowhere in the 14th Amendment said anything about Black, Negro, or FBA. Nothing in there. Not section 1, 2, or 3. The Wong Kim arc literally defined the 14th Amendment. If you don't know what a landmark case is, maybe you need to look up what a landmark case is. Nothing about the Wong Kim arc case tell you that it redefined the 14th Amendment. They were trying to define the 14th Amendment. The reason why the Wong Kim arc case is so prevalent, because it's literally the case that defined the 14th Amendment. We wouldn't know how to define the 14th Amendment without the Wong Kim arc case. So you're just a liar. Secondly, we came here, and for this guy to be very ungrateful for all the things that we did during the Harlem Renaissance. Also, yes, Marcus Garvey did meet with the Triple K, but so did Elijah Muhammad. So did Malcolm X. Are you going to criticize and lambaste them for meeting with the KKK? Because they had extensive meetings with the KKK. Not just Marcus Garvey.
I love TikTok shop.
Sorry,
I love
Triple K.
TikTok
Sorry
shop.
about that, love world.
That's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but okay.
Yeah, now pardon me.
Okay. Okay.
While in there.
Okay, thank you, Revenue. Last words, Black American.
Yeah, just this dude is laughable. Notice he keeps calling that man William Alexander. His full name is William Alexander Ladisdorff. right? He's trying to hide this man's white Danish father and Indo-Caribbean mother that had him on the island of St. Croix, and that's why he's even considered a Caribbean or West Indian. See, this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the lies that they spread and think that we don't know, right? And so for him to even, and this is another argument that they constantly use that's really annoying but easily debunkable. When you bring up who Garvey was and how he tried to con the foundational Black Americans here, what is his rebuttal? Not that he didn't do it, but are you going to talk about the other people that did it too? It's always these other people are doing it. How come we can't? And that is the crux of their justification for the things they do when they come here. They always talk about, how come you're not talking about the Asian immigrants and the white immigrants? How come you just focusing on us? We focus on all the other underminers, but y'all always trying to deflect. And lastly, y'all didn't come here to be able to do anything that we didn't allow you to do because we fought for you to get here. Never forget that.
Thank you, Black American. Mari, your rebuttal?
Hello, I would like to just address the prompt because it's just been a lot of nonsense going on talking. FBA immigrants, unity or division? I don't even think.
Mari, sir, hold on. No. Do you have a rebuttal for Black American?
Yeah, my rebuttal is actually.
And that's all this is for you right now, is your rebuttal until we get to you, sir.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The rebuttal is still the same. I don't even think FBA want unity with Black Americans who don't have the same ideology as them, because when it comes to Black Americans who don't think like FBA,
No, Mari, you're Black. That's his name. You're rebutting Black American submission. Do you have something to rebut that he said in his submission? That's what you're doing right now.
that's what I thought I was doing. I thought I was rebutting.
Oh, you are? You're responding to Black American?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll restart your time.
Yeah. So he said that the African immigrants basically come over here to basically like to take the culture of Black Americans. I just don't agree with that. I'm not an African immigrant. My ancestors have been here since as far as I can look back to 1800s, 1882. My great grandmother was born in Floyd County, Georgia. But a lot of FBAs, they believe that when Black Americans don't agree with their like xenophobic white supremacist talking points, that we are tethers ourselves, which is not accurate. Because a lot of our Black civil rights leaders, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, even if you go back to Frederick Douglass, even if you go back to, Fred Hampton, Huey P. Newton, et cetera, they never believed in, being FBA. They didn't even understand what that term was. That term is not, it's not like decades old. I didn't hear about this term until COVID. So, those leaders that I just named, they believed in unity within the Black diaspora. They didn't believe in with these people within the FBA, lineage or whatever you want to call it. They don't, our leaders never believed in what they were talking about or what they're spewing, And I'm 25, and it's just crazy to hear that all of these people, like most of these FBA people, are in their 30s, and I can tell that they never went past high school with their education or, stopped midway through high school by the way they speak about history in regards to our Black American leaders and stuff like that. Yeah, I preach unity, and all of the leaders that I follow within, Black American history, they also preached unity.
Okay. Thank you, Mari. Sit tight with us. Stick around. Black American, final say?
Yeah, I'm glad the brother said his age. I kind of thought he was young. And for him to say 25, I'm glad he said that because that explains a lot of his ideology and the way he thinks. So I'm not even going to go hard on the brother because he is a foundation Black American, whether he thinks so or not. But what I will point out is that he brought up Frederick Douglass, and that's kind of where you messed yourself up, brother. because Frederick Douglass was against immigration. He understood how it harms us as a collective. He also said that the natural home of the Negro is America, so he didn't believe in going over to Africa. Now, I will give you this, that our leaders, our titans, our icons did believe in global unity based on melanin, largely to combat the white supremacy that was going on around the globe. But Frederick Douglass, Coretta Scott King, A. Philip Randolph, Barbara Jordan, Dr. Claude Anderson, they never believed we should pretend that we're all African and go back to Africa, which is the hallmark of Pan-Africanism. So I think you just need to do a little bit more study. And I don't think that you're a tether if you don't agree with me as a Foundation Black American. I would just say you off code, possibly even a COON. But I already know once you tell me that you are under the ideology and religion of Pan-Africanism, I already know how you're going to think because I have more experience in this game than you. So I don't necessarily look at you as a tether. I just look at you as just miseducated and indoctrinated. But there's help for you because you're still young. And I'll leave it there.
Okay, you ready for your question, Black American?
Yes, I am.
Okay, are we arguing over culture, economics, or political access?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm gonna say it's all three and they're interconnected, right? Because culture, dictates a lot of our economics, and you can't really do the political work efficiently without the economics. And so it's all of the above, because what we found in this Foundation Black American Renaissance is that the closer we get to putting up the boundaries around our culture, it invokes the pride. See, our brother Mari said, I know these people are older. What he doesn't understand, I guess, is that there are tons of college age Foundation Black Americans in high school that understand that we are our own distinct lineage, are using the term because they see in schools, they see in their classrooms, they see in their communities how the other terms that we have been given are being co-opted, right? And how they'll see a Juneteenth scholarship go to another quote unquote African American. And then when you check the identity of that African American, it's an Afro immigrant from Ghana or from Jamaica or from Haiti. But because African American means all of us put together, then they can still get it. And so there are those that the youth, those that are in the 25 to 45, and then the 45 on up. This movement has galvanized the entire lineage across all generation gaps. And I see that personally when I'm out and about, whether I'm talking at a school, a university, or old senior center. They all are understanding what this really means. And they have stories and experiences on how this delineation could have helped them in the past and how it's helping them now. I always say this, and I'll land with these two comments. I used to be a Pan-African. I call myself a recovering Pan-Africanist. And I was a Pan-African until I started meeting actual Africans. And on that point, because he said, our leaders of the past promoted unity. I want to say this. I have met online and in person more Africans than Dr. King and Malcolm X combined. So they didn't have the information that we have today. So they didn't know the vitriol and the level of backstabbing that was going to come their way.
Land your plane, Black American.
Yes, they're dealing with the Afro immigrants that came over. So there is a Black American proverb, no pun intended, in our community. When you know better, you do better. And we've just had more experience with Afro immigrants than they ever had. So we know what to do now. And I'll land there. Thank you.
You're welcome. No, just hold on to your turn, because you already, But chat, your question: should immigration reform include reparative justice? Should immigration reform include reparative justice? Should immigration reform include reparative justice? Yes or no? Revenue, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, love world?
Fine, you hanging in there?
Yeah, just beating up on FBAs as usual.
Oh, they gonna get their lick back. You want to answer the prompt?
Yeah, unity, FBA, and immigrants, unity or division. I think it needs to be. I'm for division. The only people I want to unify with is African Americans and the wider Black Americans. I think we have a historical, allegiance to each other. When you go back to the Harlem Renaissance, you have leaders like Arthur Schomburg, J.A. Rogers, Hubert Harrison, Marcus Garvey, that literally made their bones here in America and put their lives on their line for African Americans. So I think FBA needs to delineate from African Americans, so it wouldn't be no overlap. FBA, they don't like Pan Africanism, they don't like unity, and that's what African Americans stood for. Like I said, Arthur Schomburg, he has one of the largest Black Institute for Research here in New York City, and Arthur Schomburg is not a FBA; he's from the Caribbean. J.A. Rogers was John Henry Clark teacher. He's from Jamaica. Hubert Harrison was A. Philip Randolph mentor. He's from Jamaica. So we have historical allegiance to each other. Even when you go to the civil rights, Harry Belafonte, Sidney Poitier, Cicely Tyson, Stokely Carmichael. I mean, Stokely Carmichael is the man that popularized the term Black in America. Prior to that, people was calling themselves Negro. So he's the key reason why people call themselves Black here in America. Also, Carter G. Woodson is a self-proclaimed Pan-African. He started Black History Month. So if you want to delineate from Pan-Africanism, Black immigrants, then you're gonna have to take off all the Pan-Africans and the people who identify themselves as African American. The last organization Malcolm X started was the Organization of Afro-American Unity that was sanctioned by the OAU, the precursor for the African for the African
revenue.
for the AU. And I just wanted to say this. Until this day, Nkroba, CARICOM, and the AU historically been working together for crimes against humanity, which I think people should support better than a dead end ADOS FBA lineage based pipe dream.
Okay, thank you, Revenue. Anybody have a rebuttal for Revenue?
Yes,
I do.
Definitely.
So we're gonna go with the first two people. Who was that first? I know Black
well,
American.
I'll bow out since so many people want to.
So it was Black American and Monument, I believe, came off their mic first. So y'all, since I know, well, we can do three. Revenue, are you up for 1 minute?
Yeah. I could debunk all three of them. I could debunk 5 of them.
Okay. Cause I got a
If five,
feeling.
then I'll do it too.
Okay. Well, everybody can do a 1 minute back and forth, but I know after midnight we might be getting a bigger crowd, so then we will only go to 2 rebuttals, the first 2, and then we'll be rotating people too. So if anybody wants to come up and add to this debate, you're more than welcome. I give everyone a mic here. Okay, so go ahead. Your first rebuttal is Black American.
Oh, cool. Let me jump right in. Great, because he gonna lie, and that's what liars do. So let's go right to Schomburg, right? Because this is one of the lies they tell. What they don't know, and here's what I'll say on the record before I debunk everything that he said, is that whenever you see an Afro immigrant that has been elevated in America, trust there is a foundation Black American that is right next to him that helped, or her that helped elevate them. And so when we talk about Schomburg is just the Puerto Rican that the white supremacists elevated, because the true person that was Schomburg's mentor, and where he got all of his books in that library from, was a brother by the name of John Edward Bruce. Y'all look him up. And when we talk about when he talks about all the people that we helped put on here, that you just debunking your point. See, Foundation Black Americans have always wanted global unity based on melanin, so we never treated y'all bad. It was y'all in the background scamming, scheming, and plotting on us while we was including you. And the last thing I'll say is this: Malcolm X, because he brought up the organization that he started, Malcolm X was on record always delineating between the different ethnic groups. He was on TV saying that the Afro-Hispanics, when they speak Spanish, they do not get the same treatment in this country.
And your plane.
Negro. And on top of that, if the Negro tied his head up in a turban and presented as exotic, the white supremacists would treat them different. They have always preferred Afro immigrants to foundational Black Americans, and it shows in how they move now. Thank you.
Revenue, final say. 1 minute, y'all, because it's like 4 of y'all. So please try to stick to the time. Thank you. Revenue.
Yeah, these people always got some conspiracy theory that the white man boosted the immigrant. Like, it's always some conspiracy theory for FBA. They never have no facts. It's always some pseudoscience, ahistorical that nobody could prove. Just give the man Arthur Schoenberg his props. The man was a scholar. The man was an expert in his field. The man dedicated his life to Black history in the Americas and in the diaspora. Just give the man his credit. He has the largest research center of Black Americans in America. Just give the man his credit. All this conspiracy theory, like the white man pushed him up against, and like just stop the conspiracy theory. Also, like I said, Malcolm X died a Pan-African. Dr. Khalid Muhammad died a Pan-African. Carter G. Woodson died a Pan-African. John G. Jackson died a Pan-African. All of your historical figures was for unity and for Pan-Africanism. So don't lie on Malcolm X. The man died a Pan-African.
Okay, thank you, Revenue. Monument.
I think one of the main things we have to address is that the people like W.B. Du Bois and William Sylvester, who were the pioneers of Pan-Africanism, that ideological thought process was not something that was shunned by foundational Black Americans. People have this misconception that just because people are identifying as foundational Black American, that there's some distinction between us and African Americans. We're literally the same group of people. Negro, colored, Black, African American, foundational Black American are the same exact group of people, which are the American descendants of chattel slavery, American descendants of freedmen. Carter G. Woodson had Pan-Africanist ideas, but was never a self-proclaimed Pan-African. He's seen as a Pan-African, but never himself proclaimed Pan-Africanism. And one of the main things that we have to also understand is that just because a person is FBA doesn't mean that they hate global unity. That's a lie. We're all about that. It's everybody else who's against us because of the fact that we've made specific boundaries to define who we are.
Thank you, Monument. Revenue, final say.
Yeah, like I said, FBA are not African Americans. African Americans are not FBA. If you ask African Americans like A.A. Tether and other African Americans, they will literally tell you that they are not FBA. FBA will literally tell you themselves that they are not African American. So for this guy to get up here and lie and say that they are all the same people, that's lies. Secondly, African Americans stand for unity. FBA want delineation. You are not the same people. A lot of y'all believe y'all Native Americans, that y'all was here before Columbus. Y'all engage in pseudoscience that the average African American do not engage in. African Americans are not on a street corner complaining about Spanish people working at McDonald's. That's not what African Americans do. That's what FBA do. FBA is a cult led by Tariq Nasheed, and that's what you're a part of. You're not an African American. So just delineate from African Americans.
Thank you. Who was that next? Mr. or Chris?
It was me.
Okay, go ahead, Chris.
So, yes, ma'am. So, what I wanted to say is, right, he was asking for an actual solution, right? So the solution could be, could you call Cardi B up and Nicki Minaj and all the people, right, and ask them to delineate the numbers faster, because that's the problem, right? You always calling us baby mama thugs. You say we do all this stuff, right? Well, that could be your Jamaican people within that number. So if you want to help, right, you could also help by helping Brooke delineate New York the same way how California's delineating. And then you could push all the other states to also do the same. See, that's how you can help. See, you're just in here trolling. You're not really actually wanting to help, because if you wanted to help, you would do that. So you ask for a solution, that's your solution. So get with them and tell them, hey, those bills that we're looking to delineate, those statistics, those are the things we need pushed. And I'll end there.
Thank you for that. Dang, the gift is blocking your name. I'm sorry. Thanks, Chris. Okay, Mister, you ready?
I think revenue is supposed to debunk Chris.
Oh, I'm sorry. Lord, go ahead, Revenue.
Yeah, so I would definitely get in contact with some people that could relay your message to Nicki Minaj. Like I said, I'm for delineation, but I think what FBA should start first is delineate from African Americans. FBA are opposed to Pan-Africanism. They are opposed to Black unity. They are opposed to these things. They think that they're Native Americans. They think that they was here before Columbus. They think that they're, stuff like that. They don't believe they come from Africa. They don't believe, some of them are saying, it's no Africans in my genealogy, and they don't subscribe to science. So first, I think FBA need to delineate from African Americans, and then you could come talk to us, the tethers, the Black immigrants, and then we could delineate. But I think you have to start first by delineating yourself from African Americans. African Americans don't want nothing to do with FBA. FBA don't want nothing to do with African Americans. So delineate from African Americans first, and then we could come to the table and start our delineation process.
Revenue. You know that African Americans, the non-immigrant ones who say they African Americans, and FBA, Black Americans, ADOS, you know they're the same people, right?
Well,
He
African
knows.
American is a federally recognized ethnic group that's for the people that descend from enslaved Africans here in America. Nobody from Nigeria can come to America and identify themselves as an African American.
That's a
Me,
lie.
can I land my plane, or you just triggered? Me, myself, from the Caribbean, I cannot identify myself as an African American. I'm not a part of that ethnic group. But I can identify myself as a Black American because that's a racial category according to the Census Bureau and the OMB.
Okay,
So
hold on, Revenue. Niecy Fly. Is she sleeping in? Niecy Fly. Okay, we're going to open this spot up for somebody else. Okay, I had a question for her, but she won't be able to respond. So, okay, Mister, go ahead.
Yeah. So he likes to bring up the same 4 or 5 names from the Caribbean and everything like that, and say that they represent all of the Caribbean, and that means that we have loyalty and we're linked to the Caribbean and the United States and everything. Yeah. After we saved them and we gave them refuge. After Marcus Garvey turned his back on us, betrayed us, and Jamaicans didn't mess with him, but they never talk about how Jamaicans collectively organized for Black Americans. The only collective organization from Jamaicans have been their Jamaican posses. When they came over here, all they did was form a bunch of posses, and they brought a bunch of rugs and a bunch of violence over here. They had about 40 posses, with the shower posse being the largest group. And all these posses, they operated internationally across Canada, US, the UK, and Jamaica, and they collectively unalived 4,500 people when they got here. A lot of them being Black people when they got here. They were responsible for moving all these rugs and fueling mass incarceration, and none of them ever take responsibility for it. So as a group, yeah, the Caribbeans, they don't like us as a group.
Who likes you in the whole world? Who likes you?
Can I respond, Lover?
Hold on, Peacemaker. Yes, go ahead, Revenue. You got the final say. Then we're going to get to your question, and then it'll be Chris up next.
Yeah, so if we didn't like, uh, African Americans, then you wouldn't have figures like Louis Farrakhan. You wouldn't have a Mike Tyson. You wouldn't have a Floyd Mayweather. You wouldn't have a Malcolm X. You wouldn't have a Aaliyah. You wouldn't have a Jada Pinkins. These are people that are either full Caribbean or half Caribbean. So to say that we had no unity, but we having babies with each other and making, some prevalent figures here in America, that'd just be ahistorical. We have always supported the African American community, but we don't want to be associated with FBA. We don't want nothing to do with FBA. We don't want to do business with FBA. We don't want to sit at the table with FBA. In fact, like I say, I support delineation, but I think it's important for FBA to delineate from African Americans because African Americans support Pan-Africanism, African Americans support unity. So you need to delineate from African Americans. I land there.
Okay, Revenue, you ready for your question?
Yes, Lover.
Okay, who benefits when these two groups distrust each other?
Clearly the small high community. They're probably the ones that's financing these FBAs, like Tariq Nasheed and these other grifters that's making all the money off delineation wars and FBA. I mean, the man owned the trade.
Revenue, wait a minute though. Tariq isn't here, and I'm gonna speak for him real quick. This isn't a Tariq Nasheed documentary or nothing like that. He's not here to defend himself.
He speak about me all the time when I can't defend myself.
Well, I haven't heard him. I don't know nothing about that. But can we
On
just
his platform.
Yeah, he talk about me all the time on his pod. I'm not there.
This is not his platform. This is Love's
You're
platform,
nobody,
sir.
so it doesn't matter.
Wait a minute, y'all. I got this. But can you just stick to what we talking about now? I don't think Tariq can
Okay.
I don't think he have a say so over all Black Americans. He don't have a say so over me. I choose to be a foundational Black American. Don't nobody tell me how to do nothing and when to do nothing. Okay. So I'm gonna give you your time back, but can we stick to, you know what I mean? Make the main thing, and Tariq ain't the main thing right now.
Okay, I won't mention his name. I'm okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I think the biggest people that's benefiting off this is the grifters and the small high community that, they're the ones that, that reap the benefits of hip hop. They're the ones that reap the benefits of the civil rights. They're the ones that set up the NAACP. So they're the main ones that's probably profiting and probably financing some of these grifters that we see that's scamming people out their money, promising them reparations, telling them that, reparations is coming. We just got to delineate from these tethers. They know it's a grift. They know it's, reparation would never happen in a federal court. But they're selling these people that have that's very uneducated, probably, do low wage jobs because they're the ones that's complaining about construction jobs and McDonald's and Spanish people working at McDonald's. We don't see no neurologists. We don't see no astrophysicists coming out saying that I'm an FBA and I want delineation. It's usually the people that's uneducated and that's poor that's coming out, with this type of rhetoric. And the grifters, they could use them and their anger against their own self and scan them out their money. So I think the biggest beneficiary of these diaspora wars is probably the small high community and the grifters that's being paid by them. And I'll land there.
Oh, Chris, thank you for
Hey, how you doing, love?
Hey, you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
All right, FBA and immigrants, can we find unity or is division unavoidable?
I believe that division is unavoidable because
Hold on
we
one
see.
second. Hold on
Yes,
one
ma'am.
second. Black American, I'm going to rotate you down. Thank you so much for joining the debate.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, ma'am. I believe that division is what's needed because they've shown their hands. Now, what I could say is this, right? For example, me and Revenue could DM each other. We could become cool. May not like everything he say, but what I'm saying is we could have individual relationships with people from immigrant backgrounds. But as I said earlier, which he was deflecting, it's about those numbers. Many times they like to say that we the baby mamas, we on EBT, We on all of the housing, we on this, we're on that, and they fall under our numbers. And the main thing for the division should be the numbers, and they should respect that. They should want to be held accountable for what they do. If a Jamaican person, as Mr. Ether was saying earlier, from the Shower Posse, does a pew pew, whenever they arraign him and put him in court, it should be said that he is Jamaican. It should have his ethnic group. And the reason why it should be that way is because y'all, for multiple years, multiple decades, for 60 years, have been making us the face of everything. And I never heard none of y'all say, hey, well, it's us doing it too. I ain't heard that revenue. I ain't heard that anybody else who I've been hearing listening. Y'all not saying it's us doing it too. It's us that were, putting the stuff in the neighborhoods. It was us that was helping do this and that. So therefore, we have to delineate because of that. And naturally, whether we get reparations or not, I know one thing. We need to be able to see if you on EBT, if you getting all this help, we need to be able to see it from your ethnic groups. And I'll end there.
Anybody got a rebuttal for Chris?
I definitely got a rebuttal to that.
Peacemaker, you got a rebuttal? Is he even up here?
I was almost falling asleep, listening
Oh,
to
well,
the
here.
garbage.
Oh,
Garbage. Things that's never gonna amount to anything. You don't
okay.
have
So
no power.
you don't have
You
no
don't have
rebuttal.
you
No,
don't
he
have
said he
no
got a rebuttal.
power.
He said he was falling asleep listening to
Yeah,
him.
you don't have no power. You don't
Okay,
have
wait a minute
nothing.
though. But do you have a rebuttal for Chris? Not a
Chris.
submission. Yeah. Do you have something to say about what? Did you disagree with Chris at any
Well,
point?
I agree with Chris because even American people say something
Okay.
from
Okay. Well,
nothing
we
will leave
don't.
nothing.
Right.
You know.
Okay. Well, we gonna get to you, Peacemaker. Hold on. Let's get through with this then. Go ahead, Revenue.
Yeah, so if you type in on any search engine, who has a higher medium income, who has a higher college graduation rate, and who have a higher home ownership rate, it would be the black immigrants. If you look at who's on government assistance more, black immigrants or black, it would say that black Americans, 1 out of 4 black American is on government assistance. That's over 12 million people. If you look at the crime rate, it goes to black American. Look at all of the cities that Trump has sent the National Guard in. These are cities that's dominated by black American. These are not sanctuary cities. Like Memphis is not a sanctuary city. DC is not a sanctuary city. Chicago is not a sanctuary city. St. Louis is not a sanctuary city. These are all the cities that Trump is sent the National Guard to. He didn't send the National Guard to New York City or I don't even think Miami or any of these places where black immigrants, precisely.
Hold on, Revenue. Jay Smith, grab a mic or I'm gonna block you. This is my platform, my debate, my panel. I run it how I want. I have whoever up here for as long as I want to. Don't nobody run my panels but me. If you don't like it here, go where you like it at. I normally don't respond to the comments, but you spamming. Cece, if Jay Smith 1110 say one more thing, mute him. My apologies, Revenue. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you look at the cities that the National Guards were deployed at, these are not sanctuary cities. These are cities where black Americans dominate. Memphis, Tennessee, Chicago, Illinois, St. Louis, DC. This is not New York City or Miami or places where you see black immigrants or where they so-called call enclaves and things like that. So we're clearly not the ones that committing these crimes that Chris is trying to allude to. And so if you delineate, it's just gonna show that black immigrants are just doing better. I mean, you should want us you should want them to incorporate the numbers. I mean, could that just make it more clear that okay, it's not the black immigrants that's the problem. We need to send more National Guard to St. Louis and these other
20
cities.
seconds, Revenue.
Yeah, so I land there. I just land there.
Okay, anybody
Can I
got a
rebut this
rebuttal?
goofy?
Yeah.
Do I get the rebuttal back?
Wait, it was revenue submission, or was that you, Chris? That was
It
your
was me.
turn, right?
Yeah, it was.
Oh no, okay, Chris, you got the final say. No, Cadillac, you can't rebut. Somebody needs to rebuttal. Go ahead, Chris. Final say.
Okay, again, revenue. As I said before, right? In New York, where you're from, there's B's and C's that are Caribbean. Let's say they go do a little, mixed blue and red pew pew. When they get arrested, they fall under black, African American, FBA, Sioux Line, all those names you know what they are. They fall under that, and you know that. So when you say about delineation, what you were saying earlier, right? It seems that y'all the only ones fighting us about delineation. I think it's because y'all don't want those numbers to be true. Because you were just saying earlier about the EBT and the food stamps, right? But Trump put out that all y'all ethnic groups are on more food stamps than we are. That's facts. So what you're saying is misinformation. And to be honest, that is why y'all don't like delineation, because y'all don't want to be responsible for your numbers, because you know that if we mess up, like you said, right, we have prison and jail that they send us to. If you mess up, they send you back to your homeland. And that is why you don't like delineation. And I'll land there.
I never heard anything so ridiculous. Immigrants go down
You
with
ready for your peacemaker? Would you
Peacemaker.
okay,
are
let me
you
just
going to be
go,
a
man.
part of the
I can be
debate tonight
here.
or
I can
no?
be here for an hour and don't say
Okay.
nothing. So
Wait. Okay, that's fine then. All right, you ready, Chris? You ready for your question, Chris?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Okay. Are Black American communities losing jobs to immigration or to corporations seeking cheap labor?
I would say corporations seeking cheap labor. That is why, and the immigrants do the cheap labor. So it would be cheap labor. They want to save money. They know that over here they got to pay us top dollar because we got all this expensive stuff we got to pay for. While immigrants live together in their houses, 12 of them together, they'll work for that little penny crumb, put their stuff together, and live. And we're not like that as Americans. And that actually messes up the market, really. So I'll just say that nah, it's their greed.
Okay, thanks for your submission, Chris. Mari, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, FBA and immigrants, can we find unity or is division unavoidable?
That's a tough question. I believe there's a difference between FBA and African Americans because
Okay, let me stop you. Black Americans slash FBA slash African Americans, the non-immigrant class group, can they find unity with
oh then yeah.
immigrants? Or is, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. If the people within our groups that you just grouped us all in stop the xenophobic and white supremacist rhetoric that I've been hearing, throughout certain groups that is represented by grifters and things like that. It's just disheartening to see, when we have things like, the war going on. We just had troops, 2,500 troops hit the
Spell it out.
ground.
WAR, please. TikTok friendly language. If you don't know
WAR.
TikTok friendly language, please don't come on my panel. Go ahead, Mari.
WAR type shit. Troops land in Iran. So, this country is not getting any better. And with the divisive language, who are we going to turn to? Because, within our own community, how many Black Americans, FBA, et cetera, how many of y'all can just go to your neighbor right now and be like, what's the word? How y'all doing? Type shit. How many of y'all can do that? How many of y'all actually doing something for y'all community? How can y'all say y'all want to delineate, but then not do anything after delineation, after, and I'm a Black American. I've been, like I said, my ancestors have been here since I've proven 1882. So I
understand what Malcolm
20
X,
seconds
Martin Luther
remaining
King,
your time.
etc. was.
20 seconds. You can finish your thought.
Okay, I understand what Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and those people were saying when it came to us unifying under one umbrella, not even just unifying, but us coexisting, so we can defeat white supremacists or the system that is controlled by the same people.
Okay, thank you. Do anybody have a rebuttal for Mari,
I do.
Yes.
Cadillac, and Mr.? Okay, go ahead, Cadillac.
These people sit here and talk about all our great leaders, right? Like, Malcolm X was on code. Everybody who these people be bringing up, they was on code. Y'all not on code. Y'all come over here. Y'all get the resources. Y'all
Wait a
get
minute, Cadillac Black. Are you rebutting Mari? Are you rebutting Mari?
Yeah, what he pretty much just said, like our leaders and stuff. Like,
He said he Black American.
Black
okay,
American,
my
my
bad, my bad,
ancestors
my
have
bad,
been
my
here.
bad, my bad.
Or are you
Okay, so
thinking about revenue?
yeah, my bad.
You still thinking about revenue?
No. But listen, it still goes for him too. Like they always invoking the name of our ancestors. Like our ancestors helped them. Like it, bro. Like
But he said he Black American. Ain't that his ancestor too?
the Pan American ideology don't work for us. It never
Okay, I'm gonna
has.
restart your time. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Pan American, like, bro, we don't have no Africa. Them people been over here since 1965. They've been here since 1965. We've been having black people in Congress since 1965. Everybody who got melanin in their skin is not our friend. Everybody who talks about, we need to come together, bro. These people have been here. They haven't built anything with us. They haven't tried to. Africa haven't sent 50 cents. Venezuela haven't sent anything. Jamaica, whatever black other country, Trinidad and all these Cuba, nobody have sent 50 cents over here. We're the only people who over here who actually help other people, other nations. The Haitian hurricane, bro. We sent millions of dollars over there to y'all to Haiti, bro. Y'all get over here right now, and y'all don't like us for no other reason than y'all just think, I don't know, whatever the stereotypes the YTs gave y'all. We ain't never did nothing to y'all but call y'all African booty scratchers. We call each other African booty scratchers. So what? I'm a black American on both sides, an Indian on both sides. And I got called a booty scratcher, bro. But y'all just so off cold, bro. I'm just laying right here. I'm just laying. I'm a land.
Thank you. Final thought, Mari.
Yeah. All that yapping isn't necessary. Like I was saying, Malcolm X understood that he was African. He never said that he was from America. He said in his speech, and I quote, I can quote it word for word, "We are black. We are African. We just so happen to be an American. We were kidnapped and stolen from Africa and brought to America. We did not land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us." If you don't think he said these words verbatim, I have the video posted on my TikTok. You can just go look at it. It's his speech. So he knew that he was African. Martin Luther King knew that he was African. A lot of these black American leaders knew that they were African, that their ancestors were brought here from Africa as, enslaved people to do a job that they were forced to do unwillingly. So
Thanks, Mari. Mister?
Yeah, first off, Mari has an accent. I don't believe he's Black American. Second off, no, they did not
accent because I'm from
know
Detroit.
anything. Be quiet, sir.
313 day.
Sir, be quiet. Can I get my time restarted, please? Thank you. Second off, yeah, they didn't know anything. They were coming up during Jim Crow. I mean, how much information can black people have during Jim Crow? So no, they didn't know. They believed things. Also, they didn't know about Candace Owens. They didn't know about Myron Gaines. People who shitted on Dr. King and Malcolm X and FBA and Black History and everything. They didn't know that the Caribbean was going to send 10 to 20,000 people over to commit crimes and rugs and unalivings on black people and fuel mass incarceration. They didn't know that Africans are enslaving each other and have been enslaving people and have enslaved their ancestors and caused the transatlantic slave trade and white supremacy to happen. They didn't know that a bunch of Africans and Caribbeans were going to be committing mass rapes on each other, that they was going to commit civil WARs on each other. They didn't know about all this off-code behavior, and they would be calling it out. So for y'all to be invoking them when they were at a time of ignorance, and Malcolm X was cured of his ignorance when he went over there to those African countries, and every single last one of them that he went to, they all smacked his hand, gave him the finger, and told him, go about your business. Okay, so I don't know why you keep on bringing them up. I mean, like, it's not like they knew every single thing, but y'all acting like they knew everything. No, they didn't know about these people who was going to come over here, lie on us, tell disgusting lies on us. They didn't know about people like Tethernew over here. They didn't know about people like Barack Obama. They didn't know about people like, what's her name, Kamala Harris, all right, locking up black people, sitting on their hands and sitting up here watching black people get unalived by the system every day. They didn't know that there was going to be posting up photos of the Triple K unaliving their ancestors like they're doing today. And none of you up here are calling it out. And I land.
Thank you. Final words before your question, Mari?
Yeah, Clarence Thomas, Gullah Geechee, not an African immigrant who was the federal agent that helped the Chicago police unalive Fred Hampton, not an African immigrant. There's a lot of Black Americans who are also not for the people. So do not just come here and claim that it's only Africans, because that's not true. Also, MLK, he died. He when he crossed over, he was a Pan-Africanist. His last speech when he was in Memphis, when he was unalived at the Lorraine Motel, his last speech that he was set to deliver was titled, it was found in his hotel, you can search it up. It was titled, Why America Should Go to Hell. This is a fact. He did not love America. He still hated America because he understood that America did not give the Negro or the Black American or the African or the Afro-American, as he called himself, anything. He understood that Black unity within the African diaspora was still needed. So did Malcolm X, who went to Mecca and understood that it's not really specifically white people that's the enemy. It's the white the system. It's the actual system.
Land your plane, Mari. Land your plane. Finish your thought.
That's it. I got an accent because I'm from Detroit. I'm 313 day. Like I said, my family's been here.
Too. I'm from Detroit too.
I'm from the North End. I'm from, you know what I'm saying?
Really?
Ghost Town.
Yeah, I know where the North End is.
Okay, so you know I'm not an African immigrant. Come on now. This don't make sense to me. This is why I don't understand FBA.
Any Black American know you're an immigrant.
They claim that
Black
African Americans.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. This your.
Not you. But just because you're from the North End or from any city, I'm not in the business of, doing all that, but it is immigrants in Detroit. You know what I mean? I'm not saying whether you won or not, but Okay, so let's get to your question. If resources are limited, who should come first? Citizens or new arrivals?
Citizens, of course.
Okay.
Because we are here. We I'm not an idiot. So I understand that Black Americans have their own problems in America. I understand that. So what Malcolm X, like I've been saying, what these people have been preaching, what they preached, because they weren't ignorant, because these people have traveled, they have books, the same books that you look for references, that these articles are written about, now are referencing the books that they read in the 60s and 70s. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Also, Um, they believe that in order for us to have unity, we have to have our own, basically our own strength within our own ethnic groups, if that makes sense. So Black Americans have to have our shit together in order to have unity with African nations who also have to have their shit together and as well in order for us to defeat the system, because the system is already so solidified that it can't be defeated with, without a coordinated front, if that makes sense. And I
Okay.
land there.
Thank you for your submission, Mari. Chat, we have your next question. Who has more political leverage right now? Black Americans / FBA or immigrants? Hi, Monument, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, FBA and immigrants, unity. Can we find unity or is division unavoidable?
Division is definitely unavoidable because by default, every specific group that comes to this country is in direct competition with the natives of the country. So any group that immigrates to another country is always going to be in economic competition, political competition, because they don't want to be at the bottom. I myself am an original student of Dr. Claude Anderson. I'm 38 years old. I'm from Chicago, and I've always been a part of, for the most part, a Pan-American type of movement because we got a lot of Caribbeans here in Chicago. So I think it's one of the biggest misconceptions about foundational Black Americans is that we're a HATE group, and we're not. Delineation doesn't mean that you have to practice discrimination. It just means that we're focusing on our specific ethnic group, because every group that immigrates to this country is by default in competition with the natural born citizens of this country. And primarily the greatest competition that Black Americans are going to have outside of white Americans are immigrants. The immigrant class has always been an economic, political, and social. And it's, God damn it. Yeah, they've always been a political, social, and economic threat to our progress in this country. So when it comes down to just the way that we have to play ball, we have to play hardball. And playing hardball doesn't mean that we hate anybody. It just means that we have a specific focus on ourselves and who better to look out for than ourselves. So division is inevitable because whenever people make specifications, that's what it is. I'm from a historically Puerto Rican part of Chicago. The Puerto Rican don't want to be called the Cuban. The Nigerian don't want to be called the Ghanaian. The Guatemalan don't want to be called the Mexican. And by default, the foundational Black American doesn't want to be misconstrued with anyone else.
Okay, just one moment. Mari, we're going to drop you down to the comments. You can do another spin around, but I got to get to the people in the queue. Thank you for your participation. Okay, do anybody got any rebuttals for Monument?
Yeah, I want to rebuttal the Bible he was just spewing.
Is that it? Okay, go ahead.
No, I want to rebuttal too.
Okay, all right, Ray, I got you. Go ahead, Revenue.
Yeah, to make it more simpler for FBA, just don't identify yourself as Black. If you want to really delineate, just stop using the term Black. Just take out the B out of FBA. Just call yourself a foundational American. That will make it more simpler. But you're saying that you want to delineate from the wider Black community. It's 54 countries in Africa, 26 in the Caribbean, and then we have Suriname and a couple other Black countries in South America. What will make it more simpler? Just say, you know what? I'm not Black. I'm not of African descent. I'm just American. That would just be more simpler. You don't gotta identify as Black. That would speed up delineation even faster. Or like I said, just delineate from African Americans. That would make our job way more simpler so we can identify the cult members separate from the real ethnic group that's federally recognized from FBA. We want unity with African Americans. We don't want anything to do with FBA. That would make our job a lot more simpler with delineation. And I'm speaking for the wider Black immigrant community that you guys call tethers. I'm speaking for the Tether Nation. We don't want nothing to do with FBA. We don't want to, link up. We don't want any unity with FBA. We want to keep our unity, our historical alignment with African Americans. And you guys are in the way, and y'all don't make anything better for African Americans. I think it would be the better thing to separate from the term Black and separate from African American. That would just make life more easier for everybody. And I'll end there.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Chris, thank you for joining the panel. You can do another spin around. I'm going to rotate the stage. Thank you for participating.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Can I rebuttal that, Goofy?
Well, hold on. Cadillac Black, you can come back later. You keep coming off mic.
All right. Can I go now?
Wait a minute, Ray. Monument has the final say to revenue, and then you can rebut Monument also.
Yeah, one of the main things that I always want people to understand is that, again, being a foundational Black American, we know we're Black racially, and we know that we are the descendants of chattel slavery. Some of those slaves were indigenous groups, as well as Africans from the Ivory Coast of West Africa and Central Africa. So nobody's in denial of our Blackness. No one's in denial of the fact that some of us may have direct genetic African ancestry. The problem when we're talking to other groups is that they try to lump all foundational Black Americans under one umbrella when it's based off of lineage, and everyone's lineage is comprised of different ancestors and different paternal and maternal parents. So because of that, everybody has a different type of makeup that defines who they are. So you may have people whose quantum of Native ancestry is larger or European ancestry is larger, but nevertheless, we're still Black racially. So yeah, that doesn't make sense what he said at all.
Okay, thank you, Monument. Ray, go ahead with your rebuttal.
I mean, for me, the guy said, the earlier guy, he was like, he was talking as if black Africans that come here are the main problem why, like, is the main problem why the Black Americans who were born here are not doing well. That's not true, right? I mean, so as long as Black Americans in America will keep on fighting the wrong people, they will keep on sinking. That's why till date, most Black, I'm not gonna say all Black Americans, some are doing well, but most Black Americans are struggling because they're looking at the wrong they're looking at the wrong people, right? So if they want to fight back, they should fight back the system, not their brothers from Africa, right? Most brothers from Africa, they come here and take advantage of the opportunities they see, right? I mean, we are fighting a different battle from Africa, and those here is a different. So all I'm saying is that for we as Africans, for we to move forward and achieve what we want, we got to support each other, promote and invest in Black-owned businesses, organizations, and creators, right? Unity grows through shared goals, mutual support, education, and respect. Other than that, if the Black Americans in America here will keep on attacking, I'm not gonna say attack, or maybe keep on blaming the immigrants, the Black Americans here are not going anywhere. They will keep on complaining until they leave this earth because they keep on beating the dead horse. They keep on. That's not the Black Americans here are not their problems. It's the system. It's the system of the government here.
Okay, land your plane, Ray. Finish your thought.
All right. So I'm gonna finish my thought. Instead of wasting your energy
Like
on
5 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, instead of wasting your energy on your brothers and sisters from Africa, use that energy to fight the systemic whatever that is in America here. Yeah, I think that's it.
All right, thank you so
Can
much.
I go?
Thanks for the,
Yeah.
no. It's Monument final say. Go ahead, Monument.
Yeah, at the end of the day, again, any group that immigrates into a country, especially a first world country that comes from a third world developing country, is going to be in direct competition with the natives of that land, economically, politically, and socially. That's just the way that the cookie crumbles. So at the end of the day, like I said, I'm from the third largest city in the country. We have a huge Caribbean population here. We got about 35,000 Nigerians here, not to mention other people from East Africa and South Africa that exist in Chicago and the surrounding suburbs. The difference is Chicago is very racially segregated, so each group stays amongst themselves. This false sense of unity that people have, I have never seen it in my 38 years, and I was born in a Salafi Muslim household, so I grew up around East Africans and West Africans. The imam of my mosque was actually from Mali, so when it comes down to it, we just got to lose this sense false of unity and understand that competition is natural by default whenever you enter into a new country seeking a better life, as immigrants say when they come to America.
Okay, thank you. You ready for your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, should Black Americans support strict ICE enforcement?
Of course, especially in a sanctuary city like where I'm from. I remember when ICE first came to Chicago and our dumb Mayor Brandon Johnson, he was just telling the police like not to participate with ICE and don't help them and all this crazy stuff. But the very presence of ICE decreased a lot of the criminal activity in the city. And for people who don't live in Chicago, we have to understand that we're not only a racially segregated city, we don't practice LA street politics. We got our own street politics here. And the Hispanics here practice something called mejor la raza, which is purification of the race through the elimination of blackness. We have white supremacist street organizations, and then we have our black organizations, and then we have our folks and our peoples. So when it comes down to it, the way that we even operate streetwise is very much on an ethnic and racial basis. So like you'll have a racial hierarchy of like a flat blackness, but when things hit the fan, people ethnically splinter into their own little groups. So delineation is something that's heavily practiced here. But if you're from a more cluster-filled city like New York or something like that, where people are kind of like amalgamated amongst themselves, it's slightly different. We got a lot of Black Americans who are bi-ethnic here in Chicago, but nevertheless, they're on code. And I think that's a distinction that has to be made. So when we look at ICE, ICE is a benefit to Black America. It's a benefit to the American populace as a whole, because no country should be overran with illegal immigrants. Immigration is not the issue. Illegal immigration is the issue. So because illegal immigration is an issue nationwide, it's something that should be addressed the way that it is being addressed. Now, do I think ICE goes overboard from time to time? Of course I do. But are they a necessary evil? Yes.
Thank you so much for your submission and your participation, Monument. Thank you. You can come back if it's still time, but thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
I believe it's West Coast, right, mister?
Yeah, it's West Coast.
Hey, West Coast.
Hey sis, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay, so FBA and immigrant unity or division, always division for me. Only part of the reason, I have so many different reasons, and I try to cite each reason every time I come up, but I just want to reiterate with this is that we can't unite with individualism Visualistic people. When they come here, they don't come here to unite with us. When this is the first time I'm even hearing about all this unity, and it's not by coincidence either. So this is not genuine cause for unity. This is opportunistic people seeing that once we step away from them, they're on their own. And so, no unity, no fake unity. I'm for the unity of my own people. That's all I care about. We need to focus on ourselves and build ourselves up. We don't need traitors and liars and people who disrespect us at the drop of a dime when they don't like what we have to say about them or to them. And then they hit below the belt, disrespect our ancestors. You find out how these people feel and think about you when you establish boundaries, when you fight back for yourself. They're very fragile, and so they really hit below the belt and just say some down low wicked things about us when we do this. And so we can't unite with weak people. And so absolutely not. We need to build ourselves up and focus on us and let them do them. The Black Americans, African Americans, FBA are a synonymous group of people, and that is all we need is ourselves. We don't need anyone else. We have no friends, and we understand that. You know, one of our scholars even said long ago, we have no friends. And, you know, maybe he meant Black people in general, but I personally think that applies only to FBA now. We have no friends, so we're not uniting with anybody, no. I'll land on
Okay,
that.
thank you, West Coast.
Can I
Do
respond
anybody
to that?
have, okay, Revenue. So any other rebuttals besides Revenue?
Yes, me.
Yes.
Okay, Utho. Okay, just Revenue and Utho. We're only doing two now. We're trying to get through these questions and wrap it up. And we got lots of questions. So Revenue, we're gonna go ahead with you.
Yeah, so the scholar you're referring to is John Henry Clark, and he was referring to the black race. John Henry Clark didn't know about FBA, and he was referring to the black race. So in case you didn't know who the scholar was, it's John Henry Clark. Also, you know, we're the only people that have wars with white people. You have a few rebellions, and you fought on the side of white people when they allowed you into the Civil War and the Revolutionary War. So to call us weak, and we're the only people that fought for our land and our sovereignty to establish our own government is kind of crazy. Like I said, if it wasn't for us, you wouldn't have your rappers, your FBA rappers feeding their children, because we're the ones that, created hip hop so FBAs could feed their family. It's very ungrateful, FBA, to try to, diminish the alignment that we have for over 150 years. And that's why you need to delineate from African Americans to separate yourself so we don't have to, there's no overlap with the cult and the cult members and the official federally recognized ethnic group.
Okay, thank you. You want to final say, West Coast?
Absolutely. First of all, when your people fought for themselves, they had some advantages. They had to have successful revolts because they were the majority on their land, whereas the enslavers were the minority. They also had the terrain that really benefited them to enable them to have successful revolts, but nonetheless, they still ended up enslaved. So it's not like you're Haiti and they freed themselves. You still ended up colonized. And so I really wish you stopped bragging about that. Number two, hip hop and rap. We had the first rappers. Your people was involved in hip hop, but our people were the first rappers, point blank, period, going way back, even before hip hop, even before the 70s and 80s, we had rappers. So no, stop lying. You lie too much. Another thing is that just tell me that you need my people without saying it. You want to try to separate our people from us, but nonetheless, I told you that much of my people are not Pan-African. You need to understand that. They're not Pan-African revenue. Okay, Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, African Americans are synonymous, whether you like it or not. And I can tell you right now, you might get some on board with you, but you're not going to get all of us. And for the most part, many of us are not going to side with you because we identify as Black, not as African. And most of us, or many of us, are not Pan African. And a lot of us really do, and even they have ethnic pride. So, like I said, admit that you need my people without saying it, because that's essentially what you do every time you try to separate us. And
Thank
I land my
you.
plane on that.
Thank you. You ready for your next one?
Yes.
Yes.
Can I go next?
No, Abram. We'll get to you as soon as we can. Okay.
Thank you so much.
No
Yeah.
problem. Go ahead with your rebuttal.
Okay, so she's like really mentioning that people really need what's it called, Black Americans to succeed and stuff, but really it's more of a hassle to have them in the demographic, mostly because they hold a lot of like jail rates and like like drug related crimes and robbery and stuff like that. It's more of a thing to have them as a hassle,
Rugs.
as them having like with us than to have them without us. You know what I'm saying? So
All
many
right,
Africans don't.
you go. 1 second. Do you know TikTok friendly language?
Oh yes, yeah, yes.
Okay, so
F1.
I don't know what that means, but I love TikTok shop.
Yeah, TikTok
But
shop. Yeah,
say,
TikTok shop. Yeah.
yeah, say smugs or something like that.
Smug. Yeah,
Okay.
TikTok shop. F1.
All right.
Yeah, but anyways,
Go
like
ahead.
I was saying, let me continue. I feel like majority of
Well, you can
Africans.
continue after I straighten you out. Okay. We
Yeah.
straight now, right? Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so basically I feel like majority of Africans, they don't want to be labeled with Black Americans because of like the crimes they commit and the things that they do. So what I'm saying is I feel like Black Americans are trying to separate themselves from Africans because they see one side of like a narrative on like TikTok or something that Africans are hungry or they're poor or they're like living in huts and stuff like that, and they don't want to be affiliated with that. And that's okay, but they need to understand they are not indigenous to this land. This is not their home. I just want them to understand that at one point. They need to know that they were brought here, to work on, I'm not going to say it, but everyone is very clear with that. So, they're treating it as if they came here, they immigrated here on their own, on their own knowledge. But again, their ancestors did not want to be brought here. They were forced to be brought here. And if that never happened, they would never be here. Never ever. You would be African, you would be like a Nigerian, you'd be like a Ghanaian, you'd be like the rest of them. So stop acting like you're a different ethnic group when you guys aren't. Really.
Okay. Are you over 18,
Yeah. I'm 19.
Oh, okay. All right. Final thought, West Coast.
First of all, learn the difference between ethnic group and race, which is a construct anyway. So yes, we are a different ethnic group and we do have ethnic pride. And also, let me tell you something. The difference between the United States and many places in Africa is that many places in Africa are not as policed as we are over here. So especially in Southern Africa. They're not as policed as we are here, so that contributes to the high incarcerations. Another reason, and let me tell you this, the reason why we want to be separated and delineated, because we want to see those numbers. We want to see those numbers that the so-called African American, quote unquote, is not so much foundational Black Americans, it's actually a lot of these Black immigrants. That's the reason why. So I'm telling you why we want to delineate, because we want to step aside and step away from under the umbrella, under flat Blackness, to find out, yes, who's really doing all the dirt. That's the reason why. And I don't need a child to tell me where I come from or who I am. And it really doesn't matter. It's neither here nor there. I am foundational Black American. That is my ethnicity. And that's all there is to it. And you can't Africanize me. You can't make me anything that I'm not. I have ethnic pride. I love my people. Africans need to love yourselves. And just stay out of our business and stop trying to tell us who we are. We know who we are. And we're self-identifying. Be African on your own and be proud about that. You have some ethnic pride. I have ethnic pride. You have ethnic pride. And that's Black Americans. And again, Revenue, I just want to say, while you keep trying to separate me from my people, Just admit that you need Black Americans because your numbers are super low. You really do depend on Black Americans, but my people, by and large, are not going to side with you. You'll get some Pan-Africans, but you won't get all of us because Black Americans refer to ourselves as Black Americans, not Pan-Africans, not Africans. So keep trying.
Thank you, West Coast. You ready for your question?
Yes.
Okay. What do FBAs and immigrants actually have in common?
I mean, shoot, the only thing that we really have in common is skin complexion. I mean, and you know, maybe some form of oppression at one point or another. But I think that's really all we have in common because immigrants, at least a lot of the ones in this so-called diaspora, have no sense of loyalty. They don't know loyalty. And I'm going to refer to the Caribbeans, and I'm on the West Coast, and I want to say this. I am so glad I live on the West Coast where there aren't very many Caribbeans, because all I've heard is that there are a bunch of backstabbers, for starters. Yeah, at one point they rocked with us and walked with us, but at the end of the day, they are backstabbers. Hence, Marcus Garvey. Prime example. Revenue. No, we have nothing in common. You guys, as the Africans and the Caribbeans, mindset is different. They have a tribal mentality. They like to compete with us. Oh, FBA Babel, I know you don't like it, but it is what it is, and it's true. And that's what, yeah, they are grimy, sis, very grimy people. And so we have nothing in common whatsoever. We just have different cultures, different mindsets, different values. We have nothing in common besides those things there. Our oppressors now are white tea. Their oppressors are their own people in their land, especially in Africa. While they sitting up trying to talk about us all the time. No, their oppressors are their own people. And that's the reason why they flee their land. They flee. I talked to an African man, Uber driver for that matter, who told me the reason why he left Africa is because it's so corrupt over there in Nigeria. So it's their own leaders who are oppressing them and lining their pockets with all the resources, the money from the resources. And so though our oppressors are different. So we have nothing in common at all. Your oppressors are your own people. Our oppressors are white tea. And other than that, we have nothing in common. And that's exactly why we cannot unite. Another thing is that they lie so much. They refuse to accept accountability. They don't know accountability. We hold our people accountable for their dirt and what they do. We call out our sellouts. They don't do that. They lie and deflect, and they know no accountability. We cannot unite with people like that. And I land my plane, sis.
Okay, thank you so much for your submission. Mr. Was Ray next?
Welcome.
Yes, I have it in order here. It's
Hello?
Ray, Uto,
Yeah,
Blue,
right,
Chill Will, and then Ibrahim.
right, all right.
Okay.
I'm
West
going to
Coast.
drop, sis.
Can I go now?
What you say? Wait a minute, hold on. What you say? Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Is
Yeah,
it my
yeah,
turn?
Yeah,
it's your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
West Coast. I mean, there's so much division in
Okay,
you.
so Ray, the prompt is FBA/Black Americans and immigrants. Can we find unity or is division unavoidable? Can you respond to the prompt? And then you have 2 minutes for your submission.
Right. I think we can unite. I mean, if I think we can unite because if Europeans in America are doing it, why can't we do it? They are not perfect, but they are doing it, right? Like I said yesterday, I'm here to see Germans or people from France or any other European countries attacking each other. And then some people were like, no, we are just trying to straighten up the tension between Black Americans and Blacks from Africa. I mean, if you are trying to point out or straighten up something without a solution, then you just want to complain till you leave this earth. That's what I see with people like West Coast. They're gonna complain, and leave this earth without finding a way to make their race proud. And I mean, when it comes to drama, our people love drama. Our people love drama. They love drama more than solution, and it hurts me. We thrive on drama. It shouldn't be that way. The- Af- Europe has their own, they have their own issues, but they try to work together. It's not going to be perfect. Yes, we have some Africans that will come here and do some bad stuff. We have some bad leaders in Africa. But look at the leadership in America right now. Do you like it? Do you like the leadership in America? There's no corrupt president I've ever seen like the one we have right now in USA, right? So all I'm preaching is it's gonna be difficult, it's not gonna be easy, but we can come together as one. Listen, if we don't come together, we will always be at the bottom. There's nothing like do yours, let me do mine, right? If we have that kind of mentality, we're gonna be at the bottom of the ladder till we leave
Okay,
this earth.
land your plane, Ray.
Yep. So unity, that there's strength in unity. Apart from that, we're gonna be at the bottom until we leave this earth. We're gonna be complaining, and nothing will be achieved. Thank you.
Okay, anybody got a rebuttal for Ray?
Yeah, I do.
Blue? That's it? Okay, go ahead, Blue.
Thank you. How you doing, love? Well, I disagree with you, Ray. I feel like it's really, let me just say this first of all. Black Americans, we have accomplished a lot, way more than a lot of other black people in the world. You can blame that on our proximity to white America. You could blame that on our proximity to whatever you want to blame it on. But the facts of the matter is we've accomplished a lot, and we have a very high standard of self, of identity, blackness. It means something special to us. And how are we expected to unify with people from Africa who are constantly speaking negatively or trying to, you ignore all the positive things about Black America, but you highlight all the negative things. You said up here earlier and said that one of the reasons that we're not getting ahead is because we're focused on the wrong issues. So then why is your country not ahead? Are your countrymen, where you come from a country where 70% of your population is in poverty, is that because they're not focused on the right issues? You guys are always calling out the negativity of Black America, even though Black America has accomplished the most positive things for Black people. The image of Black people is put onto a better pedestal than it was before 1950 because of what we were able to accomplish. So I don't think we could possibly unify with the people who, first of all, don't come to the table with respect. You guys constantly come to the table with disrespect, and you come empty-handed. We contribute $1 billion a year to Africa. You guys don't contribute anything specifically to Black America. But then you want to say, oh, well, we contribute billions to millions to America, You don't contribute anything specifically to Black America. Yet we contribute $1 billion every year to Africa. And y'all want to come to the table constantly empty-handed with negative opinions and tell us that we have to unite with you. So I think unity with you is futile. And I don't see the positive outcome of uniting with you.
I have
People who
something to
come,
say
I'm not
about
done.
that.
I'm not done, sir. Uniting with the people that come from a divided continent. All I see is
Oh,
division.
land your plane, Blue.
I've landed.
Okay, Ray. So,
Yep.
final say, and then we'll get to your question.
Right. So he's talking about Americans helping Africans. I mean, do you know how much America stole from Africa? So let's not even talk about that. You've stole a lot from Africa. And now America is one of those countries that make laws in this world, right? I would say they are the leaders of this world. So don't talk like we are the one Africans are those ones benefiting from America. No, you stole a lot from Africa. Africa is what it is right now because of you guys. But Africans are straightening up things. First of all, when an African says, let's come together and unite, and you guys are focusing on the wrong people, that's not disrespect. That's me trying to find a common ground. Listen, it doesn't matter whether you were born here or I was born in Africa. Look at us. We are brothers and sisters, regardless of what West Coast will say or whoever will
Okay.
say. We are brothers and sisters, right?
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay, let me your plane, Ray. And moving forward, it's 1 minute, 1 minute. Everybody got 1 minute. We got
All
a
right.
lot of
Let me
people
let
in
me
the
land.
okay, yeah, we got a lot of people in the request, so we're gonna be rotating people out. Hang
Okay.
tight, people in the request. Go ahead, Ray.
All right. So I'll keep on preaching unity. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter what Black Americans achieved or what Africans are here achieving. I know Black Americans paved the way for us to come here, but that will not stop me from preaching for unity. And
Okay, thank
unity is
you.
gonna win.
Okay, thank you, Ray. You ready for your question?
Yes,
Okay. Is social media making the conflict worse?
absolutely. Absolutely, because there are a lot of people that will sit behind the keyboards and say things that they can say in front of you, right? They are cyber bullies and stuff. So, yes, they make things complicated, and yep, I agree.
Okay, thank you so much for your participation, Ray. I'm going to drop you down to the comments and rotate the stage. Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
bye.
Oh, so is it
So
Uto?
Yes, it's on Uto.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, how you throw? Can you address the prompt for me? FBA and immigrants. Can we find unity or is division unavoidable? Everybody, 1 minute on 1 minute. We got to get through the stage. Go ahead, Uto.
Personally, I think that division is gonna have to happen at one point, mainly because I feel like a lot of the Black Americans, they don't like right now. I just saw what Ray or what his name was saying. He was saying how that we need unity and that everyone needs to be united. And then I looked in the chat and all of them are saying I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to be seen as African. All my brothers and sisters are American. And I'm seeing this and I'm like, they don't want to be unified with us. So we don't want to be unified with them. They just need to understand that at one point in time. But they do or they don't, I don't understand. But I'm just saying they like to leech off when it benefits them. Like, for example, I'm from Ethiopia. That is one of the most developed African countries and was never colonized. And then I'm not out here saying that. I'm not out here saying, oh, my country's better than yours. My country's doing this than yours. Oh, America's not y'all's countries. It's not. It's not. I'm tired of them claiming that. It's not your country. You were here a couple hundred years ago, and that's it. It's not your country.
Okay, land your plane. You done? Or you finish your
I'm
thought?
done. Yeah, I'm done.
All right. Anybody got a rebuttal for Uto?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
I do
No.
too.
FBA South and FBA, no, only two, FBA South and Mr. We got to get through the hands. 1 minute each. Go
Hey,
ahead.
what's going on? Thanks for bringing me up. Look, we don't look these musty Africans. You don't hold any cards here. All right, you are the beggar. You are the fleer. You are starving. The water you drink in your shithole country, you can't distinguish it from chocolate milk. You people are pathetic. You need us. We don't need you. We never needed you. We had pity on you because we saw in the 70s and 80s that you were starving with flies flying around your face. So we had some type of sympathy for you, and that was our big mistake. We're correcting the mistakes of our parents and grandparents. No
Let me
more,
stop you there. You were the first
no
people
more
to get
sympathy
slaved.
for
You
you,
were a
musty.
slave. You got slaved up
No
first.
more sympathy for you, musty, mud hut living, dirty water drinking bastards. You're
Wait a
going back
minute,
to your shithole
FBA
country.
South.
Hey, hey,
Wait,
hey.
wait,
You're
What you?
wait,
going back
wait,
to
You
your
were the first
shithole
wait.
person to
country
get
now.
slaved.
FBA South.
Hey, yo.
Yeah,
Y'all hear the host
FBA South.
talking?
yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. Hold on. Both of y'all, hold on. Hey, Ibrahim. Ibrahim, come off your mic for me. Do you
Yeah, I'm
think
here.
you'll
I'm
be
here.
able to listen? Calm down. Do you think you'll be able to handle this? It's a live debate, and the way it works here, a rebuttal happens, somebody gets rebutted, and then the person they're rebutting gets the final say. And I ask that people stay on their mic until we have a showtime or a
Yes, yes.
showdown.
Sorry,
Do you
I
think?
understand.
I understand you. Just let me finish. I understand. I'm a FBA Black American. I have to sit here and listen to everything you listening to and
Yes,
vice
ma'am. Yes,
versa.
ma'am.
But my question to you is, because we got a lot of people in the queue, do you think you can handle this debate without coming off your mute? Do you
Yes.
think you can just hold it in and wait till your turn and let it out? Because if you can't, I understand. But somebody else that's in the queue can take your place. Do you
Yes,
think
ma'am.
you can participate?
Yes, ma'am.
Are
I
you
can do
sure
that. The
you
monkey
can?
ass guy interrupted me
Okay, I
before and he
understand.
talked.
It's still not your turn. I just need a yes or no. Do you think you
Yes,
can
ma'am. Yes,
handle this
ma'am.
debate?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am. Yes,
so
ma'am.
now, because when you come off a mute like that, I have to give him more time, and it's not fair to the people waiting. That go for everybody. Okay, so we're gonna just hold it in until it's our turn, and then let it out. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you being here. Thank you. FBA, I'll give you one more minute.
Thank you. I appreciate that. These savages, man, they have no type of decorum. But that's the problem. You third world savages, you're going back to where you came from because every single day, more and more of my people is waking up and getting on code, and we all support ICE. Yes, we all support ICE. Trump has banned over 30 of your shithole countries. We want him to ban all 54 and all of the S-hole countries in the Caribbean too. We don't want none of you people here because the only thing you've done since you've been here was stab us in the back. When we tried to unite with you, third world bastards, that's over with. Pan-Africanism is dead because FBA killed it. We're getting stronger and stronger every day. There's nothing you can do
Unalived
about it.
it. Unalived it.
Your whole continent is
Unalive.
banned. Your whole unalived, my bad.
TikTok shop, TikTok shop.
Your whole
I love
continent
TikTok.
is banned. So we notice that you don't have no smoke for the YT man. It seems like the only thing you're thinking
Land
about is
your
FBA
plane,
because
FBA
you
South.
all right,
Land
all
your
right. They
plane.
want all right, I'm about to land it. They want FBA to put on a cape to fight the white T man for them. But why they ain't going at the white T man for banning half of their shithole continent? I'll land right there.
All right.
Cowards.
You got the final say.
Yeah. My final say in this is gonna be really, you can see the aggression that's coming from him. You know, it's really shown in the demographics with a lot of the FBAs and Black Americans. They have a lot of anger towards a lot of people in society, and it's been seen in almost every country they're in. They're always involved in incarceration rates, and they're like, involved in like drugs and, you know, like robberies and gang violence, and you
Smug.
Go
don't
back to
see
your
that
Smug.
mud
with
hut and shut
you
up.
don't see
Go back
that
to your
with
mud hut.
African
All
people.
right, I'm gonna
See,
drop you
can I get
down,
another
FBA.
minute? He's like talking
No,
over me.
Hey y'all.
no. And
Hey y'all.
you though, do you know TikTok friendly language?
Yes,
I'm
yes,
not gonna
yes.
say it no more because it's schmugs. Okay, because my
Right.
page
I
ain't gonna get
understand. I
I'm gonna have.
understand.
restricted for nobody up here. You
Right.
know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I understand.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, I might have to. If I hear it again, I'm just gonna have to drop you immediately
Please do
so we
what you
don't get no
gotta do.
restrictions.
Do what you gotta
All
do.
right.
You don't need my permission, mister. You got it.
All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
Now let me give you some more time.
All right. Thanks. So like I was saying, you know, really they're really aggressive, and it's a thing you don't see this with a lot of African Americans or people from, you know, Africa. They're not like that. They have a lot of decorum, and I feel like they're really like they're really more they're like more civilized, if that makes sense, you know, because at a certain point in time, you know, you guys didn't really have rights for or maybe like 100 years ago. You guys didn't have rights. Everything was separated. This isn't your country, and you guys need to understand that, okay? It's alright to have African ancestry. It's okay, alright? But you need to understand being aggressive and calling Africans dirty and hungry and all that isn't gonna get you anywhere. It's just gonna show your aggression even more and more and more. And yeah, we can see it in the demographics and we can see it in real life. You Black Americans and FBAs shouldn't be in this country, and yes, you guys should be deported. Yes, I agree with that
Okay,
before
land your
immigrants.
plane, Yuko.
Huh?
Land your plane. Everybody get 1 minute, and because you got another rebuttal, so land your plane for that rebuttal.
Excuse me, can you repeat that? Sorry.
You gotta land your plane. That was from your first rebuttal. but you have another one, and you only getting 1 minute each. So you
Okay.
got to land your plane because your next rebuttal is ready.
So give my next claim.
No, you got to put a pin in it. You have you just finish your thought. You got somebody else want to
Okay,
rebut
I
you
just want
too.
to finish my thought and just, get it to a more specified point. Now, where I'm trying to reach is that FBAs and Black Americans, I feel like that they have caused so much harm to this
You got
country
10
to the point.
seconds.
They just caused so much harm and bad stuff to this country to the point where I believe that they should not be here anymore, and to the point where they should be given their own country so that they can, develop or, evolve somewhere else, because what they're doing in
Okay.
All right.
America is horrible, and it's
Thank
Okay,
you.
you got another rebuttal. Go ahead,
Thank you.
mister.
Oh Lord, she's 19, y'all. Listen, okay, as an African woman, especially an East African woman, you don't have any rights, okay? Y'all are slaves over there. Matter of fact, it's the African men who are selling the women and the children, and they're selling y'all for goats.
We
and
ain't in the
cows
1980s.
and
We ain't selling no
chickens.
one.
Don't
I don't know
worry,
what you're
I'm
talking
dropping
about.
you now. I'm dropping you now. Okay, thank you. Don't come off your mic. Yeah, they're selling y'all for cows and chickens and goats. Okay. Basically y'all are no, y'all not worth the amount of meat in the grocery store, okay? So please stop talking about we ain't got rights and stuff like that. I have plenty of rights. My women have plenty of rights. They have rights to their lady parts, okay? Their lady parts are intact, unlike y'all's, okay? You're saying that this is the YT man's land. That whole continent belongs to the YT man, and everything on it belongs to them. Okay. And I can't get deported. You can, but I can't. Okay. So, I mean, you can cry about it all you want. Okay. But I mean, this whole thing about, yeah, I agree with you. We should divide and everything, because I don't need to be around a bunch of people who were enslaved. Okay, y'all were colonized. Yes, Ethiopia was first colonized by the Arabs, and y'all have been de facto colonized by the Europeans in the United States, and y'all beg for our welfare and our donations every year, and y'all depend on them. And I land right there.
You throw final say, then we'll get to your question.
I don't really have a final say for this, but I'm just gonna say in more depth what he said about the having your female parts intact. Again, that is, something to do with more religious stuff. And by the way, Ethiopia is not a Muslim country. Just want you to know that, so that's not practiced there. Hope you know that. So all I'm saying is that is more something that is like for a Muslim woman in that category. It has nothing to do with Ethiopia, or has nothing to do with any of those countries. So for you to say that is absolutely insane. But again, you're just having a hard time admitting that your ancestors loved it in Africa. They loved being there. They didn't want to be taken from there. And you're upset with that. And that's okay. You are African. You are more African than me. It's all right. And it is okay. You can just cope, or you can be sad. You can pick which way you want to go with that, but I'm gonna leave it right there.
Okay, let's get to your question. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Is ICE about law and order or about political optics?
Let me think on that. Okay, I'll say ICE is more on law and order, because I personally support what they're doing, more to an extent on for people who are illegal immigrants and not for people who are legal, for that matter. But like what I'm more trying to say is, if you come here legally, yes, you have the same rights as any FBA here, anyone else that's here. So for them to say, oh, you're getting deported just for you being a certain ethnicity is extremely xenophobic, and it's just really embarrassing. So at the end of the day, I don't think that ICE in any way is doing this as like a political motive, and I feel like it's more in a way to enforce the law and to make a citizens abide. So honestly, I feel like the deportations are going not really as good, but I feel like that it's not really political and it's more about enforcing law, because yes, these people are, infiltrating America and like implementing stuff here and like bringing drugs and bringing narcotics here, and I feel like yes, that is hurting the United States, and more so, I would say it's a
Okay,
lot of the
land your
FBA and Black
plane.
American communities that are being affected by these narcotics being brought in by these open borders. So
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So who is up next? Blue?
Yeah.
Yes, Blue's next.
Okay, go ahead, Blue.
All right. Thank you. First, I want to start off by saying America is the greatest country on earth. A lot of these immigrants are jealous of Black Americans because we are rooted into the entire systematic operations of the United States. We built the country. We built the greatest country in the world. And they want to say, oh, well, you were a slave. Well, guess what? You guys were not slaves. Yet East Africa is still ghetto.
yeah, we own them. We weren't them.
Nigeria
We
is
owned
still
them.
ghetto and poor. You
Okay,
guys
we're
don't
going to
have
drop
anyone
you
to
down, Yuto. Thank you for your submission.
Yeah, she's uncivilized. They don't know how to be civil. You guys don't have anyone to blame for your countries not being developed. You don't have anyone to blame for your governments being corrupt but yourselves. That's why you guys run from your own people to come over here to the greatest country in the world. We are Black Americans. We have a lot to be proud of. The pride that we feel in honoring the legacy of our ancestors' fight for justice and freedom is because we have historical milestones in doing that. You guys don't have nothing to show for anything, and you come over here to the country that we built to live the lifestyle that we created because yours wasn't worth anything.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for that,
Can I
Blue.
respond?
Revenue got a rebuttal. Anybody else? One more person got a rebuttal, or just Revenue? Okay, go ahead, Revenue. Thanks, Coach.
Yeah, so Cisco with the blue contacts just said a whole bunch of FBA babble. You want to claim that you built this country. So you built a country that oppressed your people, enslaved them, forced them to be sharecroppers, redlining, Jim Crow. This is what you're standing on. I think you should stand on something that's tangible. You don't want a country. You want to integrate into the white man's country and then point your finger and brag about being the permanent underclass of America. Now the same people that claim they built the country, the same people that's begging for reparations, the same people that's begging for civil rights, the same people that's begging Donald Trump to get immigrants out because they think they could fill in these spots that's for immigrants as far as IT and all these logistic positions. You didn't build the country. Slaves just take orders from their masters. And after you became a slave, you begged to be a sharecropper. You signed contracts to be a sharecropper. That's not a flex, brother. It's not a flex that
Land your
immigrants
plane,
come.
Revenue. We got a lot of people. Land your plane.
Yeah, it's not a flex because immigrants come here and they outperform you. And you're begging for McDonald's jobs and construction jobs.
Final say, Blue.
Yes, ma'am. It definitely is a flex. The reason that you can come over here from the poorest country in the West, like Haiti, and vote as a Black immigrant is because of the Voting Rights Act that we got to pass. Okay, you guys want to talk about slavery and what we have here, but what do you have in your country? You're not in your country. You're not in your homeland because America is better than Haiti. America is better than Somalia. America is better than Ethiopia. America is better than Nigeria. And Black Americans built America. You aren't willing to build your country. You're afraid of your own people. Your country is ran by gangs. Your country is ran by corrupt people who unalive each other and burn down homes and things of that nature and do all types of violent things to people. That's why you're here in our country. So it would be appropriate for you guys to just show respect, show gratitude if you want to be unified with us. But I don't want to be unified with people like y'all because y'all don't know unity. You guys want us to fight the YT American man for you because you don't want to fight them yourselves. But you guys are only bringing the same thing that you left your country with, which is division against other Black people.
Okay, Blue, thank you. You ready for your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, here we go. Are politicians using immigration to avoid addressing reparations?
Yes, they are. Politicians are putting immigrants in the forefront of black people to avoid the bigger issue, the elephant in the room, which is slavery, which is reparations, which is atoning for all of the mistakes of their past. They figure if they can give the immigrant something and they put us into the same box as people of color or the immigrant class or the minority class, then in some way that justify, like, we benefit from what they get. We don't benefit from what they get. So yeah, they are using immigrants as a buffer class so that they don't have to really atone for the real issue. And that's why these people want us to fight for them. That's why they think we're united, because they have been used as a buffer class for so long that they have been propagandized and brainwashed into thinking that we are all the same when we have never been on the same level. No black American is dressed like a Haitian. No black American is listening to Ethiopian music. No black American is over here fanboying over a Nigerian artist. They are copying us and monetizing off of our culture. So yeah, they're definitely using them as a buffer class to keep us in a position, but we're still the richest black people in the nation, in the world. So
Hold on. Mister. Oh, that's you, mister?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
fixing it.
go ahead. Go ahead.
plain.
Okay, thank you for coming up, Blue. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate you too.
All right, let's get. Hold on, we're gonna keep that space open. Let's get some more people up out the queue. Queen Liberia. I'm sorry. You can go to the next person. Okay. Who was the next person?
I was.
Oh, okay. Hi. Over. What's your how you say your name?
It's overtime. I just spelled the
Oh,
name today.
overtime.
Yes.
Can you address the prompt?
Yes. FBA and immigrants unity or division. I would say neither. I would say coexistence is possible, but the way that the division has been going lately, that it seems more like it's going to be a big glass in the divide because I grew up in the 80s, so it was very different. Coexistence was there. We weren't exactly united because we had different causes, different things, and we did things in different ways. But, the level of disdain wasn't really this high. So I would really say now it all depends upon how constructive the conversation is, because if it remains like this, then the division gap is only going to get wider, and then it might get pushed beyond the level of repair, because the things that I'm hearing now and the things that are being said, it's like, these are things that you can't come back from. This is that, build lifelong barriers with people that where you feel really some type of way. So I would just really say that, it has to be more of a constructive conversation in order to get things into the aspect it needs to get. And I really say it's a lot of the younger generation, because, the people I'm around, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't get like this. You know what I'm saying? We used to laugh and joke about our differences and different things. But right now, this is on a higher level of disrespect.
Okay, over time, can you give us some ideas you might have? What do you call a constructive conversation?
Okay,
What would that look like?
the constructive conversation is that, yes, we both are the same race, but our ethnicities, we have different cultures, we have different ways of doing things. Like, say, for instance, when I went to school with
No, I'm saying you mentioned we got to have better constructive conversations. I'm trying to see what you do. You not think these are constructive conversations? Tell me what a constructive conversation might look like to you.
Okay, a constructive conversation is where you get people that don't really have this automatic disdain for different things. Like, say, for instance, there were people getting upset up here about actual facts about different things, and then the facts turned into shame tactics, to slavery, to this, to that. But you know what I'm saying? It's undeniable that the country was built by us. You know what I'm saying? And it could be said in the same maxim that the same people that we built the country for, they're stripping those nations over there that people flee to get here to right now. It's us that walk throughout the welcome mat. You know what I mean? Growing up, they didn't want you in YT spaces. You know what I'm saying? And we didn't rebut when y'all came to the
Lover,
neighborhoods.
can I respond when he done? Sorry about that.
No, say that again.
Okay, I see where you're coming from. I was trying to see where you were coming from, and I think I got an idea of where you're coming from now. I'll give you 20 more seconds to respond to the prompt, and then we'll see if anybody got any rebuttals for you.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's just like, it just disturbs me to hear, you know what I'm saying, people talking about each other like this. So that's why I really said that, you know, it has to get back to the level of construction that if we can't get along, we just coexist at a distance. But you know what I mean? The way things are going back and forth, and people have to realize, you know, the other people are guests. We are citizens. You know what I'm saying? We can't be taken deported and taken out. When people tried to deport other people from different nations, we were the ones on front line stepping in and saying, "Loud, we can't let this happen" and whatnot. So that's all I got to say about that. And thanks for the time too.
Can I rebuttal?
You're
Islo,
welcome.
can I say something?
Revenue. Is it a rebuttal, Queen?
Yeah, well, yeah, in a way. Did you want revenue to go? I can wait.
Yeah, but you definitely have a rebuttal though, right?
I have one.
Yeah, go
No,
ahead.
she
I'll
said,
say my
is it a rebuttal or not, Queen, before I give up your time?
It is, but
Oh, okay, well,
it
it's
is.
Revenue and Queen. Go ahead, Revenue, 1 minute.
Yeah, so we got to stop this insane behavior saying that, you know, we built former slave colonies. Brother, slaves take orders from their masters. You didn't build anything in America. You just took orders from what your master told you to do. That's not building a country. Slavery did not build the Industrial Revolution. That's what built America, not cotton picking. It was the Industrial Revolution and the inventions that came along with it, not picking cotton in antebellum South. That was the jumpstart of America, but that didn't build America. And if you want to flex that you built America, you also got to say, hey, we built a nation that, you know, that enslaved our ancestors, discriminated against our ancestors, forced us into sharecropping contracts, redlining, Jim Crow. You also got to take accountability for all
Okay,
that.
land your plane, Revenue.
Yeah.
Mr. You have the final say over time after this. Mr. I need to do something real quick. I'll be right back. Can you take over?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so do you see how your mindset is just stuck in slavery? Like you think that's our sole existence and purpose over here? Many years have elapsed since we were enslaved, my brother. And I'm gonna say it like this: you need to look up how many patents that we have over here, the things that we built, the things that make everybody's life easier over here. You know what I'm saying? And could you say the same about your nation? The patents, the different things that you built, the things that you know flourish around the world about particular things. Now, not to knock your nation, because you know what I'm saying, you definitely have some things that you have contributed. So I would just say this, bro. Get out the mindset of slavery. That's the type of ill-constructive content I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Those are YT supremacist talking points about a life of slavery. We have evolved. We have created different things. Harlem Renaissance, you know, different things that people go to every day. The culture of us, brother. Just this. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm not going to draw it out, but that's just what I'm talking about, brother. Go beyond the aspect of slavery, and then you'll see the beauty of things. But I mean, you're the type of person, you want your mind stuck there because, you know what I'm saying, you have a personal grievance, and that's between you and whoever you may worship or not worship for that matter. But I'm going to say, if that's your thoughts about black people and whatnot, you're still going to always be left in the dust, my man. That's it.
All right. And then we got Queen. Go ahead, Queen.
Yes, I'm from Liberia, and coming to the U.S., I thank God every day because back home was a war-torn country and all of that. I'm thankful to be in America, to have the opportunity to better myself. My parents and I, we came here as immigrants. We got our visa and everything, and then our citizenship. So I thank God. I don't understand what all this division is between FBA and immigrants and all of that. I thought we all built this country together. I don't understand what all of this back and forth is, or who's right, who's wrong, and all of this mess. At the end of the day, we all built this country. Me, I'm thankful that I was given the opportunity to come here.
Excuse me. This doesn't sound like a rebuttal.
No, he asked me to speak, and I'm telling.
He asked you to give a rebuttal to overtime. Your turn to be coming up
With the
real
FBA
soon.
and the immigrants, I feel like it's a unity. It needs to be a
Okay,
unity.
but it's not that time. It's not that time, Queen of Liberia. It's time for a rebuttal, and that's why you speaking now. But your turn will be coming up shortly if you want to hold that thought, and then you'll have your 2 minutes to give your submission. But you jumping in front of people right now, and we can't have that.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. So, that wasn't a rebuttal. So are you ready for your question over time? Okay. Are Black American issues being deprioritized in favor of immigration reform?
I would say in great part, they are, because there's a lot of misuse as far as like immigrants. Like I really feel for a lot of the different things they get and what they have to endure, but at the same time, they're putting them before us because, you know, they are more of a controlled class. You know, they can hold the threat of deportation and different things over their head, as well as other things that they can't do with us. So it's like now they're going to take whoever they can and put on a shorter leash, and that always puts us at the back burner.
Okay, thank you so much for your submission and your participation in tonight's debate. I appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. All right, next person. Would you like to address the prompt?
Can it be me?
Ubuntu.
Is that
F.
me?
Who is
No.
that? Go World or?
Wait a minute.
Ubuntu.
It's Mister.
Yes.
Was it unbothered next?
Ubuntu.
Thank you for that. I have a clarification question before I start answering the prompt.
No. You're gonna answer the prompt first. FBA and immigrants. Can we find unity or is division unavoidable, please? And then you can go into your submission.
Well, by immigrants, are you talking about Black immigrants, African immigrants, or immigrants in
All
general?
immigrants. You might can't see it in the picture, but you do see another immigrant right there who's sitting next to that man. But then there's some more on the other side. The picture is just cut out a little bit, but we're talking about all immigrants.
Okay. I wouldn't be ready to answer that specific question because it's too broad, and I appreciate your choice.
What immigrant you talking about? You want to just talk about Black immigrants? Go for it. You can just speak about, Black immigrants if you want to, but if it's a Latino or Asian or a white immigrant or any other kind of immigrant that come up here, they can speak on whatever they want to. Immigrants come in all colors, right? So I think, but it's all the same to me.
I got
I'm
it.
just saying.
I got it. I got the prompt, but
Damn, Lover, I'm the same as a white immigrant?
No, I'm saying as far as the laws go, you're not the same as the
Yes.
white. Everybody is different, but I think as far as the laws go, are they different? Do y'all have separate laws like immigration policies and all that? Aren't they the same for all immigrants?
I mean, I don't see ICE going after white immigrants.
They are.
Yeah, he have been. If you look on the ICE on the thing, they got pictures up. If y'all want to check them out, it's not just Black immigrants. I think it's any immigrant. They got a hold to some Ukrainians. It's what I mean. It's
Oh, then I'm wrong. Then I guess Black immigrants and white immigrants are treated the same. I didn't know that.
Yep.
I mean, it might be some differences because this is, the United States. But I mean, as far as I'm talking about, as far as laws and stuff like that, this is what we talking about revenue. Like, I think y'all supposed to go by the same, visas and all that. I don't know. So Ubuntu, is that your name, Ubuntu?
Yeah, c'est Ubuntu.
Ubuntu. Okay, you want to respond? Then you can talk about black immigrants. You can make
Well,
it.
I'm gonna specify talking about
Okay.
African immigrants
All right. Well,
to
go
be
ahead.
more specific on
No
my
problem.
submission.
Okay, I got
Uh,
you.
Without being said, I think as African immigrant, the vision with FBA should be like the best kind of thing to happen for both. Mainly when you understand the hyper complexity of situation of Black people in America, and as Black people, when you have something that is not working rather for Africans, immigrants, or Black people who are in America, let's say FBA, I think like the vision is the best approach for the both sides. With all that being said, I think as African immigrant in America, you should be aware that even though you are in America, you still have also responsibility, first with yourself and second with your African community. I think my time is up and I'm going to stop for now. Thank you.
You can finish your thought. I can give you 20 more seconds.
I'm done. Thank you. That's all.
Oh, okay. Anybody got a rebuttal for Ubuntu?
Yeah, I don't got a rebuttal.
I do.
I got a rebuttal, but I just want to say it just in one sentence. I don't want to drag it out.
No. Is it a rebuttal?
It's a rebuttal, but it's just not. It's not a long, drawn out rebuttal. I'm not gonna.
Okay. But
I'm
okay,
gonna
it's
just
gonna
give you
be
the rebuttal.
something. Okay, it's gonna be something he can respond back to then, real vibe.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
just
go
something
ahead.
quick. I just want to just say it.
Go ahead.
You just heard when he just spoke right now. He said that they have an obligation to their community and then their country. So that's the mindset that these people have when they come here. They don't have an allegiance to Black Americans. So their mindset is already warped. So this idea that we have to build community with them, because the last person that was also African like him said, "We're brothers. Oh, we're brothers. You're my brother. Why do we have to brother?" They keep on trying to they're on two different sides of the fence. These people are like almost like it's like they're mentally incapable of choosing a side, based off of like what benefits them the most at the time. And it's like they all think like that. It's like they're snakes. I'm like they're wolves in sheep clothing. They you could tell what they possibly say when they're in different environments. They probably speak directly to the face of a Black American and say, "Oh, I love you," and then go back to their people and say, "I can't stand them lazy Black Americans." So it's just kind of like you can just almost just see it just from every panel that you be on. These people are like literally wolves in sheep clothing. That's why delineation is so important. And we don't have, and that's why I don't want to argue that idea. That idea is just like concrete.
Okay,
There's
land
no
your
arguing
plane,
it.
real vibe.
No, that was it. That
I
Okay.
have a
it's
rebuttal for that.
Wait,
I
wait.
do.
You
No, you
okay?
don't, because
Yes,
I
I
came
do.
off first. No,
Hold
you
on,
don't.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Listen. You cannot rebut somebody else's rebuttal. This is Ubuntu's final say, and then we're gonna go. I think somebody else. Okay, was that you who also wanted to do a rebuttal on Ubuntu?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so after he give his final say, Queen of Liberia, then Oki is gonna rebut him. He gonna have his final say, and then we're gonna move on to his question and get to the hands. We got to keep it moving, keep the train moving. Go ahead, final say, Ubuntu to what
Thank
Real
you.
Vibes just said.
Thank you. My final saying would be like when you understand the hyper complexity of Black people globally, it's important that you make decisions that are, first of all, are good for you as an individual. And the second, that decision can be also good for your community. And this kind of thought is a type of thought that help you to make good decisions because As a black person in this vast universe, we are forbidden to fail in every type of situation. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it is a cognitive situation or a practical situation. So I think like making decisions like the vision, if it's going to be good for you as an individual, and it can also be good for your community, you should make it. Thank you.
You're welcome on Boo too. Go ahead, Oki, with your rebuttal.
Okay, because I was just sitting and listening to him. My my rebuttal is, why can't they do this in their own country? Like, I mean, because I understand what he just said, but he also said, if I did, I want to make sure I didn't mishear that we had an obligation to help at the African community. If I didn't hear you, we owe nobody nothing. We owe nobody nothing. We're only obligated to help ourselves. And that's what's looking like it's really going to work. I'm kind of glad you can understand that, but that's what we're doing now. We're just focusing on and concentrating on us and getting our things together and getting our shortcomings together. All the things that were our shortcomings. We're doing that now. So just, to make sure that I didn't mishear you, we're not obligated to help anyone. We're done being the face of everything. We're not doing that anymore. I land.
Thank you, Oki. You got the final say, Ubuntu.
Yeah, thank you. I think there was a misunderstanding of what I said, and I want to clarify saying that I didn't say Black Americans have obligation of FBAs. I'm going to be more specific here. FBAs
I'm sorry.
have.
That's why. I'm sorry. I just wanted to. I said if I misunderstood you, I
Yeah,
apologize.
there was
I
a
wasn't certain.
misunderstanding, and I want to
Okay,
clarify
yeah, I
that.
wasn't certain.
It's all right. So moving forward, the other, I guess it was Real Vibes Only. He mentioned that African have different kind of mindset, and when you see how African is and how diverse is, it is normal that we have different background and different ways to say things. Some Africans might think to unite with FBAs, and some others, like me, might not, and that's all right. Thank you.
Ubuntu, I'm just curious. Do you consider FBAs Black Americans / African Americans?
No, I don't.
What's your definition of an FBA?
Well, according to the research I've done on the FBA's website, I could see like FBA is a group that consider themselves as foundational Black Americans because of the freedmen in the United States that were previously enslaved and consider themselves freed. And now this is like a lineation movement that is moving toward a different path, not only in terms of lineage, but also in terms of political organization, which has a very strong power in social media like TikTok and YouTube, Instagram, etc.
Okay, Ubuntu, what makes a foundational Black American different from a Black American? Do you not believe that they're the same lineage of people?
Well, that's a very particular question. And to be honest on that, I don't have the authorization to define if FBA and Black America are the same group of people or not. But if you, for example, want to.
Hold
Oh, yeah.
on. Panelists, how many Black Americans are on the panel?
I'm one. Cold world.
I'm a Black
I
American too.
can't wait to talk.
You got
Definitely
about
FBA.
4 of us on
Definitely
here.
FBA.
5 of us.
Definitely
Okay.
FBA.
You got 5 of us on here.
So are you guys the same people? Would you say foundational Black Americans, African
It's the same.
Americans, the
No,
non-immigrant group? Are y'all the same people?
they're the
Of
same
course.
No,
people.
no,
Yes, they
no,
are.
we are not.
It's the same
Huh?
people.
Wait a
And this
minute.
is
Hold
No, we
on,
are not.
Obi. Hold on, Real Vibes. G, is that you saying we're not?
Yeah, we're not African at all.
I said African Americans, the non-immigrants. Some Black
No,
Americans
yeah.
still.
can I explain what you're saying, love, so he can understand?
Yeah.
So what she's saying is that if you're a Sulan, if you're a Black American, if you're a African American, we talking about the term before this idea that everybody was grouped under under the guise of African American. We're just talking about Black Americans that came here through chattel slavery and whatever else. You know, that's born here in America, has lineage here in America, dating back hundreds of years. She's not talking about is African American, different, or how you separate yourself through the word African. She's just saying, are
Okay,
all
so
these
with that
terms the
said,
same?
then yeah, we are.
Yeah, we're all the same. Like
They're all the
we don't.
same.
That's crazy to
She's
try to
talking about the
separate ourselves from each other.
reclassification. Yeah, she's talking about all the names that we were reclassified under. That's what we talking about, G. To
Yeah,
make
so
And
it
he
to
knows
be
that
to be
speaking
used
into
Okay.
Sherlock
interchangeably,
Holmes'
yeah,
voice and all
Okay.
Yeah,
that.
I'm just
Thank
saying, don't be
y'all.
divisive like that. That was gonna sound crazy, you know.
Okay. Yep. Thank y'all. Ubuntu.
I'm listening.
Okay. So you heard the Black Americans, right?
Yes, I heard. Although
Okay.
it
Will you
was,
respect that? Will you respect
yes, of
that?
course, of course. If there is something I have to do, which is part of my principle as a black person in this universe, once again, is to respect every single black man. However, with some limitations, because for those black people who don't have, for example, respect for the black race, I don't respect them. But as long as you are respectful to other black, you deserve my respect as a black
But no,
person. So I do
what
respect
I'm
that.
asking you, if you can respect, if now that you've been provided the information, can you respect the fact that foundational Black Americans, and African Americans, Solon, Indigenous, can you respect the fact that they're all the same people group?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right. So you ready for your question?
Yes, go on, please.
Okay. What do FBA/Black Americans and immigrants actually have in common?
Well, do you want me to be specific on immigrants? Because I'm being very specific about the types of immigrants I'm talking about here.
Whatever immigrant you want to talk about.
Yes, so I'm talking about the African immigrants and also those African descendants immigrants. For example, immigrants from the Haiti, from Salvador, from Brazil, and other countries all over the world, all over the globe. Historically and biologically, for those who study a little bit of science and history, they're gonna say like there is a lot of correlation between Black Americans and those immigrants from African descendants. For example, I'm gonna mention the historical, which I don't have much minutes to say, but historically there is a strong connection between histories of those black people who are in America and those who are in Africa. And biologically,
wrap it
there is
up.
also another relationship. So I have much to say, but I don't have enough time. So basically,
Wrap it up.
that's what I was trying to explain. Thank you so much for your platform, though.
Thank you. You can stay up there, Ubuntu.
I
G.
gotta leave. Actually, I said
Oh, okay.
enough, and I
Well,
gotta give like
somebody.
opportunity for other people, though.
Okay. Well,
But I
thank you so
appreciate your
much.
platform, by the way, Love's Word. That was
All
amazing. Thank
right.
you so much.
All
Have
right.
a good
Come
one.
back.
Do
Oh,
you
yeah.
You
speak
too.
Spanish?
What you say, G?
I
Are you?
said he sounds like
Don't
he's
you?
from
I know,
the.
but don't you think that's rude? And I'm talking, and you
I'm
keep
sorry.
coming
I
off the mic.
apologize. I apologize.
Can you address the prompt, please?
Yes, I can.
Thank
Um,
you.
for the most part, we are not. We're not. We're not unified in the fact that as soon as these people come from other countries, as soon as they dry off or dust themselves off.
Hold on 1 second. The question of tonight's debate is foundational Black Americans / Black Americans and immigrants. Can we find unity or is division unavoidable? Can you please answer the prompt and then you can go into your submission?
So the division was already baked into the cake. The reason why I was saying it is because what I was trying to explain was when these other groups come over here, they may look like us, but they're divided from the beginning. So what happened is all the people in particular from Africa, their parents have had that talk with them. And what is the talk? The talk has been stay away from Black Americans. Has that not been the talk? So the division was already there. It was no attempt for us to try to unite with these people whatsoever. Prime example, I work at a university down here in a Texas town, a large Texas town. We've interviewed these people, and what they'll do is they won't side with us, even though they look like us. They won't side with us. They'll side with the white Latino population. So, like I said before, the division was already there. We tried to unite on these people under one umbrella, and it's failed us miserably. So that's the reason for the delineation. And I'll land.
Okay, thank you for that, G. Anybody got a rebuttal for G?
Yeah, I definitely do.
Go ahead, Revenue.
Yeah, so G, we don't want to be unified with FBA. We're fine on that. We don't want any unity. We don't want to collaborate with FBA. We're fine with African Americans. We have a long historical alignment with African Americans that go back to.
We are the same. We the same.
Bro,
We are
you
the
kind
same,
of
sir.
you kind of into my time, bro. Come on, you
Love world. Didn't you
FBA
just explain
just
to
not
this guy that we're the
civilized.
same? Does he not have to respect that too?
Two of them is off their mic. Two of them. Like I said, we don't want to be associated with FBA. We're fine. We don't want any unity. We don't want no business with FBA. No political ties, nothing. You focus on begging for reparations. We're gonna focus on what we do. We're fine with African Americans. We have a long history that allows. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, my bro.
Revenue. I know you are passionate about separating Black Americans from everybody from FBA. Well, you're passionate about separating FBA from everybody else in our lineage, right? Cole and G, and you know, I'm over it. I don't think I'm gonna ever change your mind, so I'm over it. And the only reason I explained it to that man is because I'd never seen him before, and obviously we got through to him. But somebody like Revenue, we are never going to get through to him, okay? And I hold diverse panels, and this is a debate panel, so I need opposition. We cannot be an echo chamber, okay? So this man, Revenue, he gonna continuously say he's separating us, okay? So I done told him he don't care. He still gonna say it, okay? And I'm not gonna drop him off the panel because he gonna keep saying it wherever anybody will listen to him. So once y'all finish, y'all can get y'all lick back. Y'all can inform him on however y'all feel. Y'all can rebut him. Will that work? Will that satisfy y'all? Will that work with y'all rebuttals, Cole and G?
Yes, ma'am.
Will that work for you, Cole?
Yes, ma'am. Perfect.
Okay, Revenue, you got 20 seconds, and then Cole and G are the people who gonna be rebutting you. So go ahead, 20 seconds, Revenue.
Yeah, so the reason why I separate FBA because they're anti-Pan African, they're anti-unity, so they don't stand for historically what African Americans stand for, and they themselves, FBA themselves, say they're not African Americans. It's not me separating African Americans from FBA. It's FBA themselves that separate African Americans from FBA. So, like I said, I don't want any unity with you, G. I don't want any unity with FBA, except for Love World. Love World, you're the exception to the rule. But
Thank you,
every other
Reverend. And
FBA,
your plane though.
we don't want no unity. I'm fine with that. I'll let.
I want to
Okay.
rebut too.
G, yeah, no, it was Cole and G. G, go ahead.
We had no aspirations of trying to unite with you, sir. I've been hearing about you in a lot of spaces, man. I would just say this. We good where we are, and we'll just leave it like that. So just a fun fact, Revenue. 1 in 20 of us are millionaires. We make up 50% of the middle class. If you put FBA or Black American or African American or however you want to put it, our gross domestic product rivals that of the Caribbean islands, every single one. So what are you talking about? What's your point, sir? You need us, we don't need you. And I'll land.
Revenue
Can I just
final
say one
say.
thing to his fact to add on to it? Can I just
My
add on
no,
to his
wait, wait,
fact real
wait,
fast?
wait. It's
No,
my turn.
I'm not gonna talk. I'm just gonna add on to his fact.
But you
There
know
are
what? You know what?
because I
People
did
say,
want to
hold
rebut him
on,
too.
hold on, hold on. Immigrants come up on this panel because I let immigrants talk. I let everybody talk. White people, racist people, everybody talk. All I ask for is that you show the guests respect. You have came and they call me biased, and I try not to be biased, even though I'm FBA, but I'm trying to learn something myself and give everybody a voice here. But you, real vibe, you keep disrespecting me. Like when last time you was up here, you did the same thing. You keep coming off mic. It's Cole turn. Now you butting in front of Cole. That's not fair. I'm gonna give you one more chance though, and I'm not gonna drop you. Because people think I'm biased towards the immigrants, and the immigrants think I'm biased towards y'all. But I'm asking you for the last time, can you please wait your turn? Please. Can you just hold on to whatever you got to say until
Yeah,
it's your
I'm
turn?
sorry. I apologize. I do.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Real. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Go ahead, Cole.
All right, I get to address Tether new. This
Oh, wait a
guy,
minute. Hold on. It was Revenue last word to G, right? Thank you, chat. Revenue, it was your turn to give the last final thought to G.
Yeah. So you
So
could.
go ahead. Then you Cole. He get the last say on each
Yeah,
each
so you could brag about your proximity to whiteness and how you got 2 million millionaires. Your median income is still 41,000 compared to black immigrants. We have countries that we have our own governments. We don't have a white government like you guys. We have our own government, our own sovereign land. We're not tied to white people like you.
And where is that, sir?
Okay, thank you, G, for coming up.
Yeah, so it's comparing apples to oranges. You're the permanent underclass for white America. You have no ambition for your own sovereign land, and you want to continue to be under
Hold
the
up,
guise
Revenue.
of.
Host. It was G's. G was the one. You didn't give him his question.
Okay. It's not G term. Revenue just talk. It wasn't G revenue
Yes.
was oh my
It was
God. You know what I
G.
mean? When people come all off mic, I get all confused and stuff.
Yeah, because
G, I'm sorry.
he read the patent. He read the thing, and
Thank you,
then
Oki.
Revenue
G,
rebutted him, and then you had asked, did you had let them two be able to go at him about the FBA thing, but you never gave
right, I get it now.
his question.
I totally got
I got you.
sidetracked and didn't
I
even
got
know.
you.
I'm thinking it was revenue rebuttal. See what I mean?
No.
When people come out of order and jumping everywhere. G,
Yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Thank
It
you,
was.
Oki.
Yeah.
My
It
bad,
was.
G.
It was Cole that was getting ready to address
No, it's
him.
all good. You all good.
I'm
Continue.
sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, and you had
Um,
Cole and G addressing him about the whole FDA thing because you were saying about how he comes on your panel and
right.
does this whole thing. Yeah, that's what that was about. You
Uh,
was letting them two have 20 minutes to go at him. It wasn't for
but
him to have
then,
a rebuttal.
right. Okay. So, okay. Go ahead. Revenue already landed his plane. It was G final thought to what Revenue said.
Lost my train of
Yeah,
thought. So
Man,
yeah,
me too.
so
yeah.
yeah,
I got y'all. I got y'all. Don't
I'll
worry.
go
I
ahead.
got
excuse
you.
me.
I'm paying attention.
Okay, so revenue. Yeah, you all
But
right,
wait a
man. I
minute,
just
hold
lost my
on.
I lost my
Hold
train
on.
of
Wait a
thought.
minute, G.
You
Hold
kicked me
on.
down.
I'm confused now. If it wasn't Revenue turn, how is G and Cole rebutting Revenue?
Because you told them you were going to let them address him because he always comes up on your panel with the same rhetoric. And you said, well, I'll never be able to change his mind about what FBA is and this, that, and the third.
Okay.
So
All
you
right.
was letting
So
him have the
Cole. Okay.
20-second
Thank you,
go at him.
Opie. Wait a minute, G, because it's not no back. This still your turn. We got to get to your question. Go ahead, Cole. Address what you got to address with Revenue. Um, so we can get back to G for his turn. Then we can get to the hands. I think you was next anyway, Cole. So go ahead,
Yeah.
Cole. If you wanted to say something about him, go ahead.
Yeah, it's very disrespectful that these people ignore when we take the time to educate them. I've heard Tether New on the platform with several other people, and they let him know that even if you want to consider past ancestors to not be FBA because they didn't say the term, they, as African Americans, still said they were not African and refused the term. Malcolm X refused the term. Harriet Tubman refused the term. Frederick Douglass refused the term. A lot of our people who you consider to be not FBA but African American refuse the term African. So at some point, you're gonna have to drop it, and then you spend a lot of time talking about America. Please inform us, educate us on what we should be looking forward to if we were to ever think about going to Jamaica. What have you built in Jamaica? What do you have to offer us? Because we're not in Jamaica talking to you. You're over here talking to us. I'll land.
Okay, thank you. That was just, we're going to just put, you want to answer that in a minute so we can get to G Revenue?
No, I don't want to hold. I don't want to get them
Okay,
triggered.
thank you.
Cause then bunch of people gonna get off their mics and stuff like. I'll just wait till
Okay.
the
Right.
next
Thank you
open.
so much for that. Thank you. Okay, G, you ready? You got a final say on what you just heard? I give you a minute. Revenue didn't want it. Then we can get to your question.
No, I'm ready for the question.
You is okay. Is there anything immigrants can do to rectify this situation between Black Americans / FBA and them?
They absolutely can. What they can do is step back and let us take the lead in these issues. The name GDSWN, I don't think you can see it, revenue. The DSWN stands for the dominant society's worst nightmare, meaning we've always been up against this machine. We've always fought against the system of white supremacy. Now, in contrast, what did y'all do when the queen died? Y'all cried when the queen died over there. So you talking about government? Y'all government is the British government. What are you talking about? What you have in place as far as your government? If you're over here, then you're with the American government. But if you down there, you're with the Queen's government. That's what it is, right? Y'all trying to make white supremacy and colonization different when it's the same. Our land.
Thank you, G, so much. Who was next? Was it Bell or is the order either you up?
Can I come in?
Oh,
I never
I think
answered the
it's.
prompt or anything.
I think I
Who
was
is?
here before him.
Cole, no,
Belly.
you wasn't. It was Cole
It was
next. It's
cold. Yeah, it
him.
was cold.
It's
Okay,
Cole.
Cole, Mister. You
He
see?
might be taking a break. He
Is
might
he
be
asleep?
taking a break.
Okay. Hold
Don't
on. Let
drop
me
him.
rotate this. Oh no, that's my mic. I ain't. Let me rotate. Go ahead, Cole. You can answer the prompt.
Um, Between FBA and immigrants, unity or division, I think historically we've shown that we wanted to unify, and now we're seeing that unity is a pipe dream. And so now, out of logic, we have to err on the side of division for our safety, to preserve our well being and our culture, because we see they have no problem ciphering off or claiming things that we created for them. We created a lot of things for them to take advantage of and to make their life better. And instead of them being thankful, we hear them all the time over and over again acting as if we were just on the sidelines, as if we were just begging and not having anything to do with anything. And it's so disrespectful. It's so disrespectful. But since we're on the internet, there's no need to get irate about it. But it is what it is. There is no unity because they don't want to unify. They want to steal our place. Just like the young girl just said, they want us to be deported. They want us to leave and they want them to be able to stay here. They would love to be able to leave their raggedy country and live in the awesome country we built. I'll land.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Do anybody
Go
got
ahead,
any
Pat.
rebuttal?
Definitely want to respond to that.
Do anybody got any rebuttal for what is his name? For
Me,
Cole World? Only Revenue have a rebuttal? Okay, go ahead, Revenue.
yeah, the mere fact that this dude think that people who have their own sovereign country is jealous of a people who's a permanent underclass with no sovereignty, no government, nothing at all. And you think we're jealous of you, you gotta be out of your mind. It's nothing for us to be jealous of. We have our own sovereign country that we could go back to. We have our own governments that we do trade with to the wider world. You can't do trade with the wider world if it don't apply with America's interests. You can't do none of that. We seen Farrakhan get denied $2 billion from Gaddafi because it don't align with America's interests. You don't have a choice. You're the permanent underclass. We have nothing to be jealous of. In fact, we're doing better than you in America per capita. So we have nothing at all to be jealous of, sir. Nothing
Nigga,
at
the
all.
French and the Chinese
Oh
on
my
y'all
gosh.
ass.
Nah, I can't even land my plane. I can't.
Time is up,
Like,
dude. Your
y'all
time is up.
gotta act civilized. Like, just for once, act civilized.
Your time is up.
Right.
Yeah,
Is my turn to rebuttal? I can't hear you, host. What'd you say?
Yeah, you have the last word.
Yeah, you got the final say. Then we'll get to your question.
So, sir, you're actually proving our argument, which we didn't know. We didn't actually know how intelligent we were until this conversation came up. And the more you guys speak, the more you prove this conversation to be righteous. Like, you didn't understand you lost when you said go back to. I don't have to go back to anywhere. That's where you lost at. Everything else you said was null and void. You don't understand that? Like, how does your mind not calculate that? We're done.
Okay, thank you. Your question is the real issue is the real issue systematic inequality rather than immigration?
Uh, no, I think that question is I don't know, because I think they're kind of two in the same. The immigration is helping the systematic equality exist. You know what I'm saying? Without the immigration, they wouldn't be able to have all these faces to hide behind. So I think they're one and the same. But I think they're both something that we're fighting, and I love the fact that you're holding these panels, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Cole. Okay, I'm glad you're here too. Thank you for coming. Real, how you doing tonight? You ready? I know you ready. You've been ready for hours, huh?
Well, I ain't been on here that long, but yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, so the question is FBA and immigrants. Can we find
I think I was
unity or
I think I was here before him for
You
sure.
no, you was not.
If you
You
want to
just
let her go, go
Here
ahead. She
before
can go
you.
ahead
You actually
no,
arrived
she
even
can't
because
after
we
go
him.
ahead.
just
Ben,
had an
what makes you
FBA
think you came
perspective, so you
before
can let her go.
everybody?
And you can't tell her how to run her panel. She's going in the order received. It was him, the one she talking to now. I was after him, and then she goes after me, and then you.
I was here before both of you, but that's fine.
No,
That's
you
fine.
wasn't. You was in the comments. So
Okay.
mic up, cause you got a hot mic. She already told this man to go, and he gonna go.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't even know what to do. Y'all, what y'all want to do?
I want
Oh,
you
they
to
left.
go.
Get right.
Yeah, you know it's after 2. Go ahead, Rio. Can you address the prompt?
So basically, I believe that the ship is already selling. So pretty much division is necessary. And the craziest part, the reason why I say it's necessary is because I'm gonna just make this simple. I'm not gonna make it complicated. I'm a millennial. When I was growing up, I I grew up in a heavily populated black community centered around blackness, nothing else. We never disrespected in our spaces African immigrants, Caribbean immigrants, any black immigrants across the diaspora. It wasn't a thing in our communities, you know? And then fast forward, well, let me stay there. It wasn't a thing in our communities. When I grew up on shows like, and I'm making this really simple. Like I grew up on shows like Gullah Gullah Island. It had Caribbean representation in there. It had African representation in there. I never looked at these TV shows and was like, those are African people. I didn't know the difference. I was just a child and I loved the show. You know what I'm saying? If African people were in my vicinity in our spaces, I loved them. Like Caribbean people, same thing. I didn't have this mindset to where these people were considered the enemy or the op. Fast forward to now me being a millennial and just all the accumulation of the things that's been happening across the nation, it only makes sense for me to open my eyes to what's going on. Because at the end of the day, my parents talk about now about how different it was from 1965 to now. And to see all the things that transpired that literally ripped our communities apart. It started with great um the pretty much, no, I'm not gonna say the great migration, I'm sorry. That with immigrants being um given rights with the civil rights movement and the heavily pour of them into our communities, you know? And that's when everything just started to go left. And I can't say that it's them specifically, but that is the time period and a time stamp that most of my alive ancestors speak of. They speak of that was a time period when things started to shift, you know? So and it's like that's the only real like like that's the only real like gosh, how would you put this? That's the only real like period where you can start to see the transition of like
Land
black
your
people go
plane,
from
Rio.
wealth, where you can see black people go from wealth to a huge decline. But even with that decline, there are over 2 million black American millionaires, you know, slash billionaires. And that's more than the total black immigrant population total. So it's like there's nothing that we really arguing about with these people. We're just stating facts that things that have kind
Okay,
of like
land
built
your
up over
plane,
time.
Rio. Land
That's
your
it.
plane. Thank
That's
you.
it.
Anybody got any rebuttals for Rio?
I got one.
Yeah, I got a
Um,
rebuttal.
Cold World and Revenue? Okay, Cold World, go ahead.
my rebuttal is we have to divide in order to unify. We can never unify unless we divide and get respect first. And unless we're respected for who we are and what we stand for, we can't honestly unify with
I don't think
anybody.
you're responding to me though, because I never said unify. I
No,
don't
I'm
think you're
not
responding to
responding.
me.
I'm adding to what you're saying.
Oh, no. You don't have a rebuttal?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Revenue.
Yeah, FBA just create enemies within themselves. That's all they do. We didn't hear nothing about delineation 10 years ago. But as soon as this thing was created, now it's like, oh, we been had problems, we been had issues. Y'all just make up things as y'all go. Now it's like y'all just don't have no enemies, and that, y'all putting yourself in a dangerous position where you're not gonna have no allies and just enemies. You're gonna be enemies to white people, enemies to small height people, enemies to Africans, and enemies to Caribbean. How are you gonna be able to function? You don't have a sovereign land. You don't have a sovereign nation. Nobody's gonna support you for your reparations with this rhetoric. You think white liberals is gonna support y'all, knowing that y'all harming their voting class and the people that empower them? No, you're gonna leave yourself a stranded underclass, and that's what the white man always wanted. So you could keep being, y'all could keep doing your thing. At the end of the day, we could go back to our own countries, not support y'all,
These
and
countries, these people have always been our enemies,
Land
man.
your
What are you
plane,
talking about?
Revenue. Land your plane.
Yeah, I'm landing right here. I know y'all jealous that we come here and we outperform y'all, but that's
Jealous?
not on us. You
Okay,
gotta
G.
deal with
Thank
that
you.
yourself.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
So I can respond.
Yeah, Revenue. I mean, yeah, you get the final say, real vibes.
It's
Oh, because
crazy.
I had a rebuttal.
Who had the rebuttal?
Cold World has
He
a
has a
rebuttal to revenue, but go ahead.
Oh no, it ain't Revenue turn though. It's Real Vibes turn. Revenue was rebutting Real Vibes. Go ahead, Real Vibes. You got the last say.
no. It's just crazy. If you listen to this guy speak, he's speaking in very condescending tone. Every time he gets on the mic, is very condescending. Like he just only speak as if he wants to tear us down. And then they do this game where they play this like, oh, I'm calm, as if like that's not a sign of hate. Everything he speaks is hate.
HATE. I
He's
love
can
Take
I don't
That Shot.
please don't interrupt me because I'm forget what I'm trying to say.
But wait a minute, that's the mod, and you can't say HATE. You have to, you can't say the full word, or my live might get dinged.
Oh, I didn't know that was a word that was
Yeah,
being.
yes, sir. It's so when if you say the
Oh,
word, just spell it out, okay?
oh, okay. Sorry about
All
that.
right, that's
But
okay.
basically, you could just you can sense all the HATE that comes with him.
You can finish. You done?
On T,
You can't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
you went
you.
on
Cut out
TikTok.
for a minute.
Oh, I was out. I was
Okay.
talking the whole time. And then you said, I don't know if you can hear me or can you?
Yeah, I heard you.
Oh, okay, 'cause when you started talking, you were saying I could finish, but I was talking the whole time, so I don't know if my mic was muted or something. I don't know what happened because I was talking the whole time.
You must have got a call.
No, I didn't get a call, but all I was saying is that you could just sense all the HATE that comes from. We told him how we identify as a people, how we identify as Sulan and FBA, and all these things are attached to the same group of people. He still decides to stick to the term of like, I will only deal with African Americans. I won't deal with you as an FBA, as if like FBA is this like a group of people that just decided to come together to go against. It's like, no, FBA just literally means Foundational Black American. That's what the term means. So instead of trying to educate
He
himself
know
about it,
that,
he
real. He know
he
that.
rather stick to the ignorance and run with that. So that's that like there's no reason to debate with a person like this. He's literally full of hate, but he wants to dress it up as like he's calm. He's not. He literally is projecting the whole time when he says that they can leave the country and
Listen, real bad. Fight back.
no, I'm
Okay?
just saying.
Don't nobody care about nothing Revenue saying. He can say we booty scratchers. I don't give a damn.
Yeah, but he's just
Okay?
spreading a lot of misinformation, and I
It's
just felt
you
like
know
people in
what?
a
It's so much misinformation out here. I mean,
Yeah.
I done heard some crazy stuff, and from all people, our people, they people, humans, period. So I mean, I don't know what we gonna do about it. Immigrants and people from other places, I done heard the most egregious stuff. So
No,
nothing surprises me.
I
And I don't
agree.
want to talk.
I
We ain't gonna
agree.
cry about what revenue saying.
No, I
We gonna
agree.
move
I
on.
agree.
We
I just
don't
say
give a
there
damn.
are some very radical FBAs, and it's like,
Yes.
but those are the ones that they attach to. They don't attach to the ones with sense. Even if you have sense, I'm just telling you, this is not just about him. This is about what I hear on these panels. Even if you have sense, they not gonna go based off of you having sense. They like, I'm looking for that hateful one, the one that's just spreading all kind of information that's not true. That's the one that they attach to. And because of that, they're never going to be educated on what the actual Black American experience is and the Black American fight is. They're going to only attach to those people that are very hateful, and they're never going to get the answers that they're looking for, because for some reason they think that we're looking for answers from them. No, we just want them to move aside. That's it. We don't want no answers from y'all. We don't want anything from y'all. We don't benefit from your presence here in this country. Literally, you guys take from us and you send to your country. That's literally all you doing is exporting our funds. That's it. We don't benefit off of you being here. You benefit for being able to come here. And then all his talking points are, every time he talks about us, he brings up the white man. Like, why do you have to talk about the white man when you talk about us? Like, it doesn't make sense. We're not yoked with them. We're not when they colonize other countries and they do those things. Those are not things that we do as a. We might benefit off those on this land, but we didn't ask for those things. We are not your enemy. They are, but for some reason they got it in their mind that we are their enemy. But that's just it.
Hey, love.
You
Can I come
finally
in?
woke up. I was doing your job for a minute here. Where
Yeah,
you been?
I gotta dip out, y'all.
Okay,
Where
good
you
night.
going?
Yeah, yeah. No, I gotta get up in the morning, y'all.
Yeah, I'm about to
Okay,
be
you have a
wrapping it
good
up too.
night.
Sorry
Thank you,
about that,
Minister.
OG.
No, it's
Thank you
okay.
for.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'ma holler
I'll
at y'all.
I
see you
had your back.
tomorrow. Okay.
I had your back. And it's my turn now.
Go
I know
ahead.
the order everybody
We're gonna
came up
finish.
in.
We're gonna finish with the people who haven't spoken yet, and then we're gonna wrap it up. Go ahead, Oki.
Girl, is that a little robe that you got on? I've been checking out your gear.
I
Court
said
just
I was gonna
session.
give no. It's a sweater.
Oh, looking like Judge Maybelline Ephraim. But yeah, FBA, FBA, FBA and immigrants, unity or division. Oh, the
Yeah.
division is going to be hard to bypass. You already know that because you got inner tube man over here. You know what I'm saying? With this whole, I don't understand that all these people are the same. You know what I'm saying? Because he on that Pan Africanism. No, we don't support it, not at all. And then you get the talking points that he used. Oh, we got somewhere to go to. And it'd be so funny because you hear, well, we excel and we exceed over in your country, but they over there eating mud cookies over in their country. Why they can't be great on their country, on their soil? You know what I'm saying? Everything we got over here, go over there and build it. Oh, my bad. You can't because the Chinese and the French own you all. You got you at one point had your shit together, and then you turned around and got right back in that position because of your higher ups. Every government is corrupt in some kind of way. But us as Black Americans, we stand 10 toes down and we have been looking this demon in the face for years. Over 500 years we've been doing this. So at the end of the day, we know what we're dealing with. And the only reason why they keep throwing up the YT man is because, watch this, they are afraid of them. They can't address them. They know they're powerless against it because when they come over here, they have something that they have dangling over their heads. You better do as I say do, or I'll deport you back. So this is what they do. They get up and they tap dance for them. Okay, you said to dance. All right, master, I got it. Because I sure don't want to go back home and eat them mud cookies and wipe my butt with leaves. We don't have to go through that. And we won't. And that's why we stand 10 toes down in it. We're all the same. Black American, Negroes, FBA. FBA ain't nothing but a lineage. We're all the same people. Mr. African American, we don't subscribe to that. That was just another label. That was just another reclassification. But see, you wouldn't know that. Go over there and get in the inner tube business over there in your country. Go cook a meal. You got the DR to worry about. Stop worrying about what's going on over here.
Thank you, Oakley, for that submission.
Can I
Anybody got a
respond?
rebuttal? Anybody else got a rebuttal besides Revenue? Go ahead, Revenue.
Yeah.
Wildfire, you got a rebuttal?
No, it's not a rebuttal. I just wanted to applaud Uki. That's all.
You wanted to applaud her. Oh, okay. You just got some flowers, Oakley. Okay, go ahead, Revenue.
Yeah. We're not afraid of white people. I mean, we're the ones that fought white people and had wars with them. My ancestors didn't run from dogs. They didn't get hit over the head with, police baton. They didn't get spit on, and they didn't sign contracts to become sharecroppers. In fact, after slavery ended, they brought in other immigrants because we didn't want to sharecrop. Unlike, your elders who signed up to be sharecroppers. We
Hey,
didn't do that.
Revenue. Thank God for you that they did all that, though, right? Thank God
Oh
my
yeah, yeah.
ancestors.
I'm very
Thank God. Wait a
appreciative.
minute, hold on though. But thank God they got bit by them dogs. Thank God they signed up to be them sharecroppers. Thank God they went through everything they went through. You
Yeah,
should be thanking
I'm
God.
grateful. I'm grateful
Yeah.
for all the people that had to run from dogs, get
Mhm.
hit over the head with police baton, because
You think they
if
did
they
that? You
didn't,
think they did that for you, Revenue, to talk like that?
no. But I got a right to respond to
Yeah,
people
you do.
saying,
I just wanted to see where your mind was.
"Oh no, I'm very appreciative of all the people that got bit by dogs, hit over the head with police batons, and spit on by police officers. I'm grateful for all the
Go
sharecroppers
ahead.
and
20
antebellum
20
South.
seconds, Revenue. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm grateful for that, but don't try to flex that on us like we never fought white people. We fought for our land. We didn't beg to integrate into a white supremacist country like you did. You didn't
Uh,
want you don't have a
it,
homeland. You don't have a
and you
country,
went
and you
right
never
back to
wanted
it. You
one. You
reverted
only
right
wanted to.
back to it.
Come on,
You
Laverne.
reverted.
Come on.
You reverted
Come
right
on.
back to it.
Come
You
on.
reverted right back to it. You sit here and beat on your chest and talk about what it is you did and you didn't do. But guess what? You didn't even hold your grounds. Because you right back where you started from with the French and the Chinese.
You don't have a
I am
country.
not impressed.
Okay, you don't
That's
have a
where you
country.
at with it now. But I bet you
You don't
will
have a
not go
country.
over there to your country and stand up to what these people are doing to your people over there right now while
You
you
don't have a
over here
country.
flexing somewhere that's already built
America's
up, something that's
a country.
already been established, and you
America
over
was
here
established by white men,
running
not
your
FBA.
mouth. At the end of the
The
day,
founding
you
fathers
got
is white,
hungry
not
people over
FBA.
there.
The
You got
founding
all
fathers of
type
my
of
country
shit
are
going
black.
on
I
over
look on my
there.
money,
You're
it's
not
black.
feeding
I don't see
nobody. They over
Benjamin
there
Franklin
eating
and white
mud
men on my
cookies.
money.
The DR got their
The
foot
founding
all
Bro,
in
fathers
you
of my
just
y'all's
country is
neck.
black. They're not
At
white.
the end of the day, you
you
got
want this to
beaches
not
you
be our
can't go
country so
on.
bad.
It's
You
not your country.
cannot
You're not
do
the founding
nothing.
fathers. We
You
know
are
who the
somewhere
founding
that's
fathers
Yeah,
are.
we
already
was
been
here since the inception.
established.
We was here since the
That's
inception. So
it.
who else would it
When
be?
this
That's
country
it.
was founded, you
You
wasn't even a
stood up to the
citizen.
white tee man and he sat you right
I
back
don't care
down
about a
in the back
document. My
pockets.
people
That's
are here
exactly
50
what
million
happened.
strong today, though.
Sat you right
Yeah, as
there,
a permanent
Chinese
We ain't
and
underclass.
supposed to
white
be
tee
here.
man,
Yeah,
and your
we not. Yeah,
own
you want to call it
government.
permanent because that's where
Y'all
you
on a
want us to
whole
be.
separate
No,
island with the
that's what you are.
DR with a foot to ass all
You
day
don't have a
long.
country.
You guys
You
can't
don't
even
have a
go over to the
nation. You don't have
Yeah,
a
with
DR. They
people
government.
don't
like
even
you
want
around,
you
You
with
over
don't
people
have
like
there.
you
nothing.
around,
They
I'm
don't
sure
even
you
want
waiting for
y'all
us to
over there.
become that.
You
Explain
don't have.
that.
I'm waiting for
Since
you
you
to have
so
your own
tough,
country, so
why
we don't
don't
have
you
to go
take
there.
that greatness back to the
When
country
FBA
that
get
you
their
No,
own
came
we
from
don't
country,
want
I
out
would
you.
to
never
go
go.
We
to?
don't want you here.
Huh?
This is our
Because you
country. This is our
scared to go
country.
You
over there
I'm
can't.
not.
that
You
You
can
you
hard.
spread
don't control
You
misinformation all
anything in
afraid
day.
this
to go over
country.
there to that
This
country.
country is
You
ran
can
You
by white
already
spread
know
men.
what's going to
misinformation all
happen to
day.
you, bro.
This is our
So don't
country.
even try it. Why don't
Literally,
you
What's a
just tuck
rebuttal
your
for what I
tail,
are the
do?
find
reason
an
your
inner
people are
tube,
here.
get on it,
So you don't
and
have to keep
float
on
your
trying to spread
ass
misinformation.
back to where you came
What
from. Because
information?
at
What
the end of the
misinformation?
day,
It's not your
y'all not
country.
holding
You have to be
nothing.
naturalized
How
like an
you
immigrant.
stand up and then fall? You supposed to stand for something so you won't fall for
Your
anything.
elders
You
didn't
stood
stand
for
for
nothing
nothing. They
and they
ran from
snatched your
dogs.
legs from under
What
you
did you? What
and
did they
sat
stand
you
Yeah, but
right
for?
you
back
wanna, but
down.
yeah, but you
What did
wanna
they
That's
be
stand for?
united
exactly
with
what
African
happened.
Americans, not
They
And then
stood
you
up
want
and
to go
FBAs,
got bit.
right
while
somewhere
They
while
else.
stood up and
Take
got
simultaneously
that
hit with water
greatness and
hoses.
go
What
take
they
some
stood
disrespecting
up
food
for?
groups,
over there to them
while
hungry
My
people over
disrespecting
there.
said
my
groups and their
Go
ancestors stood up
ancestors.
and
Go
fought.
feed
You're
the
a clown.
kids.
My
What about the
ancestors
You're
stood
a
up and
soldiers from
clown.
fought.
FBI?
Your
Huh?
ancestors
What
stood
about
up
the
and
children?
ran
You
for the
You're
sit up
a
hills.
here and talk
clown.
about African
Your
Americans.
ancestors
You
ran
ain't
to
never
Canada.
mentioned
Mine's
nothing
did.
about where you
Your
come from.
ancestors ran to America. Tell
No,
them to
All the
run
no, no,
back.
time. That's
no,
all they
no.
known for doing. They invented
Tell
bird
them to run
dancing
back.
and fleeing and floating
Since
on
it's not
inner
our
tubes.
country, go
That's what
ahead and
they
run
do.
back.
That's what
But
they do.
delineation gonna
You got to
show
give
y'all
him an
who
inner
country
tube.
it is.
He ain't gonna run
This
back. He gonna
delineation
float back.
process gonna show y'all who
He
country
gonna
it is.
float back. He gonna float back. He gotta get an inner tube. He gonna float back.
Yeah, this
That's what he
delineation
gonna do.
process gonna show them.
They don't never talk about how they can help their land. They never do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
this.
All right. Now that we got that out the way, let's wrap it up and get through these questions so we can all go get some rest. Cause
I'm
I
waiting
need
on
some
my
rest.
question. I know
Yeah.
you're tired.
All right, Okie. It's been a double shift tonight. So, Okie, is this tension between?
I hear you.
Okay, hold on. Let me mute you while I ask your question. It's an echo. Well, it was. It must not have been you. Okay. Is this tension between Black Americans and immigrants rooted in culture or in access to power?
Both. Both, because like I said earlier, they come over here and they watch that little video, or it starts from home in some cases, where the parents tell them, "Well, you want to be great, don't associate yourself close to the white tea man. Do not mess with the black people over there." You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's both. It's actually both. Because, like we said again, I don't want to sound like an echo chamber. They'll boast and brag, hollering about how good they got it over here, how they excel, when all the time you're cheap labor. That's what you are. We know our self value. But see, that's to be expected of that mindset, because they come from nothing, and nothing from nothing leaves nothing. Because when they got to go back to that nothing, then they understand the assignment. Go build up your own.
Thank you so much, Okie. Bill, how you doing tonight?
Yeah, hi.
Okay.
I thought I wasn't gonna make it at all. Thank you.
No, you're welcome, Bill. You want to address the prompt for me?
Yeah, yes, I do. FBA and immigrants, unity or division. So immigrants being Black immigrants, African immigrants, right? It's not just the whole. I mean, I'm thinking if it's for African immigrants, I love Black Americans. I mean, I'm now in Ethiopia, but when I lived in the U.S., my whole life rotated around Black Americans because I was much younger, and that was just my community. There wasn't that many African immigrants around me to begin with, so I have nothing but love for Black Americans. But for the unity or division, I think division, I'm not for division whatsoever, but from the African perspective, division is not that bad either. That might create some kind of visibility. It might be a good thing for their contribution to be recognized, because right now Africans are considered African American in the US. So whatever contribution they make, it's bundled in within the Black America. So if the Black Americans don't want that, it's okay. It's actually beneficial for the African immigrants, because it will
Land your
create
plane,
some kind of visibility to them. Their contribution may be more meaningful. Right now, when you get on these panels, everybody asks, like, what do you do? What Africans do? What do you do for US? What do you do for immigrants? I mean, Black Americans? Absolutely nothing, because their contribution is bundled in the Black American narrative right now. So to have that subdivision, maybe it's not a bad thing, because their visibility will be more recognizable. Their contribution will be more accounted for. Right now, there's no such thing. So
right.
I am. So
Bill, let
division
me
is not.
ask you. Okay, let
Yeah.
me ask you. What inventions do they have any inventions here for the
Like,
American?
as
I mean,
for me, I
what
know.
have they did? Can you tell me a couple of things
Yeah. Let me
that
give you one.
that
Let me.
the world
Let me.
knows that an African living
Yeah.
in America has done for the world?
Absolutely. Let me give you one example. There was this Ethiopian guy who hated a division in NASA. I can even send you his name so you can Google him. It's a public information. You will never know about this guy's existence. He was in the NASA for like 20 years, but nobody knows about this guy. That's just one example I can give specifically to my countrymen. So that kind of contribution, it's never going to be recognized. He's going to be like an African American, but his name might not even be mentioned. I'll write it for you here in the comments. His name. There's some contributions, yes. So maybe not
Well,
that
you got
it's
to
a bad.
land your plane now.
Okay, I land.
It was a minute. Okay, anybody got a rebuttal for Bill? No? Okay, let's get to your question, Bill.
I just want to tell her that African American is an ethnic group, and no African can come over to America and identify themselves as an African American. They can identify themselves as a Black American because that's a racial category. But as far as African American, it's a specific ethnic group for specific people that descend from enslaved Africans here in America. It don't apply to Nigerians, Ethiopians, Caribbeans, and nobody else.
You guys can Google
Can I come in?
Dr. Burhanu Bulcha. He's an Ethiopian man who was affiliated with NASA until he died. He died as an African American. He didn't
Unalive.
die.
Until he unalive, Bill.
I'm sorry, unalived. But with natural causes, though, yeah. So this guy was never recognized as an Ethiopian when he was in U.S. He was recognized as African American because that's what the institution wants him to be referred as.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Here for your question. Are immigrant success stories, you ready?
I am ready. Okay.
Okay. Are immigrant success stories sometimes used to undermine the historical claims of Black Americans?
Absolutely. That was my point. It's funny that you asked me that question because that's what I was referring to exactly. And yes, I agree. I agree to that. They're not recognized whatsoever. So yeah,
Okay.
I agree with that question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Bill. Wildfire, or was it User? User, I believe it was you.
No, it's me.
Hi, Wildfire. How you doing tonight?
Yes. Yeah, I'm really starting to feel like I have some special kind of bad luck because I actually arrived before Bell. But thank you for welcoming me anyways. FBA and Immigrants Unity or Division. Now you have to understand one thing. Immigrants don't come to America 1 minute. From a sentimental perspective, they don't care about unity or anything. They want resources. They want money to feed their families. They are not philosophical about their approach towards America. So definitely there can be no unity between people who are not interested in unity. They just want anybody who can give them money. It's ironic for Revenue to say that Black Americans rely on proximity to whiteness. They were born into it. You migrate to it. You literally migrate in order to be closer to whites. So it's ironic for you to criticize them about proximity to whiteness, which they are born into. When you literally migrate there and beg for it, you are literally arguing for it right now. You are arguing for the right to be closer to whites because you believe that America is reliant upon whites, and by default, you are also reliant upon whites as an immigrant. You know, a Revenue, you are a really insufferable guy. I have to be honest with you. So also, I want to specify another thing. An Ethiopian just said right now, her life has revolved around Black Americans, right? Which country are you from? I bet nobody can say their life has revolved around you. You are just nobody. And you are trying to downplay people who are better than you are. Now, it's bizarre that you say they don't have a country and you have a country. It's really generous for you to call that shithole that you probably come from. I'm almost certain it's a shithole to call it a country. You are being generous to yourself to even call it a sovereign country. It's probably a shithole. That's why you are in America, right? Even those governments, there are probably community leadership groups which are performing better than your government. Black Americans probably have community leadership groups which do better than your government. They build schools, they build universities, they build banks. What has your government done? But give you bragging rights to bullshit. Your sovereign country is absolute bullshit. You are standing over ashes and claiming, oh, those ashes are sovereign, they are mine, they belong to me. They are bullshit. That's why you went to America. Right? And it's in my interest to actually rebut this type of talk because this is what they do to South Africans as well. All this, oh, this is because of whiteys. By the way, the way you say America was built by whites, I bet you was founded by whites. I bet you the country you come from was founded by whites. Most countries are former British colonies. They were founded by whites. So why would you claim that Black Americans don't have a country by virtue of its founding, whereas you claim your country is sovereign when itself it was founded by whites and you know it? What is even worse, Black Americans as an underclass, they are doing better than a Jamaican or a Haitian or a Nigerian is doing in their own country. The only place where you can claim to be doing better than them is when you are actually in America, which is debatable. I don't for a second believe, because I know about Rosa Parks, I know about Assata Shakur, I know about D.W. Du Bois. The country that you come from, what have they produced? What excellence, which can be recognized by a South African, have they produced? You know, to call people who are doing far better than you an underclass, by default, you are even worse than an underclass. Because by any metric, internationally, globally, they are doing far better than you, and you know it. The reason why you went to America is because you saw them on media and you were inspired at the kind of life you can live as a Black person. You saw what you can do for yourself as a Black person. You believed it was possible, and that's why you went to America. Show us what you have achieved in Jamaica, then you can say you are doing better than Black Americans. Don't be a surrogate of America claiming that you are doing better than the locals. It's obnoxious. I wish to reiterate, I bet you cumulatively, Black American organizations have done more to develop their people and have contributed more to the country than your government, your own governments collectively have done to add value to that country. You come from a shithole, and Uki is 100% right. You even wipe your asses with leaves. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody got a rebuttal for Wildfire?
Yeah, I definitely got a
God,
rebuttal to
God
the
dog it.
doula
I
babble.
love what he said.
I have a rebuttal for him.
Y'all see why I rock with South Africa? Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
so
love
He said
Africa
you wipe your butt with
anytime.
leaves. Thank you.
yeah, so first of all, you was dealing with apartheid till 1994. Your country was built by white people. Secondly, it's been in current decline. You have a 34% unemployment rate right now. You're doing bad. I understand that you're the doula. You're mad at Nigerians, Zimbabweans, and every other Africans is coming there and far exceeding you, and you got to mine coal by hand and dig it up. But, that's not going to work today. I understand, you're upset that Nigerians are doing far better than you in your own country, and white people prefer them more than you. But you're not gonna bring the doula babble over here because you hate immigrants and you have
Yes,
a
I am.
proximity to white people. Let me talk. He babbled for 10 minutes straight with nothing but the doula nonsense. Your country's been declining since 1994 since they took over. That's not a flex. That's not a brag. Yeah, and stop attacking Africans.
Can I
You talking
correct
about
the
I have a
misinformation?
shithole country. My
Thank
country
you.
wasn't
Land your
handed
plane,
over by white
Reverend.
men. We fought for
Can I
ours.
correct the
Yeah,
misinformation?
you
No,
get
no,
the
no,
final
no, no.
say. You
Let me
get the
let
Yeah,
me
he
final
let me
say.
land
can.
my plane.
No,
Let me
yeah,
land.
let him land his plane, and you
He
get the
spoke
He
for
final say.
10
already
minutes
left my
straight
plane.
Yeah, I know, but
babbling.
you gonna get that. Come on, Revenue, land your plane.
Yeah, so you're just a dudula. You're mad that Nigerians, Zimbabweans, Angolans, Ethiopians, Somalians are coming there outperforming you while you beg the white man, and they still want to separate from you. You see what's going on with Cape Independence. They don't even want to be in proximity to you anymore. They used
Okay.
you for your resources, and now they don't want nothing to deal with you.
His time
All
is
right,
up.
thank you. I got it, Okie. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead. You got the final say, Wildfire.
Oh, thank you. By the way, it's a myth that the country has been in decline since 1994. And I'll give you an example. You cannot host so many global events in a country that is in decline because it won't have the infrastructure. We know countries that have been in decline since colonizers left, like Nigeria. You can't do anything there. They can't even host anything. They can't even host a beauty pageant. It's a shithole. Now, in 2010, we hosted the FIFA World Cup, right? Now, in order to host the World Cup, they actually do an audit of your infrastructure to check if you have the infrastructure that it takes in order to host that caliber of tournament, right? Now, not only did we limp our way through the World Cup, we hosted the best in history. It's on record, you can look it up. In 2010, the World Cup in 2010 has actually been dubbed to be the best in history. It can't be done with infrastructure that has been declining. Now, I'm going to tell you who's a South African billionaire, Patrice Motsepe, right? And he's now a leader of African
Okay,
football.
Wildfire. Can you land your plane?
I
Because you
have a
got one
question
more
for him.
rebuttal. You got
Okay,
another
I
rebuttal.
just have a question for him. He said Zimbabweans, Nigerians, and Angolans are doing better than us. Can you give us a Zimbabwean, South Africans, or Nigerian billionaire in South Africa? Thank you.
Okay, no, he ain't gonna answer that question. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay. The thing about South Africa, I actually love South Africa. I'm going to be there for the Cape Town Jazz Festival on the 25th of March. I have bought my ticket and everything. The thing about South Africa, on my observation, is when apartheid was exhausted, I think other Africans should have waited to migrate to South Africa, because the Black South Africans should have been the priority, should have been like settled in well before other African immigrants were allowed.
Rebuttal, Bill? Is this a rebuttal?
No, it's a rebuttal, but I'm also adding to what he's saying.
Okay, go ahead.
So the thing, what started the whole confusion is other Africans started migrating to South Africa right away after apartheid was demolished. And that created a little bit of a confusion because South Africans were not looked as a priority. They were under extreme poverty. They were under extreme situation. Other Africans were added into the equation. So that started like a whole confusion from the get-go. So the Black South Africans are bitter because they were not looked as a priority. Other Africans have the mentality that they can make it, and it was easier, much make
Land
it
your plane, Bill.
to make it. So I think I agree with him, even though I don't agree with everything he's saying, but I can see where he's coming from. Okay, I land.
Okay, thank you. Wildfire, you ready for your question?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Do immigrant communities receive institutional support that Black Americans were historically denied?
No, I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't have
Okay,
an answer to that. Like, I'm not familiar with your context
right.
in
I
that finer
understand.
detail.
Let me see. Let me get another question for you real quick. Okay. Should cultural criticism between communities be considered honesty or hostility?
Yeah, I think that will depend on merit. Because, for example, people will say Black Americans don't have culture. They know very well that's not true. Now, that is hostility because you know you are saying it out of malice. A lot of things that Revenue has said here are just malicious because they know they are not factual, right? So I don't think his criticism is malicious. But also, I don't think you should be allowed to criticize people's cultures in foreign countries. I don't think that should even be allowed.
I agree. But okay, thank you, Wildfire. Let's get to User. Go ahead, User. How you doing tonight?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming.
What
Can
am I
you do?
speaking to?
You are speaking to FBA/Black Americans and immigrants. Can they find unity or is division unavoidable?
Okay, so I wanted to join the conversation in that I'm someone who has a bi-ethnic background as having a Black American parent and a West Indian parent. And I can say that I do not believe that unity is realistic, and I don't believe that Black Americans should be looking to unify with immigrant communities. And I say that because I've watched my whole life as family members, people within my community that I've watched and listened to disparage and disrespect and look down on and purposefully separate themselves from Black American communities, despite the fact that they immigrated to the United States, while simultaneously refusing to acknowledge the fact that the United States is the home of Black American people. Because the United States is open to so many communities, immigrants come here and they forget that this is our home, that we didn't immigrate here. And so there's a lack of understanding, there's a lack of respect, and they never wanted to unify with Black American people. And I think it's dangerous for Black Americans to even continue trying. Thank you.
Thank you, User. Anyone have a rebuttal for User?
Yeah. It's funny she said they don't want unity, but yet she was made by immigrants. Like, these people never make sense when they talk. You're here because an immigrant had a baby with a Black American. So how does that even make sense? Like the contradictory in that statement just sounds wild. You're half Caribbean and you're Black American and you.
He don't make no damn sense. He on teacup.
The
Girl, you talk.
Can
ancestors,
I respond to him?
yep, you can have the final say. Go ahead. The
Thank
ancestors took care of that. Revenue, your time is go ahead and respond to that.
Thank you. Thank you for your information with your disrespectful self. My parent who immigrated to this country was a tether and used my Black American parent for citizenship and to gain access to resources that they didn't have. They did not care about who they were harming and who was being procreated and I am a casualty of that person's quest to gain resources. That's what that is. So you can just have a seat. Thank you.
That's right, girl. You tell him.
All right, thank you. You ready for your question? User, you ready for your question?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Is shared skin color enough for political alignment?
No, I can say definitively I do not believe in that based on the historical relationship between Black Americans and other Black immigrants who've come to their country. Our skin color has never meant that we are unified. Ever. Other immigrant communities have come here. They have aligned themselves with white supremacist systems in order to benefit, in order to gain access to resources. They never cared about the state in which their actions and their mindsets would leave the country itself in because it's not their home. And so I don't believe in that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Everybody on the panel has already went. Anybody got any final thoughts they want to
Me,
share before we wrap it up? Go ahead, West Coast.
I came back up because I forgot to say something when I left. Revenue, you lied too much because you said that you've been asking us how you can assist us in delineating, and none of us have been able to answer that question. And I told you to keep doing what you're doing. And not only will we continue to delineate, but we're going to get a lot more people on board with the disrespect that you spew. More people will be coming on board. So just keep, like I said, keep up the good work. You do. I'm just sitting back watching and letting you do it all for me. I don't have to do it. So just keep it up. Bye.
Anybody else?
I have final thoughts. The thing is, I've been listening, so the delineation or disunity is from Black Americans, right? One thing I noticed is when an African comes here and says, "Yeah, okay, delineation, it's fine," then I mean, if that's the way it's gonna be, then we have to deal with it. And then some of the speakers would be like, "See how they are? See how they act?" And then I'm like, damn if they do, damn if they don't. Which one is the right for African? I mean, if we agreeing with you guys, okay, sure, let's go with delineation. Then you guys will be like, see how their mentality is? They don't like us anyway. So you need to decide, like, what is it? Like, what exactly is the cause? What is exactly is the issue here? So I'm having a problem with that kind of thought.
What issue? What issue are you talking about?
Yeah, if an African, okay, good question. If an African comes here and you know, kind of inclines into like, yeah, delineation is good, then the panels will be like, see how their mentality is.
No,
They don't
let
like
me
us.
stop you right there. Stop. No.
Okay,
But it's her final thought. It's not a back and forth. We just gonna land her plane. Because I want to wrap it up, Oki, and you know, if you
that's
ask
right.
that
I'm
question,
sorry. You tired.
that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been
I'm
live
sorry.
since 8. That's okay. I'm about to go to sleep on y'all right here.
Yeah, no, go on and go to sleep. You don't need to hear nobody else. You've heard enough talking. Go on and shut it down. Go on.
Okay, shout
Your
out
voice
to
is
the
more
chat.
important.
Thank you, Oki. Right. Shout out to the chat, y'all. The real MVP. We got past that 100K. We doubled that, y'all. Shout out to Fifi, my mod. Shout out to Mr. my mod. and my mama for being here when she was here. Shout out to the panelists who participated in the debate. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. And what will the debate be tomorrow? I have no clue. But see y'all then. Thanks. Bye.
All right. Good night.
Good night.